ISNT. Uh, you know, we are at a point of time where in the country we are trying to look at infusion of technology on so many areas, and even beyond what we are doing in the country, we are also looking at all the global linkages and the partnerships. Yesterday, the French President Emmanuel Macron was in Mumbai, and if you saw the 21 outcome statements, 5 of them were related to defense, and then of course there is one very specifically on the critical and emerging technologies and in the defense ecosystem. Same if you look at the conversations with US that has been happening, AI remains at the forefront of all the cutting edge technologies and the areas where we want to cooperate. And nevertheless, with all these efforts and what we are trying to do here, we are also trying to see that how responsively we use AI in all our activities, and that is very, very important when you look even at the defense ecosystem. So AI being a force multiplier, AI trying to improve and maybe modernize the battlefield tactics, look at the doctrines, look at how do you manage the supplies, and of course enabling the equipments to be performing much more optimally or in newer horizons. So the changing battlefield that we all see will have a significant impact with the usage of artificial intelligence and the emerging technologies. So this is where I think we have a fantastic panel. We are very lucky that this panel is confined to experts, and the number is less. Many sessions have had huge number of experts who actually cannot do justice in the time of 55 minutes that's there. With all of that, and I would like to invite the respected Deputy Chief of the Army Staff Information Systems Technology, General Shingle, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Close this. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And good to be here in this panel in the keynote discussion. Like I was saying just previously, that they are the experts and I am the generalist. That is why I am called a general. And one more thing, for senior officers like us, addressing gathering like this is very daunting, because normally we are addressing gathering which are uniform people, and at our by my service they are generally all junior to me, so they have no option but to firstly clap at my punchline, laugh at my jokes, and so on. Here that is not a necessity. So we'll have a rule. When I give a punchline, I'll raise my left hand, so all of you clap. When I give a joke, I'll raise my right hand, then all of you laugh. Because that's the only way that I'll be able to interact. Anyway, that's on lighter vein. Let me start. Distinguished guests, the leaders, innovators from the AI community, my colleagues in uniform, some of whom are also innovators in the AI field, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is a privilege and an honor to be addressing this important forum in this path-breaking India AI Summit, Impact AI Summit. And they are accomplished professionals who are going to be speaking about AI and its impact on warfare and conflict. So allow me to focus on a different aspect which concerns us all. That is military leadership and the responsibility of ethics regulations in AI. And what is that military leaders need to look at when they are applying AI-enabled systems in conflict. Let me begin with a brief operational moment. During a recent high-tempo military operation, a senior commander was presented with a machine-generated recommendation based on multiple sensor threats and AI analysis to engage a target immediately. The system was confident, the probability score was high, the decision window was measured in seconds. But the commander paused. Something was amiss. So he asked the question, what does the machine not know? The pause revealed something. The area that the sensors were looking at had adversary troops, but there was also a civilian evacuation underway, which had just started, which had not yet been fed into the data. It is possible that there were some troops also of the adversary with the civilian evacuation. However, the commander exercised judgment and restraint, stopped the strike, and prevented loss of innocent lives. The mission later on was completed and also won. But at that point, he exercised judgment. This brings us to a fundamental truth. AI can inform decisions, but only humans can exercise judgment and bear responsibility for them. AI is today having an unprecedented speed, scale, and efficiency. Those attributes are real and are very well understood in this room. What deserves deeper reflection is something else. The new burdens AI places on leadership, command responsibility, and strategic stability. I use the word burden with care. Autonomous and AI-enabled systems advance at extraordinary speed. Therefore, 4 questions deserve our attention. Firstly, which decisions must remain with the commanders and which decisions can be delegated to data or algorithms? No matter how accurate or efficient they become. When must human judgment, moral responsibility, and command authority remain paramount? Secondly, have our rules of engagement and safety frameworks kept pace with systems that rely on data? Do we fully understand how these systems are trained, the quality of their data, and the assumptions that they make? It is also called the black box phenomena. Today, even the creator of an AI does not know what is happening inside the black box. So you can, let alone how can commanders trust it? Thirdly, are we subjecting AI-enabled systems to the same rigor that we subject new weapon systems to? Trial evaluating them, fielding them in contested conditions, and then applying them. After all, an AI-enabled system is not a software, it's a weapon. Fourthly, are we preparing our commanders and staff to lead in a world where machines can recommend, predict, and act faster than humans without allowing speed to substitute judgment? Command and control by commanders will exercise life and death decisions. Can then be given to machines? If a machine recommends a strike with 90% accuracy and the commander takes a decision and it's the wrong decision, it gives him a moral buffer to say that it was a machine that recommended it. But is that correct? These are questions that we need to answer. It is also important to understand that these concerns are not in the military domain alone. In fact, during this summit, we have released, India has released the India AI Governance Guidelines, which is a path-breaking document on a pragmatic approach to AI governance, duly supported by a techno-legal framework. The framework identifies that since AIs are probabilistic, generative, and adaptive, they can lead to unintended consequences. These are lessons for military planners too. The second thing that the framework talks about are risks. And within that, the 6th risk is national security. One of them is, which identifies that AI facilitated disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, and the use of lethal autonomous weapon systems as looming threats to public safety. Policymakers and defense planners need to be cognizant of these threats and also make people aware of them so that we can be resilient to them. To remain relevant, I must say, military leaders must stay on the learning curve, understand technology, both its challenges, pitfalls, and uses, while also ensuring that technology is absorbed and adopted by our units and troops. That is our responsibility. Having said that, let me be very clear that we as the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Army are fully cognizant of the transformative power of AI to increase our operational efficiency. And we are making every effort in the direction to ensure that AI is incorporated into our decision support systems, into our surveillance, recce, and all the other functions they do. We are actively working with industry leaders, some of whom are here, startups, and academic institutions to harness AI for military applications, drawing strength from India's vibrant innovation ecosystem and our own growing band of uniformed innovators. In fact, to give push to this direction, the Indian Army has declared this year as the year of data centricity and networking, by which we are acknowledging that data is the new oil and data-centric warfare is what we need to fight. In fact, we have set up a booth in the expo as well, and I will urge all of you to go and encourage and see it and encourage our young innovators there. For India, therefore, the question is never as to whether we should adopt AI-enabled systems, but how. And we are clear that this transition must be undertaken responsibly. So what does responsible and effective approach look like? Firstly, we must institutionalize human control, not as a slogan, but as law. This requires clearly defining which functions may be assisted by AI, which may be recommended by AI, and which must always remain human decisions. Secondly, like I said earlier, AI-enabled systems need to be treated as a weapon system and be tested accordingly. Remember that the most chaotic data environment is the battlefield. An AI trained on very clear satellite images given to it in a computer lab will fail when it sees grainy, mud-soaked, smoke, deception-like images in a battlefield and can produce a wrong decision. And therefore, there needs to be the same certification, same red teaming, and same trial evaluation of AI-enabled systems. Thirdly, is about sovereignty and trust. How does a commander trust the data that is being fed into the AI-enabled system to give him the decision support? There needs to be more clarity on that. There are systems in place which are doing it, and commanders themselves must learn about it. And lastly, leadership development must evolve so that commanders who are now going to be interrogating systems, going to be not only leading troops, but also going to be I would say interacting with systems and taking decisions on them, should know as to what are the pitfalls, what are the challenges, and how best to use them. Moral responsibility remains with the commander. But ultimately, I would like to say that we must remember a historical truth. I personally believe in the wisdom of humanity. Whenever faced with a new crisis, we have responded well. The rules governing the use of NBC weapons, the framework that has come into place for governing landmines, the Geneva Convention itself, which talks about conduct with prisoners of war, have all stood the test of time, even in conflict. So I am confident that AI, as the new looming technology on the forefront, will also find ways and means to be regulated. In fact, as we speak, the United Nations Convention on certain conventional weapons is already on. There are many governments, many states which are part of the discussion. Consensus is complex, but it will come. India today stands at the cusp of three powerful realities. We are a major military power. We are a rapidly growing AI country or an AI ecosystem. And we are a civilization that has long understood that power must be governed by restraint. Shakti must go hand in hand with dharma or righteousness. This particular thing or particular ethos gives us both capability and credibility to lead the world in using AI responsibly in conflict. As a line from popular culture, which says that with great power comes great responsibility, I think the time has come. How wisely we carry the responsibility will shape not only future wars, but the moral leadership we choose to project. The character of war may change. Our conscience cannot. With that, I would end here. I look forward to the insights by the accomplished panelists on subjects related more closely to AI and its use in conflict. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for bringing out many perspectives. But the most important point that you make is that the humans must be on top. AI cannot, dictate humans, and that moral responsibility of the leadership and how do you cultivate the new leadership towards that and how the Geneva Convention has stood the test of time. I think these are very, very significant, and this gives all of us a guidance about the ethos and the direction with which you are taking the AI enablement in the Indian Army forward. Now, let me go to the panel so that we get more ideas and what they are doing in their areas, because I am left with I think about 40 minutes. So we'll try and apportion 7 minutes to each speaker, 35 minutes, and then 5 minutes we'll keep for questions. And if maybe the organizers allow, maybe we'll go a little bit more. But let me start with you, General Chibber, the DGIs. The AI disruption in military operations have already gained the grounds in terms of conversations that happen at strategic level, as well as now even in media circles also. Basically, how the integration of AI into military operations is aligned to the changing character of warfare, including ISR, cybersecurity, information operations, and decision support systems. So my first question to you would be, how can military forces effectively integrate AI-enabled ISR and decision support systems while maintaining human judgment in the OODA loop, particularly in time-compressed operational environments where the speed advantage of AI may conflict with the principles of proportionality, distinction, and command responsibility? In fact, that question flows very naturally from what the Deputy Chief just mentioned. So I would like you to respond to that, sir.
So thank you, Subimal. So as you have rightly pointed out, certain parts get answered in the opening address itself. And it's part of a global debate now, the issues which you have raised. The requirement actually is to make better decisions and not bad decisions faster. In this context, let me highlight where AI can help us make better decisions. AI can, in fact, help us to overcome what Herbert Simon calls it bounded rationality, that human beings tend to make a satisfying decision rather than an optimum or a best decision. And that is because of 4 factors. The first factor being the information is never complete when humans have to make a decision. Second is there's a cognitive limitation. If say multiple factors have to be considered, multi-criteria, human mind can easily decide between 2-factor analysis. If there are 20 factors which have to be taken into consideration for a decision, then it is challenging. Then you tend to choose only 1 or 2 factors and make your decision. That is the second limitation. Third is the time is always short. You have to take a decision in a very quick time frame. So therefore, time to analyze all factors is not available. And fourth factor of bounded rationality is the human attention span. It is very difficult to keep attention for a very long time. All these limitations, artificial intelligence can very easily overcome. So therefore, the decision making in all the domains what you talked about can be superior to what a human would make without AI enablement. So that is the advantage of artificial intelligence. There are also some limitations. And let me highlight some limitations were highlighted by Deputy Chief in his address. There are certain limitations. When we are talking about artificial intelligence today, we are primarily talking about GPT, large language models. We are talking about generative pre-trained transformer. So as the name suggests, it is pre-trained. There's a training cycle and there's an inference cycle. There is no real-time learning which is happening. If additional learning has to take place, it has to go back to the training cycle. Whereas in a battlefield, you will have to learn as you go. There will be many factors which will emerge where you have to learn as you go. And the transformer technology itself is actually a probabilistic model of finding the next token, the next word or part of word. It is very good at that. But it fails where in one context, the moment you change the context, the result will be erroneous. That is another limitation. And the major limitation of an AI model is that it lacks abductive reasoning. Reasoning when the facts are not complete. Reasoning when the new situation has come up. that kind of decision making, if it is left to the artificial intelligence, will be disastrous. So these are the limitations. I would highlight another issue, Vimal. We normally, when we discuss this, challenge, our discussion is either in the technology domain, the reasons or the argument which I highlighted, or it goes into ethical domain, what you have said, proportionality or distinction. These two are fine. I think the discussion should also be at a deeper level, at a foundational level, at a psychological or philosophical level. How should this technology be dealt with, especially in the warfare? So in that context, let me highlight, and I'm sure those other two, that technology and ethical part is important, and there are people on the panel who are better experts than me. Let me deal this foundational aspect. Let me quote two examples. We recently had, and it has been reported in the media, that IDF used Lavender database to identify the low-level operatives in Hamas, and then they, eliminated them. And the authorization was done that if the AI engine was more than 90% accurate, you can mark that person as a target and then eliminate him. Was more than 90% accurate, you can mark that person as a target and then eliminate him. 37,000 people were identified by this AI engine and eliminated, as per reported in open source. So if it is a 10% accepted error, there were 3,700 people who were actually innocent as per the logic itself. And if there was a collateral damage, that can be put on one side. So can we rely on that? Let me now relate it to another incident, and most of you have learnt it during Vietnam War, the incident of My Lai. When a whole village was massacred in revenge, I think we can address it in this manner. In My Lai incident, there was a human agency, therefore attribution. William Calais could be fixed. You could put checks and balances that no military decision is done by any person in future. You could put deterrence in a human mind because there was attributability. Whereas in case of later or the earlier example, where we are using an AI engine, where is the attributability? That 10% innocent people, who can you attribute those deaths to? Is it attributable to the algorithm? Is it the person who made the database? Is it the person who wrote the code? That attributability part is missing. So if we have to deal with this technology into military domain, I think we need to address this foundational question. And that brings me to the last part of your query on the command responsibility. Who's responsible? Is it the coder? Is it the person who authorized? Is it the decision maker who laid down that 10% error is acceptable? Who's responsible? So as far as military leader is concerned, I think command responsibility can be defined in two ways. One is it involves a commander needs to have competence, that is how to do, what to do. And second is the human skill, why to do it. These two functions of command make a commander a good or a bad commander. And command responsibility in military parlance is absolute. It cannot be delegated. It's absolute. It cannot be delegated. You cannot do your cognitive offloading to a machine. It's not expected in the present circumstances to another human being, and in a future warfare, maybe even to a machine. So one is that. Second, should we authorize lethal kind of decision or causing violence or divorce it from human agency? I don't think that would be a wise decision. AI is a tool. We need to treat it as a tool. We need to use it effectively. Any decision which affects application of lethality will remain with the human agency. So if I have to ability, the responsibility cannot be delegated to even another human, let alone a machine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This was brilliant, which gives me a lot of fodder for the next question, but I'll come back to you. Let me come to Professor Ramakrishna, who has been at the forefront of building a lot of solutions and getting the forces also involved in the AI age. Now, you have been, of course, tracking the global landscape around how the whole AI ecosystem is evolving, and particularly if the AI integration in defense. So, how would you see, and what have the major military powers have been implementing AI in the command and control systems and intelligence gathering operations over the next past 3-5 years, and what specific capabilities have been demonstrated in real world conflicts or exercises? You see, the information not always is accurate, and look at our adversaries. Some people, what they do now, they bring surprises very regularly when it comes to the AI space. But even if you look with the friendly countries, there is different level. There is a skewed approach around their sole understanding and all. So, what are the comparative advantages and limitations that you have observed in different national approaches to AI-centric warfare, and how do you think we are also aligning ourselves?
Thank you for that question. Alluding to what the Deputy Chief, thank you for that question. Alluding to what the Deputy Chief spoke in the beginning, and sir, what you emphasized, I think no command center will trust AI as a black box. I think that's key. Everyone here is on the same page there. What AI can be used for is situation summarization, pattern detection at scale. Because what machines are good at, what AI is good at is recall. We are very good at precision, right? The domain experts are good at precision. Also, the capability to correlate across multiple sensors. Again, AI brings that big advantage. It's a one scenario. And that also, reminds us of war games. But basically, multiple scenarios and what are recommendations. So alternatives. I think what AI can give you is alternatives, right? Technology alternatives, procedure alternatives, and present with each alternative the provenance. Now I'll use some more technical keywords here. Provenance as originated with databases, right? If you write a database query, you have the execution plan and you know why a particular result came up, right? So that provenance is very key. When I was at IBM Research before joining IIT Bombay, we were actually quite frustrated with AI over-promising and under-delivering. And we were so inspired by databases, we said, let's extend the SQL language, right? Structured query language to annotator query language. We actually created an annotator query language which uses a bit of AI, and a product was launched when I was at IBM Research, and it had its own algebra, just like SQL has its own algebra. It was a very interesting exercise. Why? Because we can get provenance. So that's one, provenance to sources. When we met the Honorable PM on 8th Jan, a long conversation, he said, we also need attribution. So there is provenance in terms of sources, but there is attribution in terms of experts. Again, AI can, if we can get to the attribution by laying alternatives, that would be great. And third is the most technical part, which is observability stack. Right? When processes get executed. Today, when training happens at BharatGen, we have our Deputy Director, Professor Atre, and we have this Section 8 company at IIT Bombay called BharatGen, where we're building models on thousands of GPUs, training models. Even inference, you need to ultimately delegate to a cluster of GPUs. So I think this attributability at every level is very important. Now the question you also brought up was specific examples of what other countries are doing. From an academic perspective, Stanford University released this very interesting open source platform called Snorkel. So, sir, you mentioned programs, right? Sometimes programs are more reliable than AI models. So what Snorkel does, it lets humans design programs, right? Complex programs. Sometimes you annotate data and you have annotator guidelines. What they say is, translate all those annotator guidelines into programs. And these programs coexist with your model, can coexist with your model. Now what Stanford Snorkel did was they actually use these programs to annotate data, learn parameters of these programs. So these programs are parameterized. And then these programs are thrown away. What we realize is India, we like to always compliment. Our UPI complemented our savings economy. Can we complement what exists? So we try to differ from them. We said, well, programs are important, but programs cannot be used and through. Programs are not just to annotate data. these data programs which you mentioned should have the ability to override the ML model output. So we actually created an open source platform called Spear, semi-supervised data programming. My PhD student Janvi is also here in the audience. She worked very closely with Sama, with the DGIS. So the idea there is our program should be able to override the models, right? Because as you pointed out, ultimately trust is a problem. And it took quite some time for the academic community to appreciate, because anything that comes from India is not necessarily viewed right, as state of the art. But finally the community accepted that this is a very good paradigm. I think we'll also have to innovate technologically to make sure that the human, the domain experts are, the command center is in the driver's wheel and not AI. I'm really enjoying this conversation. Thank you for bringing this up.
Lovely. I think you hit the nail when you said attribution, because that's possibly the biggest issue with cybersecurity for decades now. Speech was very much clear, and both the panelists have also spoken around that. That responsibility is very, very crucial. Maybe in a civilian domain, we really don't bother much about responsibility and etc. But here, it has to be absolutely the command remains with an individual, and it's not delegated. So what are the regulatory approaches that defense organizations adopt to enable rapid AI deployment and development for maintaining strategic advantage while ensuring adequate testing, validation, and human oversight mechanisms are in place? And how can policy framework manage the tensions between operational urgency in military context and the precautionary principles required for high-stakes AI systems? I'm sure, sir, there are a lot of precedents that we are sort of building up. So where do you see this whole landscape?
Yeah, it's a pretty complex situation, and it's probably as complex as how new technologies come in and then need to be regulated. So we've been facing it earlier on also. It's not that we haven't faced such situations. There was a very potent technology which came in terms of nuclear technology, and people were wondering how to control it. And then you did reach certain conclusions, as was mentioned by General Shingle as well. But the only change I see here is that, that was a technology which was very few people had. That was a technology which was very few people had. And AI is going to be much more democratic. So it'll be approachable by a lot of people. The second thing is the pace at which it is changing. Nuclear technology didn't change as fast. So we'll have to keep up with it. So the policies that we bring into this will have to take both these factors into consideration. Mainly, I would say that AI with its civilian uses, and we still have to function in the fog of war. So while there is noise and there is physicality and there is dust, there is also communication which has to take place with the machine, which can be interdicted and probably even jammed completely. So at one point, it will have to go autonomous, or at one point completely human controlled by human physical means. Right? So again, it gets very complex over there. But yet we have to use it in an environment where we can be sure that it is delivering results. So it has to be absolutely reliable. And that is where it becomes very different from civilian applications. It has to be absolutely reliable. If it has to kill, it has to kill. And the second thing is, we have to make sure that with all this, we still keep in mind responsibility and international human law. And international human laws will have to be adhered to, otherwise humanity is lost. So somewhere in between this, when you use a probabilistic technology, but you're getting very deterministic outcomes, there is a fundamental kind of a difference which we are bringing in here. And that's what I wanted to highlight in the first place, and the complexity comes in here. Now, how are we going to do this? I think when it comes to governance of AI, generally, we may still accept that governance lags behind how AI begins to advance faster and faster. But in the military, perhaps we can't do that. We don't have that luxury. So therefore, AI responsibility will have to be inserted at every stage of the life cycle of the development of the AI system itself in the military. And therefore, right from the ideation stage to the design stage, to the development stage, to the deployment stage. But not only that, I would say even as you spirally develop the systems, you have to keep putting the trust factor and the re-aim, the responsible AI factor into it. And then finally, you even have to ensure that you destroy it at the right time. To agentic AI, I think that the later part becomes more and more important. Now, as we go from the lab into the simulation stage and into the deployment stage, what is it that I would say we should have in our phases? How do we identify each phase itself is a question mark. They are not very well defined. So you may try to define each phase, but even within that, there are various spaces which you need to ensure that you have inserted responsibility into it. The second is bias mitigation. Biases are bound to creep in. How do you keep detecting those biases? And that requires a very high amount of alertness. So while we develop a system, the responsible aspect also we need to be alert to all along. And the third aspect is safety when it comes to critical use, especially when you're talking about lethal autonomous weapon systems. Because that is where you're bringing in, the drift, which needs to be checked and kept controlled. Drift detection is very important. But I also feel that you'll have to create certain bounded envelopes under which you use your weapon systems. So those bounded operational envelopes will need to be clearly defined as to where those weapon systems will be used. And that, once defined by us, will have to be adhered to by our adversaries, and therefore we need to bring in these policy decisions. Of course, we have to have national policies and then decisions. Of course, we have to have national policies and then we'll have to start looking at the international policies. Work is happening at both ends. We need to plug them together, but there are differences in capabilities between the US and China and us, and maybe Europe. And how will we balance that out? That's the kind of discussion that we did in the REAIM summit where I just came back from at Spain. And I had suggested that our confidence building measures amongst ourselves would have to be not only tiered between the advanced powers in AI and the middle powers, but will also have to be tailored according to the requirement of each.
Founder Neuralix, you are already working with the forces, and particularly you have a wider industry perspective at this stage, how things are happening in this country. So what mechanisms and institutional frameworks you feel are required to foster effective collaboration between the defense professional, academic researchers, technology startups, established industry players to create a vibrant AI ecosystem in the defense applications here in the country?
Thank you, first of all. I think everybody's able to hear me okay. First of all, thanks for the panel, distinguished panels, for inviting us to be here. This is one of a kind, and we are also at the inflection point of how AI is getting adopted in India, and it's a great time to be present as part of this engagement here. What I wanted to first talk about is how we are able to essentially bring these clusters together. And when I say cluster, it is the combination of deep tech startups, the nodal agencies, the military coming together, the system integrator, something that we don't pay a lot of attention to, and finally the domain experts. Not a problem. Yeah. So it is one of those things that we have to ensure that such clusters come together, and they're moving forward in terms of developing systems that are providing what is called as an ROI. Now, ROI for defense is not profitability. ROI for defense is security. ROI for defense is getting intelligence at its faster pace. ROI for defense is building effective decision support systems that we are often build these sovereign models on, and other things. Now, what is really important here is how is it that something like this comes apart? And I want to take an example of my past life as a postdoctoral researcher at MD Anderson Cancer Center. Again, very similar things. It's a question of life and death when it comes to cancer is concerned. How is it that we bring together the domain experts? There is certain policies set by the government, especially in this case, on the health side of things. Whenever we build new instrumentation, how is it that they go through what is called as basic research? Basic research goes into clinical research. Clinical research then goes applied on what is called as imaging technologies, and you try them out on small animal imaging. You take FDA approval to try it on trials on humans, and then finally it becomes a technology that moves forward. I think defense is also very similar to the medical industry, where lives matter. And when lives matter, such decisions have to be taken in this clusteral approach that the other industries have taken. So there's a lot of things that is drawn from all of these different avenues that are all there. Secondly, there has to be a form wherein the founders are now embedded within the army in terms of how we are able to understand the domain. I was, privileged enough to be born to the olive green, so I've seen this from the very beginning. But more importantly, how is it that the teams are able to understand the various nuances, the limitations also of putting such systems together, and proceeding with what is called an iterative approach? Is you build something fast enough, you test it out, you see the outcomes of it, then go, whether it is Anthropic, whether it is ChatGPT or any of this, have gone through these phases from where they are today at this point. And then more importantly, it is the embed of the other side also. It is the members of the armed forces should also embed themselves into the startup foundation. How do they think about it? Because, as a founder, some of us have left 8-figure jobs. In US, we have left what is called as, a tenured position. I was a university professor at University of Oklahoma. Left tenured jobs, and we have come here and we're doing this kind of stuff. The only way to be able to have that passion in your bone to doing innovation is when the other side also understands and have empathy for what it takes to go build technologies. And if that happens in a very bilinear in fashion, you'll see the great outcomes coming out of it. I think this is something has also been adopted very recently, although there is with DARPA in the US and how they are doing it at the same time. So this is something that is of a great monumental value of people understanding each other and how we go ahead and prolifically be able to apply technologies going further. The other area that I wanted to kind of also mention is when I come back to the plumbing system is making sure that they are effective. We test them out very quickly. I'm grateful to the IDEX program. 15, 20 years ago, something like this never existed, wherein startups could come and innovate so fast. The IDEX program has given us the opportunity to be able to come and very quickly produce something and be able to apply it to the various agencies and see what the outcomes could come out. The earlier we see the outcomes, the earlier the impact of all these technologies are happening. So in short, what I wanted to kind of conclude again is the plumbing system in UT, in AI, people were laughed at it, that, you're taking neural networks, it's a theoretical subject. Nobody is even going to ask anything about it. You're not going to find a job. You're going to be jobless. And if you look at it, fast forward so many number of years now, there's not a sentence that does not start with it. But as a matter of fact, what's really important is there is a whole area of AI and data science that also needs attention at the same time. There's so many other areas wherein, especially some of my own employees, they are PhDs in from UCLA and they're data scientists. They wouldn't know D of deep learning today because they're very good at certain things of data science, and they want to make sure that the deterministic algorithms are also part of this understanding. How do we use deterministic algorithms? How do we utilize game theory concepts? How do we make sure that we are learning from data at the same time? And all of these aspects have to come together to understand it. It's not being, AI cannot be at the fashion of what comes in and what goes out. I think that is one thing that we have to realize, that the moment something else becomes more important, we can't be on top of that. We have to make sure that we build discipline based upon what are the outcomes of it.
So Vikram, I think
Thank
this
you.
is fantastic, and this totally, takes me to what Madhumita has to speak about, because she is already into this whole seeing the military side as well as the industry, and particularly one of the areas, supply chain, that's again an area where a lot of transformation happens. But I just wanted to mention that almost the same period of time, I was a student of mathematics pursuing my post-graduation, and when I had artificial intelligence as special paper, people laughed at me. And today, it's changed so much, when the moment you looked at Python programming and looked at everything of statistics through that lens, everything has changed. Madhumita, over to you. Concern deploying AI, particularly from that purpose, so that the demand forecasting, inventory management, route optimization, and real-time asset tracking. I would want you to speak on that.
That was a large question. Thank you so much. And firstly, thank you everyone for having me here. Indeed, my privilege to be a part of such an august panel and such a lovely audience. To answer your question, I think globally defense supply chain is now moving from what it used to be like forecasting, stocking, and then reacting to actually sensing, predicting, and then adapting. So we have demand forecasting embedded in AI, embedded across demand forecasting, inventory routing, and all sorts of, through the entire supply chain, not as a pilot, but as a mission critical systems tied to readiness. Why this is important is because why it's very specific to India is because we do not have a linear supply chain. We are operating, through jungles, through oceans, through really long borders, and through very many threat vectors. So how then we should be able to sustain, combat and be ready for combat is what is something that our supply chain networks have to address. So to give an example in terms of, sustained supply chain and demand forecasting that has been implemented worldwide, and because I'm a consultant, is, if you could draw from the US Defense Logistics Organization, which uses machine learning to predict spares failure, and they have a very efficient inventory management system currently at play. And the NATO as well, uses this predictive analytics to ensure that, they take into ingesting a lot of algorithms on operational tempo, terrain, and warehouse automation in UK and US defense depots, wherein they utilize robotics, vision systems, and intelligent slotting in making sure they have an efficient warehousing automation system. We also see the Ministry of Defense in UK, wherein they have taken the onus of implementing supply chain digitization, which focuses clearly on AI-enabled demand forecasting, and of course, automated fulfillment for defense forces that are deployed. These are some of the good best practices that we can see the world over. And of course, the Russia and Ukraine war has taught us in terms of how route optimization and, how they are actually operating and showcasing resilience under fire, in which they're utilizing, AI-enabled technologies for route optimization to plan their convoys. So these are some of the, examples that I can think of. And, in closing, I'd like to say, for India specifically, I think AI in defense logistics is not about copying global markets. It's about building a resilient and indigenous system which will actually help adapt our supply chain networks to ensure that we are turning the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative into our operational advantage.
Thank you, Madhumita. I would be unfair to the audience if I don't take your question. I know we are out of time. So just one question, if anyone has. Just give the mic. Can you come and tell loudly?
Okay. Sir, as we have seen that in the recent operations of Sindoor, we have seen that the adversary was using the AI at a large space. And we do have indigenous capabilities, but we are much, though we have developed certain softwares, but for the hardware part, we are still dependent on other countries. So, what are your perspective? How we are
Present technology relies on the GPUs, and we are reliant for imports for GPUs. So these vulnerabilities are known. They can be addressed through multiple means. One is you have multiple sources. Then is you have alternate technologies, and we are working towards that. Also, can we today develop instead of a large language model which runs on a GPU, a small language model which runs even on a CPU, and then have a large this agentic garden which small language models are running on a farm of CPUs, and then you can serve the same purpose which a GPU based large language model will give. That is another. Third is, which is related to a longer time span, is having an indigenous capability to develop this hardware. So that again, that activity is being taken up very seriously. There are 4 lead agencies which are working on producing these semiconductors within India. We lost that opportunity once in the 80s when our semiconductor limited got burned down in 1986, and we became import reliant. TSMC came up in 1987, 1 year later. Today controls 75% of the market. So we are starting late, but as I say that there is advantages of the first movers, they get a lead, but there are advantages of the last mover, you get the clarity. So we are moving in all 3 directions.
Actually, very beautifully articulated. The last more advantage can also be used to do better hardware design. For example, the new architecture, the mixture of experts, we just launched a 17.
Whether that kind of an editor can be taken into the system, and whether that human in the loop, and we need to prepare them from the 6th grade to the 12th grade. That's what this budget talked about, that we are going to impact it with 15,000 schools to start with. AI pretty much has entered every single aspect of our business, right from graphics to even writing scripts to giving you the final video, and also creating something which is, of different scale altogether. Nevertheless, the thing is, few of the challenges that I see as we design curriculums for the new age storytellers is that every semester will have to be a different semester as you define it. Because the foundational skills are the ones that you can actually look at going early. India, unfortunately, with the first education policies, didn't have creative arts, performing arts, design and sports.
There'll be startups or large players and innovators that we incorporate them into building AI-enabled systems.
This event and most of the sessions have had very well turnout. And while there's a lot of excitement around AI in India and in almost every dimension and in every angle, including the consumers and all, but one of the very important topics is where the artificial intelligence operates or enhances or impacts the defense ecosystem. And as much as we would have wanted to deliberate on it in the 55 minutes that we have, we would try and cover most of the grounds with the questions to the panelists. But before that, the address by the respected Deputy Chief ISNT. Uh, you know, we was in Mumbai, and if you saw the 21 outcome statements, 5 of them were related to defense, and then of course there is one very specifically on the critical and emerging technologies and in the defense ecosystem. Same if you look at the conversations with US that has been happening, AI remains at the forefront of all the cutting edge technologies and the areas where we want to cooperate. And nevertheless, with all these efforts and what we are trying to do here, we are also trying to see that how responsively we use AI in all our activities, and that is very, very important when you look even at the defense ecosystem. So AI being a force multiplier, AI trying to improve and maybe modernize battlefield tactics, look at the doctrines, look at how do you manage the supplies, and of course enabling the equipments to be performing much more optimally or in newer horizons. So the changing battlefield that we all see will have a significant impact with the usage of artificial intelligence and the emerging technologies. So this is where I think we have a fantastic panel. We are very lucky that this panel is confined to experts, and the number is less. Many sessions have had huge number of experts who actually cannot do justice in the time of 55 minutes that's there. With all of that, and I would like to invite the respected Deputy Chief of the Army Staff Information Systems Technology, General Shingle, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll close this. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So they have no option but to, firstly clap at my punchline, laugh at my jokes, and so on. Here that is not a necessity. So we'll have a rule. When I give a punchline, I'll raise my left hand. So all of you clap. When I give a joke, I'll raise my right hand. Then all of you laugh. Because, that's the only way that I'll be able to interact. Anyway, that's on lighter vein. Let me start. Distinguished guests, the leaders, innovators from the AI community, my colleagues in uniform, some of whom are also innovators in the AI field, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all.
Complete application, a gigabyte-sized application to solve the problem. You're going to break it down into epics, user stories, use cases. So the first part is doing the discovery of what problems you want to solve. The second part is prototyping, right? You have a way that you imagine you're going to solve a problem. You want to build applications, give it to your end users, get feedback, do user research, right? So that's the second part of product discovery. And finally, when you have your product, you launch it out there, release it out there in a way that it is scalable, maintainable, reliable for your end users. And that is the product delivery part. So this is a cycle, and this has accelerated, right? So what used to take probably 6 months now happens in weekly cycles. And all of this can be and is being powered by AI. So how are we looking at a more informed product strategy? Capabilities or tools like Gemini Deep Research, which is available in Gemini Enterprise. This helps you explore explore articles, explore research, understand the market, present it to you in a simplified format so that you understand the opportunities and the market that you're trying to solve for. Maybe something like, if you want to get a buy-in from your execs, or maybe your partners in terms of building out your software. In the past, you would have to make your presentations, talk to them, convince them. Again, it is extremely easy to do that today. With Gemini in the workspace, and even things like Nano Banana, you can create amazing infographics, you can create, and all of this, again, is powered by Gemini 3. You heard this multiple times in the previous talks sections as well. But Gemini 3 is our state-of-the-art model with state-of-the-art reasoning, multimodal understanding. You can use it for agentic coding capabilities. It has advanced tool usage and planning capabilities, right? And this is available to you through Gemini, and through the Gemini app, through various other tools, right? Anti-gravity, through AI Studio. You can leverage these highly capable models through all the products and use it in your product cycle. How about product discovery? We spoke about the product strategy in the first. the product discovery side. Now that you have your research, you can upload that into Notebook LM. How many use Notebook LM here? You like it? Yeah, awesome. I mean, amazing product. I really enjoy it. Notebook LM uploaded there, poke at your data, ask questions, find out, okay, what are the opportunities I have in it? What can I tackle first? So use the research that you have done, put that into Notebook LM and try to gather insights that you can then focus on. You can start creating your use cases, specific user stories, and start working on that. Rapidly prototype, as we said, right? You do your, identify your use cases. The next thing you need to do is build something and get user feedback. How do you do that? Use AI Studio, use Gemini CLI, use anti-gravity, use all these modern tooling that we have that lets you wipe code, that lets you build out these. And, So Google Anti-Gravity is, we have reimagined the development platform, right? So it's a brand new agent EE, right? So all of this come together in anti-gravity. How many here have used anti-gravity? Okay, about 50, 60%. I mean, rest of you do try it out. I use it for a lot of things which is not related to coding, right? Even exploring the typical ways we spin off an agent, the agent does a task, and I'm sitting and watching the agent do its thing, right? Why am I wasting my time with that? I can think about what is the next problem, what is the next use case that I want to build. Spin off a new task, spin off a new agent executing on the task, and anti-gravity lets you do that, right? So if you haven't tried it out, do try it out. If you have used anti-gravity and haven't tried these features, definitely do try it out. We'll not go to the demo. We have a huge pavilion in the other expo hall in Hall 5. Please do reach out to us. We'll have a lot of demos and a lot of use cases there, so talk to us there. And the final thing is product delivery, right? We have done all of the strategy, discovery, and we want to now deliver. And this is where I was talking about before as well, right? Planning is really, really important. So you can use capabilities like we have a conductor extension in Gemini CLI, if that's your preferred way of building software. We have anti-gravity that has a planning mode. Leverage these tools. Ask you to come up with a plan. How do I make my application ready for production? What are the things that I need to be doing? How do I take care of security? How do I do observability? Build all these things out. Plan for all of this. Leverage these tools and capabilities in order to do it. And then you also have the platform that you need to run your applications. So on Google Cloud, you have a Google Kubernetes Engine, Cloud Run, Agent Engine. These are highly scalable, flexible platforms where you can deploy your agents, deploy your applications. So what's the next step that you need to take, right, to make all this happen? How about if you could really innovate faster? How about if you could really innovate faster, go from concept to production in a matter of weeks or days? How about if you could drive growth, innovate rapidly, right? Acquire more users, give them an experience. How about if you could operate really smart, complex workflows, let the infrastructure take care of all the scaling and reliability problems for you while you focus on the business functionality, the value that you're providing. And this is where Anand mentioned this, but this is how we have an entire stack, right? For your full stack AI application, we have a full stack platform, right from the infrastructure, as Anand was mentioning, from the GPUs, to control the experience, and we can provide you with the best experience possible. So do leverage these. Again, talk to us more. A few things that I will mention before I end. Cloud Run with GPUs. Cloud Run is our highly flexible, scalable, serverless container platform, right? Any container that you have, you can deploy it on Cloud Run and forget about it. As the users grows, the platform will scale. But this now comes with GPUs. It's on demand. It scales to 0. If you're not using it, you're not going to be paying anything for it. You pay by the second, pay by how much time you're using the services. Right? Unlocks amazing use cases. For example, you can bring in your own model. You can bring in open models, your favorite open model. Gemma is everyone's favorite, right? But yeah, bring in your favorite model, bring in your fine-tuned models. All of this can be run on Cloud Run with GPUs. Some use cases, for example, if you want to do real-time LLM inference, right? I mean, this is what 80% of our use cases are. These are some things that you can use Cloud Run with GPUs for. On-demand image generation. You don't need to keep a GPU, a machine running all the time. Send it through a Cloud Run, and then when the request comes in, it uses the GPUs, does the processing, gives you the images, media use cases, video processing, 3D rendering, and so on. Google has an AI-ready data cloud, and I'm sorry, I sweat a lot under the lights. So you can say I'm nervous as well. No, I'm not, but yeah. Make your stories. Use Nano Banana, take a photo of me and say, okay, this guy's nervous on the stage. Why not? That'll be fun. Right? But Google's AI-ready data cloud, right from your databases, right from global scale vector-ready databases, embedding-ready databases, to your data warehouses in BigQuery, all of these plug into your Vertex AI, your AI platform. So the power of these AI applications that you're building out is your data. That is your differentiator. And for that, you need the best databases, the best data warehouses, the best insights in tools like Looker. All of this is a really flexible open source framework that we have built. It works really well with Gemini and the Google and the Google Cloud ecosystem. However, we have built this as model agnostic, deployment agnostic. You can bring in any model. You can get a container artifact and run it on any platform, right? So it's completely up to you, no lock-in. But it's the way that we think, the way that we want to build agents. We have built this framework and open sourced it. So again, this is something that you can leverage in order to build out your agents and accelerate your product development lifecycle. An agent standing alone is of no use. So the framework also lets you connect to your ecosystems, connects to tools, services, Google Maps, whatever be it. Bring in your MCP servers, talk to various external tools, talk to databases. We also have our own native capabilities. For example, grounding with Google Search, grounding with Google Maps, code execution. These are all capabilities that are readily available out of the box with ADK. You can even bring in tools from any other framework that you have used, right? For example, tools from LangGraph. You can bring that into ADK and leverage it within ADK. And finally, this framework is engineered to be enterprise ready, right? So it works very well. You can connect to managed MCP servers that we have on Google Cloud. You have observability, you have evaluations. A lot of enterprise ready capabilities are available on ADK that you can use to build out your applications. Again, we'll skip the demo. Please come over to the booth. We can talk more in detail there. So almost ending, last 3 slides. Building agents, building AI applications with Google Cloud. AI applications need to be full stack applications, and you need a full stack AI platform in order to be able to run this, right? Right from your first party models or third party models, you have access to state of the art models on Google Cloud. You have access to the runtimes. You need to run your application somewhere, right? You're not going to build something on your laptop and hand it over to your friend, go ahead and use it. You need runtimes. So any kind of thing, right? Whatever you want, right? Everything that you need in order to build your full stack AI applications is available for you on Google Cloud. So please go try it out. I would encourage you to try it out and let us know what you find about it, what you're liking, what you're not liking. We would love to hear from you, get your feedback, and make these products better for your use cases. And finally, I'll introduce this program. We have the Gen AI Academy that we have just kicked off. This is a 2026 version. This runs every quarter. We have a cohort every quarter focused on specific use cases. This is designed to be a highly gamified, challenge-oriented learning experience, right? You will start with instructor-led sessions and workshops. You have self-learning. You can go ahead and do this. You will have assessments to evaluate how your learning is progressing. You have projects that you'll have to submit. All of this is in the next slide. I'm just waiting for the photos to get done so that you have the QR code. But take a photo of the QR code or even search for Gen AI Academy on Google. You'll be able to find this place, right? But it's a highly immersive program that we have designed. And finally, after all the projects that you will be building and submitting quarter on quarter, we even have hackathons at various stages. So you can put your learning and your skills to the test and compete against all the other participants who are there. So it's an amazing program. Please do join up. Please do sign up for this. It's completely free, of course, right? And would love to see what kind of products and what kind of solutions you're building out as you come out through the projects and through the hackathons. With that, I will end my talk. I hope this was interesting. I hope you had something to take away from this. And
well, Prashant talked a lot about cloud today. I'm going to talk about the other side, the mobile side of things. By the way, I'm Amrit Sanjeev. I'm a staff engineer on the Android Developer Relations team. And we're going to, rising in users' expectations of what they could do with their apps. And secondly, there are breakthroughs in AI which allow you to create new and delightful experiences for your users. Now, when people look at it, they want actually a couple of things which are different from maybe in the past. They want personalized. They want intelligent, personalized experiences that are agentic in nature. So users expect you to actually do things proactively, not just reactive. So that's a huge change in the shift in how you actually want to think about some of these use cases. Now, when you look at the AI landscape, we actually classify it into 3 buckets. We have a lot of use cases that we see in the helpful class, which is basically things like a contextual assistant that comes in and actually solves problems at the right time for you. Or it could be a proactive spam detection or fraud detection in many cases. The second one is a content space, where you have things like summarization, generation of content, things like that, classification. All of these use cases are actually getting done. Thirdly, we have the social and communication, and this is where the true visual magic is really happening. A lot of image generation, editing, contextual image editing, all these sort of aspects, super resolution image zooming, things like that, where new experiences are being shown, and this is delighting users a lot. So these are the usual, these are the main classic buckets in which we're seeing use cases come out in the app market. Like we mentioned earlier, we have an end-to-end stack, and I think that's been drilled into you guys a couple of times already. But just to call it out, we have the stack all the way from cloud and all the way down to devices. And not just that, we have a set of tools which allow you to build and optimize on these solutions really quickly. Thirdly, we also built in security into this. So your data is secure, and you don't have to worry about security too much about when you're actually using this end-to-end stack. And lastly, all these tools are designed to work seamlessly with each other. So you can actually focus on innovating rather than getting the studio without actually writing the app and actually using an API to connect and communicate. You can prototype using AI Studio. Then we have a powerful model suite which spans across Gemini, Gemma, and image generation model like Imagine. So you could use that to actually build your solutions. On top of it, we also have SDKs. So like MLK Gen AI SDK, which allows you for local inference. And then you have Firebase AI Logic, which allows you to do cloud inference. So this accelerates and speeds up how you might want to do things, hiding all the complexity of interacting with a model. And lastly, for developers, we also have a catalog, which has a lot of use cases realized, where you can actually look at it as references on how to build Gen AI use cases into your app. So that's a catalog you can actually use as a reference. Now, jumping into, now when you're looking at, I talked about cloud and on device, right? That's actually something that you want to kind of decide early on as you think of your solution. How do you want to kind of leverage either of these two solutions that we have? So there are a bunch of parameters on which you want to kind of decide. So some of them are context window. How much data are you going to pass back and forth? What is a device reach? So how many devices do you want to actually cater these use cases for? Is it only for the high-end devices, or is it for the mass market devices, or is it for a particular hardware when the particular hardware is available? So you will decide on that. The cost factor, yes, with applications which have huge scale, cost becomes a factor. There's huge scale, cost becomes a factor. There's offline availability, complexity of your task, whether you need to do local processing only. Because of privacy or regulatory reasons, you can't take data out to the server, so you have to process it locally. So that becomes another factor. And modality. Modality is basically what is the input-output? Is it going to be an audio stream? Is it going to be an image? Is it going to be just text? And what do you want to get back in return from the model? Is it going to be text? Is it going to be an image? Is it going to be a video? So you can actually decide. And equally important is what is the response you need back? Do you want an image generated, or do you want textual output, or do you want a combination of things? That's something you can actually decide on. Secondly, it's the complexity. When you look at complexity, some tasks are more complex than others. They require sometimes specialized knowledge. Say, look at a legal review or a medical review or a financial modeling. They require specialized knowledge for the models to kind of be effective and be very useful in your use case. So you want to kind of look at, is it going to be a simple use case like summarization, or is it going to be more complicated like financial modeling? So the complexity of the task becomes another criteria. The third one is a context window. How much data are you going to pass to the system? Is it going to be hours of video or audio, or is it going to be just a small prompt? Is it going to be something that you need back is a long form text or video that is generated? So you want to look at both input and output format and then decide. And based on this, you can actually arrive and lean towards one of these, whether you want to do locally or whether you want to kind of go to the server-side solutions here. Now, that doesn't mean that the other things that I talked about don't matter. You start with this and then you fine-tune using the other things. So sometimes your offline availability becomes a really important factor, and that's a non-negotiable in certain use cases. So the other factors are sometimes like edge cases. So you want to kind of look at your specific use case, apply that parameter based on what your use cases really want to kind of add as a constraint, and then decide whether you want to go one side or the other. Now, I talked about on-device and cloud a little bit. So just a comparison here. So on-device, there are a couple of advantages. Like it is available offline. So you don't need internet connectivity for your use case to run and generate responses. It's available on the device. Secondly, there's privacy and privacy because your data is not going off the device. It is not going over the wire. It's processed locally on the device. And there are many use cases, like financial use cases, where regulatory requirements need you to process it like this. You also have to look at it because you're running it on the user's device, right? You are not incurring any cost, server-side cost to using these APIs. But on the other side, the cloud side has a little more powerful models. So models are more capable on the cloud side. Secondly, it's also available to any connected device. If you look at the on-device models, they're not available for every device. They're there on a certain set of devices which are supported at this point, whereas cloud can be launched for any, you can expand your use case and increase your device reach quite extensively. Certainly, more modalities are supported. On-device now supports image and text, whereas video, audio, all of these other formats are actually getting supported are already supported on cloud. And it has a really, really large context window. So you can actually have hours of video processing or hours of video content or hours of audio content that you want to kind of add as context and then work with them if the need be. That is something that you can continue to do with cloud models. Now, this is like the spectrum of models that we have. Like on one side, on device, you have Gemini Nano, and the same architecture is there on Gemma 3N, which is the open source version of it. And then you have the Gemini Pro and Flash, which are our flagship models on cloud. And you also have Nano Banana and Imagen models, which are basically image generation and editing models, specific models which are actually tuned for more of these sort of use cases. Let's start with building some experience with on-device inference. How do you actually think about some of this? Now, all of you folks, let me show a quick show of hands. How many people are using Android devices here? But again, you might be using some of these products that we have, and you are already using many of these features on-device inference, using on-device, for instance. So for instance, the voice recorder summarization feature or the Gmail Smart Reply API, without having to worry. The SDK handles all the complexity of interacting with the model, getting the data, the response back. All of that is handled by the API itself. Now, there are a few use cases like summarization, proofreading, rewriting, image generation. A few more are actually added now. We've added a few more to this. These are specialized use cases which you can just call like an API. So if you want to summarize an article, you can just summarize the MLKit, add the MLKit Gen AI as a API SDK, and then you can actually just call it like a function call and get your response back. And this hides the complexity a lot. So integrating this is like only a couple of lines of code. And you can quickly prototype also. That makes it easier for you to prototype and create new experiences. Now, the first question that you might have in your mind is, what if my use case is not fitting into any of these buckets? That's where you have the Open Prompt API, which allows you to send natural language text, and then you can actually get responses for that. There are certain modalities like text and images supported as input right now, and you get text output at this point. But that's just where we are at it, and we'll be expanding that further. Now, if you're looking at cloud, and I'm going to quickly jump to the cloud experience here. We have a set of models here. We have the Pro, which is a flagship model, which has the long context, complex reasoning capabilities. Then we have the Flash, which is more of our workhorse sort of model, which has a great balance between performance and cost. And lastly, we have the Flashlight, which is more about when you have high scale, cost has become the primary factor, then you actually try to use Flashlight. So all of these have slightly different costing and slightly different latency in terms of, and you have to look at your use case and see what works best for you. Sometimes if you need complex reasoning, you need to go to the pro model. Whereas if your use case is slightly more simpler, you can actually use flash or flashlight and get around with it. Again, cost, it's a no cost tier to start with. You have a generous quota for your development and testing purposes. You can use Google AI Studio to kind of prototype with it. And then you also can smoothly upgrade to a paid tier when your scale increases. So as you launch your app and your scale is improving and you need more and more capacity, then you can actually move on to a paid tier smoothly. But if you're already an enterprise customer, you're already using Google Cloud and you need enterprise level capabilities, then the Gemini API for Vertex AI is the provider you should be using. That has additional capabilities like you can actually decide, you have control over inference location, you have criticality and availability, which is slightly different from the other one. So if you're already a cloud customer and you have already done all that setting up, then maybe the Vertex AI is something, Gemini API in Vertex AI is what you might be wanting to take it. Now, if you're building an app, most of the time this is the architecture that people would want it. Your app talking to a server, when then decides which model to use or which gateway to go to, and that gateway talking to the models, right? Now we've made it simpler for you there also. We have the Firebase AI Logic SDKs for you. The set of SDKs that you can use, add to your app, it will talk to the Firebase servers, then use the gateways that you've configured, and then it'll actually do the work for you. And this is only a few lines of code. So it hides away all those complexities. So in order to integrate this, you most probably will like 10 to 15 lines of code and your use case is done. For a chat, for instance, or an interactive chat, text only, it's about 15 lines of code apart from your UI. But your configuration and your setup is only about 15 lines of code at the max. It's that simple. So it's really easy. If you haven't tried it out, please go try these things out. These are not like you need to work for weeks before you can see results. You only have to work for a couple of hours and you will actually start seeing real world results come out here. And when you go to, you can actually have contextual artwork or custom stickers. These are all adding delightful moments to the users when they're using your app, and it's very visual so people relate to it really quickly. Where these models are slightly different is that if you're actually looking at imagining how you want to have a conversation and create an image, that's where you want to use the nano banana model. That is, you are saying that, oh, I need to create an image, and you give it the description. And you say, oh, I want this section to change like this. So that contextual, conversational sort of an image generation is basically nano banana. And the Imagine model is more of a faster model for kind of fine-tuning these things, like aspect ratios, quality, artistic styles, those sort of things. If you want to apply, that's where you want to kind of do it. I'll show you an example of it. You can actually see this where you actually have an first image, which is generate an image of a dog as a chef, and it created that. The second text that is given to the system is change the veggies in the image to meat. And that's the information that the user is giving, and that is the second image that it generates. So this is a nano banana outcome. This is a simple chat-based conversational image generation tool that we wrote. Whereas in Imagine, this is another example where you have an original bitmap with a dog actually creating pancakes, and we are actually masking an area, and then we are actually giving a prompt like remove the pancakes and add an omelette. And then it's actually changing that in the last one to omelette. It should have been omelette. Anyway, somebody's goofed up that one, but it is an omelette, by the way. For all purposes, it was an omelette. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, low latency, last one I want to touch upon is the low latency real-time voice interaction. This is where you create conversational APIs. Till now, you talked about models where you had things in which you answering and you can say, no, this is not what I wanted. I want you to consider this and give me an answer. And the system will be able to kind of react to it. So that creates a lot of conversational stuff. There are a lot of use cases for hands-free voice control, voice search in your application. These are all places where you can actually leverage on this API and do this. I talked about quite a few APIs and what the possibilities are on the mobile side of it. There is a lot more advanced concepts like function calling, fine-tuning the models, how you would use RAGs, for instance, adapters, AI core, and there are a lot more details here, but in the interest of time, I wouldn't be able to cover all those topics. So that could be the homework for you guys. If you have covered a lot of the things I've talked about, look at function calling, look at RAG, look at fine-tuning of these models. These are areas which you can explore to create more delightful experiences for your users. With that, I'll hand it over to Anisha to talk to you about Google Cloud. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Google Play, but that's a conversation for another day, Sanjeev. Thank you, everyone. A big warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for making it at 10 a.m. today. I mean, we looked at the crowds and we were just so happy. I mean, we really, really overwhelmed, and thank you for making it again. I am Anisha. I lead the Play ecosystem for India. My colleagues had something really interesting to talk about in their sessions. Well, I'm going to talk about something which is not really rocket science, something which is table stakes but helps you make money. So I'm going to talk about how do you make money, how do you build and grow and monetize. Been there, have been using it. India has about 600 million users on Play Store. And how many developers in the room who've been using Play Console, have an app, access to about 2.5 billion users in 190 countries and millions of apps and games. Talking about India alone, last year in 2024, the plain Android ecosystem generated about 4 lakh crores of revenue in India. Also talking about how many users actually come outside of India on the apps and games that are developed in India. The number is close to a 16.7%. So if in India there were about 720 crore downloads, there were about 600 that happened by Indian users and about 120 which happened by overseas. So astonishing number, and this is the kind of distribution platform we give you. We really believe in the power of apps and games, and that's why we are here talking to all of you, because we know how you really make it useful for our users, how you make work, their life, and games fun for them. My colleagues have spoken about the first two parts of the tools that Google Play actually offers you, and given it's a whole suite of things. For example, when you build and test, you use Google Code Assist, and then you use a bunch of things on release and update when you talk about the Gemini Studio as well. What I'm here to talk about today is acquire, grow, engage, retain, and how do you monetize your apps. I think when I was thinking of what would be the most relevant conversation to have with most of you, these are the three most vital things that kind of came to my mind. The first was app quality. Again, not rocket science. We all have heard about this day in and day out, but table stakes. Super, super important. We are going from a platform where you can just list your apps to becoming something where we really keep a check on the quality control and the kind of apps that are uploaded. That really affects the discoverability of your app and the kind of users your app can reach. The second thing I'm going to quickly touch upon, and Amrit spoke quite a bit about, one of the statistics that we kind of came up last year was that 69% of the users in India, their first interaction with AI is actually through an app. So that's the kind of distribution we're looking at here, right? And that's why it's so important to kind of personalize each of these solutions that you offer to your users. App fundamentals. Now, what does this really mean? There are these 4 basic things that we try to focus on. Useful features that your users love. If it is not relevant for them, they're going to trash it anytime. So you need to be very careful about the features that you bring. It should be meaningful to them. It should help them do their job. The second one is a beautiful design and the ease of use. When I talk about beautiful design, right, and I'm going to touch upon that in the slides to come, we will also talk about what we do as a part of store listings experiment, what we do as a part of custom store listings. But these are really important things because it's like you go to a store and if the forefront doesn't look great, you don't want to enter that store, right? It's very similar what we want to do with an app. The third is reliability and performance. We all have stressed about it enough. Very, very important. One of the things that we keep telling our developers out there is that please make sure that most of your features are compliant with Android 15 and more, right? So reliability and performance, super important. And the last one is the latest Android features. The good news here is that most of these features now are available on the Play console. So if you want to look at your Android vitals, if you want to look at, very user perceived metrics, ANR, it gives you another 21 days to rectify it so that, you really don't have to have your app go off the Play Store. Can't stress more about each of these things there, right? We have Play on Air, we do a bunch of policy programs that our trust and safety teams run. Please attend those. You'll get familiar in terms of, what we have to offer there. But just so that, your business runs uninterrupted, this is one of the key metrics that we want you to look at. The second one, store presence. And I'll touch upon it in the next couple of slides. And I'll quickly tell you about custom store listings experiment. Store listings experiment and custom store listings. And the third one is advertising spends. Now, what happens if your app is actually of great quality, right? It actually helps you with a better ROAS and a better ROI. So what it does is, your app becomes a part of the larger inventory, and it shows up more often when you want to advertise on the Play Store. Store listing experiments, how many of you have tried this on the console? Has it worked for you? It hasn't? It has. Okay. I think it's one of the, it's really interesting how this kind of A/B testing model we've brought into place, where you can actually try out different ways your store can look like on the Play Store, right? Now, what you can really play around with is the icons, the visual assets and everything else. And we actually see incredible data coming through to us through these dashboards, where we actually can make out what kind of icons are working better, what kind of visual assets are working better, what are people engaging more with. The next one is custom store listings. Now these, you can customize your icons, your descriptions, your subscriptions, your videos, and you can actually add about 50 variations. Now looking at the example over there, and these can be done in a bunch of ways. You can do a keyword search here. So for example, I want to look up, how do I build muscle? And then it actually gives me suggestions in terms of the apps that show me kind of relate to cricket more. Then I can show them assets which are more cricket related versus any other sport. So I can tune it and make it more personalized as per the audience that I have in the room. I'm cognizant of the time I'm left with, so I'm going to quickly rush this through. So one of the things that we keep hearing about, and what I've been talking about, right, the Android vitals and why they're so important and why you need to keep a check on them. Now, 42% of the users who leave a 1 rating on your app, they actually mention bugs and stability as one of the main reasons. Now, that's something that you need to take care of. And whenever a developer kind of comes to us, the first conversation we have you checked your ANR? Have you checked your crash rates? Where do you stand today? And half of the problems are solved there. So please do keep a check, because these are really important metrics. They really affect your discoverability on Play Store as a platform. The second one is 73% of the people who rate your apps as a 5-star mention speed, design, and usability as the top criteria. So you know what is making the difference. It's just that you need to tweak your app according to that. In Google, we call it the 6 MB rule. So for every 6 MB increase to your APK size, we see a decrease in install conversion rate by 1%. I mean, obviously, it's coming from the fact that there's friction to install. The bigger the app becomes, it's more difficult to kind of install it. And that's why we say it's more difficult to kind of install it. And that's why we say restrict your app to a certain size. And this is the golden rule here. This is the golden standard. The last one, but the most important one, the monetization tools with Google Play. The first one that I'm going to quickly highlight about is buyer acquisition. Now, these could be about low entry barriers, right? How do you get through that retention period so that they don't churn? The third one is churn. How do you manage both voluntary and involuntary churn to sustain a subscriber life cycle? You can cancel surveys, you can cancel subscriptions, you can send them in-app messaging, but these are the basic tools that we have in place when you look at monetization. Something really, really interesting that we came up in the last couple of years, we ran something called as the price experiments. Now we know that different products or different apps have different price points in different markets. Now, if you look at something like a Whoop, and we think of paying like about $300 in subscription, it suddenly feels like a lot, and it's kind of restricted to a certain audience on the platform, right? But this kind of an experiment gives you that flexibility to try out different price points in different categories of audience. It actually tells you what is working better and what is not. Sometimes as builders and as entrepreneurs, we just feel that, and we just take India to be that price-sensitive market, right? Which it is, which is very true. But at sometimes it's really good to run these experiments so that it can just give you a sense on maybe a higher price point for this product might actually work, or maybe it does not. So it gives you that flexibility to try out different options. One of my favorite features for sure. On the Play Store. We spoke about it, localized price experiments. They're now available on the Play console. And honestly, if you can use what you have in your Play console today, you can actually make use of a lot of resources that we have in place. I've just been given a heads up that I'm going over time. So I'm going to quickly sum up. Optimize your app through store listing experiments and custom store listings. Improve monetization on the app, and look at your Android vitals. Thank you so much for your time today, and enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thanks.
Next session in about 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
optimization, or how to do inference optimization with models. So all of these things are there with these experts. We have about 93 of them. So these experts show themselves up in Google developer groups. They also organize events like Build with AI, right? So these are events which many of you should check out in your own cities when they come up. So now I'll tell you what have we done with helping startups go beyond the forming stage, right? So we have this thing called Google for Startups Accelerator. This has been around for more than 10 years now. We've had about 20 cohorts of people, right? And across the world, we've had about 1,700 alumni which have come out of these things, right? And the goal here is we want these startups to take their ideas and start using them with the Google technologies which we already have to accelerate to product development, right? So they get access to various people who can help them solve these problems. So this is a huge advantage for people who are working in this ecosystem. We published the Accelerator Impact Report of 2025, and you can go in and see how these startups have done, how much they have literally raised more than $30 billion after they have been a part of our program, right? So this is tremendous success for the program to see so many people. We also see that this has led to many events like Startup School, AI Day for Startups, right? And we partnered with an organization called Intelligent Agents and equipped over 200 startups to build AI agents. Throughout India, we had about 7 boot camps where they did this thing. And we were very, very impressed with the quality of these AI agents they were able to build, where they got help from Google for integrating with this. So this is something which might be interesting to all of you. Finally, I do want to tell you, Build with AI is a very, very good resource for many, many of you. Like I said, we have events happening all through the country. They focus on things like what do you do with the models? How do you integrate with Android, cloud, Play? So we have people from those teams in these hands-on workshops. So you actually get to code, you get to integrate with these technologies, and you get to actually interact with people who are experts in this, which is the real use of these things. I'll just do a shout out at this point that if you are an AI-first startup, if you are excited about doing something in this area, the cohort for this year is opening up. We are taking applications till April 19th, so please do apply if you're interested in this thing. And I'm happy to also say that we are running many ads showing the success of many of these startups. And to give you a sample of what we have done, we're going to show you one startup which is democratizing education. And now we will see what Entry is doing.
Growing up, I had struggled a lot with education. It was frustrating. And when I realized that Hizam had an idea to work in education, that really resonated with me a lot.
അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഡ്രോബാക്ക് എനിക്ക് ഒരു മെന്റർഷിപ്പിന്റെ ആവശ്യകതയെ പറ്റി എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി.
There are 400 million people who are not proficient in English, but with the right kind of learning experience in their own local language or mother tongue can improve their employability chances.
So we thought, is there a way that we can make it more affordable for them?
We met at a juice shop in Kochi. It was fun, so I pitched him the idea. He liked it, and we decided to do it. Entry is an Android-first platform where users can consume learning content in their own local language and be ready for a job.
The problem with trying to build a technology company from a smaller city is that there aren't enough people you can learn from. In the early days, that was a big problem that was stopping us from having higher velocity when it comes to engineering. That is when we learned about Google for Startups Accelerator, and that is the biggest contributor to the engineering excellence that we have right now. It was very obvious for us. We want to have courses in people's native language. And that was a huge problem. That was not a scalable solution, right? We did not have enough amazing teachers on all of these topics. in all of these different languages. That is why we leveraged Gemini's capabilities, as it worked really well with Indian languages. Then we introduced new AI features like teaching assistant and interview coach to help users interact with the video content and prepare them for interviews in Indic languages through chat interfaces. So if users have any question or if they have any doubts, if they want to get a summary of content, they can just directly talk to the teaching assistant and get all these answers. With these AI features powered by Gemini, we saw an increase of around 20% in user retention.
ഇത് എല്ലാ ഹാർഡ് വർക്കിൻ്റെയും അവസാനം എനിക്ക് ദൈവം എനിക്ക് ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ച പോലെ നല്ലൊരു റാങ്ക് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടി, അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ജോബ് കിട്ടി.
Only 5% of the world has English as a first language. And similar to how Android helped us scale very fast in India, I think AI will help us scale fast across the world.
ഇതല്ല ഞാനൊരു
I hope that was inspirational. Hope you learn a lot in the rest of the sessions. I will now invite my colleague Paige to the stage.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here and to get to see all of you here today learning more about AI. And I think it's clear to the entire world that India is kind of blazing a path for everyone else to follow for understanding how to use these tools, how to build better models, and also to deploy them safely, securely, and in a way that can completely change and revolutionize everything that we know about technology today. So my name is Paige. I work on our AI Studio and Gemini's team at Google DeepMind. I think I see a few friendly faces in the audience, which is great. Just to get a kind of a pulse check, how many of y'all have used AI Studio in the audience today? Awesome. That's more hands than I normally see. And for everyone who did not raise your hand, your homework for today is to go to ai.dev or ai.studio and to begin playing with our Gemini models, as well as Nano Banana, create API keys, and also use our build feature to kind of build and deploy models directly to Google Cloud. I'm also curious how many folks today were able to see kind of the keynote session from Demis earlier this morning. Amazing. For folks who didn't see it, we have a couple of folks from our engineering leadership team here talking a lot about our AI trajectory, some of the things that we've been doing as a company, and also the tools that we're creating and deploying and our commitment to builders like all of y'all as you're creating kind of the next wave of company. Later this week, please tell them to drop on by and to say hi. And please do also make sure to sign up for all of the accelerator and startup events that my colleagues just mentioned. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and welcome Prashant to the stage to talk a little bit more about our developer offerings and to get us all pumped for the panel session later today, where you can ask questions about DeepMind, about our models, about Gemini, including spicy questions. So think about what you're curious to know, and really looking forward to hearing what y'all are excited about soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Hey, everyone, great to see all of you here. My name is Prashant. I lead developer adoption for Google Cloud in APAC. What I'd like to talk to you about today is, what do you need when you're building out your AI applications, right? And I'd like to call this the OS for your AI applications or your AI stack. I saw a good number of hands go up when Paige mentioned about AI Studio. What's the happening thing in the world of AI, the kind of tools that we have today? Something coding, vibe coding much? Is that still a thing or outdated? Still a thing? Good, see some smiles. So it's great, right? We have these amazing technologies that we have today where we can build out all these applications, realize our dreams even. But what does it take to go from those applications and actually start sharing it with your friends, building up a user base, right? And getting your applications out there. So this is something I want to walk you through the way that we are thinking about it. We'll reiterate some of the things that Anand mentioned in the beginning as well. So the what and the how of software as we know it today has fundamentally changed. All of us are living it today, right? Things are changing at a breakneck speed. Every day there is something new that's going to be announced. What we are doing with the way software is evolving. Okay. I wish AI helped me out here, but let's try to, yeah, awesome. So this is where we are today, right? We are in a really unique moment in time. Firstly, AI, the technology it's really mature, right? Compared to maybe a year back, compared to maybe even 2 years back. AI is really mature today. It is accessible to everyone across all walks of life. And it is affordable. So this is changing things, in today's world. Businesses are seeking efficiency, are looking at new ways of engaging their end users and providing brand new experiences. And we all as developers, or I definitely as a developer, right? I enjoy these new tools. I want to see how we can use this. I want to learn these new technologies. And we are seeing this kind of an interest and buzz. And I mean, if this audience sitting here is something to show by, all of us are really interested in knowing what's happening in this world of AI, and we are really willing to adopt and learn these new tech. So this is a really unique moment for all of us, and we have to capitalize on this. Okay. Now, there are some things that are changing. There are a lot of things that are changing, but there are some things that are still the same. And let's see what they are. So what's changing? Let's look at what's changing in terms of product development. The first thing is who does what? The lines are blurring between different personas, different kinds of developers. You used to, or we still have product managers. Oh, we still have product managers, of course. We're not letting them go, right? But the lines are blurring. A product manager doesn't need an engineering team to build applications, to prototype things, right? They can do it by themselves with the vibe coding that we have today, realized today. Brand new architectural patterns, the way that we are working with some of the software. Things are really changing, and we are coping up with that, right? So there are a lot of changes happening. I won't go through all of this. We'll pick a few things. But for example, again, every one of us, be it a junior developer, be it a senior developer, we are all, in a sense, sort of managers today, right? We are all working with agents. We need to manage these agents. We need to understand how to leverage these agents, lead it in the right direction, give it the right output, ensure it is doing the things that we want it to do. And it's not just one or two agents. We are working with a fleet of agents. And in essence, all of us are becoming managers in some way, or we need to understand these capabilities of what managers need to do to manage these agents, right? So this is really changing as we go into this new world. Maybe something around the product cycle, right? The product cycle, which used to be 6 months of ideation, research, and I don't know, I've been in the industry for a long time. We used to have the days of the waterfall, releases every year. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I used to be in the days where we used to ship software on a CD, right? What is a CD? I really don't know these days, right? But this used to be even 15 years back. We moved into cloud where we started having quarterly releases. And today, we are able to push out products, build products in 30 minutes and have it out there, right? So the speed of the product development, the speed of the product cycle is really accelerated. However, there are a lot of things that still stays the same. First thing is good planning matters. It has mattered before. It continues to matter today. You need to think about how you build your application out, what are the functionalities, how do you take your application to production, how do you handle vulnerabilities. I mean, not everyone can create a billion user application overnight by writing a single prompt, if only it were that easy, right? Probably I'll be vacationing somewhere and not speaking here if that week or last month or last year. The same problems that we were facing 6 months back, a year back, are the problems we are having today that we need solutions for. What has changed is how we build these solutions. What has changed are we are able to tackle problems that we couldn't tackle before, right? The use cases still exist today. And this is why we are able to leverage this. So some of those fundamental behavior, fundamental way in which you used to build software stays the same, right? Things like security, it's not going away anywhere. We used to think about security 5 years back. We are going to think about security for the next 5 years, right? reliability, scalability, these continue to remain relevant. Bullets 5 and 6, quality, reliability. You can just put your application out there and ensure it just scales automatically, ensure it works, and gives you, 10 out of 10 CSAT scores. That's not going to happen. You need to think about that, and these are some things that stays relevant even in today's world. So how do we thrive in this AI-powered product development lifecycle? What does it take? So this is the product development lifecycle as we have, it has stayed the same. There's nothing much that has changed. At the top left, you have the product strategy where you understand the market, do your research, find the problem spaces, right? What is it that I'm trying to solve for? And try to gather your research. Then you go into the product discovery part. Product discovery, we would like to split it into two phases. First phase is you have a large market problem that you intend to solve. You're not going to go out there and build a complete application, a gigabyte-sized application to solve the problem. You're going to break it down into epics, user stories, use cases. So the first part is doing the discovery of what problems you want to solve. The second part is prototyping, right? You have a way that you imagine you're going to solve a problem. You want to build applications, give it to your end users, get feedback, do user research. How are we looking at a more informed product strategy? Capabilities or tools like Gemini Deep Research, which is available in Gemini Enterprise. This helps you explore code bases, explore articles, explore research, understand the market, present it to you in a simplified format so that you understand the opportunities and the market that you're trying to solve for. Maybe something like, if you want to get a buy-in from your execs or maybe your partners in terms of building out your software. In the past, you would have to make your presentations, talk to them, convince them. Again, it is extremely easy to do that today. With Gemini in the workspace and even things like Nano Banana, you can create amazing infographics. You can create, showcase your ideas or present your ideas in a very understandable, friendly, concise way to your partners, to your executives, right, to get their buy-in. So this is how we are able to really involve ourselves and create the plan that we need in order to achieve the product vision. And all of this, again, is powered by Gemini 3. You heard this multiple times in the previous talks sections as well. But Gemini 3 is our state-of-the-art model with state-of-the-art reasoning, multimodal understanding. You can use it for agentic coding capabilities. It has advanced tool usage and planning capabilities, right? And this is available to you through Gemini and through the Gemini app, through various other tools, right? Anti-gravity, through AI Studio. You can leverage these highly capable models through all the products and use it in your product cycle. How about product discovery? We spoke about the product strategy in the first, the product discovery side. Now that you have your research, you can upload that into Notebook LM. How many use Notebook LM here? You like it? Yeah, awesome. I mean, amazing product. I really enjoy it. Notebook LM uploaded there, poke at your data, ask questions, find out, okay, what are the opportunities I have in it? What can I tackle first? So use the research that you have done, put that into Notebook LM and try to gather insights that you can then focus on. You can start creating your app that lets you wipe code, that lets you build out these prototypes very easily and quickly. And, So Google Anti-Gravity is, we have reimagined the development platform, right? So it's a brand new agentic development platform that we have imagined. We are sort of blurring the gap between a browser, a command line, and IDE, right? So all of this come together in anti-gravity. How many here have used anti-gravity? Okay, about 50, 60%. I mean, rest of you do try it out. I use it for a lot of things which is not related to coding, right? Even exploring a website and getting me recommendations from a website, courses that I want to buy and learn, creating a learning plan for me, right? I use anti-gravity for a lot of things. It's not just for software engineering or coding. So go ahead and try that out. But the way we are thinking about it again is this, right? Blurring the boundaries between an editor, an IDE, and a browser. And we spoke about every one of you being managers of agents. Anti-gravity lets you spin off multiple agents in sequence. If I had to do a task, the typical way is we spin off an agent, the agent does a task, and I'm sitting and watching the agent do its thing, right? Why am I wasting my time with that? I can think about what is the next problem, what is the next use case that I want to build. Spin off a new task, spin off a new agent executing on the task, and anti-gravity lets you do that, right? So if you haven't tried it out, do try it out. If you've used anti-gravity and haven't tried these features, definitely do try it out. We'll not go to the demo. We have a huge pavilion in the other expo hall in Hall 5. Please do reach out to us. We'll have a lot of demos and a lot of use cases there, so talk to us there. And the final thing is product delivery, right? So you can use capabilities like we have a conductor extension in Gemini CLI, if that's your preferred way of building software. We have anti-gravity that has a planning mode. Leverage these tools. Ask you to come up with a plan. How do I make my application ready for production? Step that you need to take, right, to make all this happen. How about if you could really innovate faster, go from concept to production in a matter of weeks or days? How about if you could drive growth, innovate rapidly, right? Acquire more users, give them an experience. How about if you could operate really smart, complex workflows, let the infrastructure take care of all the scaling and reliability problems for you, while you focus on the business functionality, the value that you're providing. And this is where Anand mentioned this, but this is how we have an entire stack, right? For your full stack AI application, we have a full stack platform, right from the infrastructure, as Anand was mentioning, from the GPUs, TPUs, to the data, to the models, the first-party models, the state-of-the-art models that we have built, which is running on these platforms, to maybe even the platform, the Vertex AI, where you can do fine-tuning, you can do supervised tuning, do a side-by-side evaluation. All of this can be done. And finally, out-of-the-box agents and apps. Everything available in one stack that we control the experience, and we can provide you with the best experience possible. So do leverage these. Again, talk to us more. A few things that I will mention before I end. Cloud Run with GPUs. Cloud Run is our highly flexible, scalable, serverless container platform, right? Any container that you have, you can deploy it on Cloud Run and forget about it. As the users grows, the platform will scale. But this now comes with GPUs. It's on demand. It scales to 0. If you're not using it, you're not going to be paying anything for it. You pay by the second, pay by how much time you're using the services. Right? Unlocks amazing use cases. For example, you can bring in your own model. You can bring in open models, your favorite open model. Gemini is everyone's favorite, right? But yeah, bring in your favorite model, bring in your fine-tuned models. All of this can be run on Cloud Run with GPUs. Some use cases, for example, if you want to do real-time LLM inference, right? I mean, this is what 80% of our use cases are. These are some things that you can use Cloud Run with GPUs for. On-demand image generation. You don't need to keep a GPU. You can say I'm nervous as well. No, I'm not. But yeah, make your stories. Use Nano Banana, take a photo of me and say, okay, this guy's nervous on the stage. Why not? That'll be fun. Right? But Google's AI-ready data cloud, right from your databases, right from global scale vector-ready databases, embedding-ready databases, to your data warehouses in BigQuery. All of these plug into your Vertex AI, your AI platform. So the power of these AI applications that you're building out is your data. That is your differentiator. And for that, you need the best databases, the best data warehouses, the best insights in tools like Looker. All of this is, again, something that you can use and leverage. And they work seamlessly across the entire stack. Building agents is the same as building any other software. You have to go through this development lifecycle, planning, building, testing, releasing. This stays the same. How are we looking at making it simpler for you? Agent Development Kit. How many of you have used Agent Development Kit or heard about it? Okay. So Agent Development Kit is a really flexible open source framework that we have built. It works really well with Gemini and the Google Cloud ecosystem. However, we have built this as model agnostic, deployment agnostic. You can bring in any model. You can get a container artifact and run it on any platform, right? So it's completely up to you, no lock-in. But it's the way that we think, the way that we want to build agents. We have built this framework and open sourced it. So again, this is something that you can leverage in order to build out your agents and accelerate your product development lifecycle. An agent standing alone is of no use. So the framework also lets you talk to various external tools, talk to databases. We also have our own native capabilities. For example, grounding with Google Search, grounding with Google Maps, code execution. These are all capabilities that are readily available out of a lot of enterprise-ready capabilities are available on ADK that you can use to build out your applications. Again, we'll skip the demo. Please come over to the booth. We can talk more in detail there. So almost ending, last 3 slides. Building agents, building AI applications with Google Cloud. AI applications need to be full stack applications, and you need a full stack AI platform in order to be able to run this, right? Right from your first party models or third party models, you have access to state of the art models on Google Cloud. You have access to the runtimes. You need to run your application somewhere, right? You're not going to build something on your laptop and hand it over to your friend, go ahead and use it. You need runtimes. So any kind of thing, right? Whatever you want, whatever floats your boat, Cloud Runs, Kubernetes, all of this is available in terms of runtimes. Tools, databases, data warehouses, connections to Maps, Drive, Google Search, connections to MCP servers, the entire set of tool capabilities available for you. And finally, as you're running your applications in production, security, observability, monitoring, right? Everything that you need in order to build your full stack AI applications is available for you on Google Cloud. So please go try it out. I would encourage you to try it out and let us know what you find about it, what you're liking, what you're not liking. We would love to hear from you, get your feedback, and make these products better for your use cases. And finally, I'll introduce this program. We have the Gen AI Academy that we have just kicked off. This is a 2026 version. This runs every quarter. We have a cohort every quarter focused on specific use cases. This is designed to be a highly gamified, challenge-oriented learning experience, right? You will start with instructor-led sessions and workshops. You have self-learning. You can go ahead and do this. You will have assessments to evaluate how your learning is progressing. You have projects that you'll have to submit. All of this is in the next slide. I'm just waiting for the photos to get done so that you have the QR code. But take a photo of the QR code or even search for Gen AI Academy on Google. You'll be able to find this place. Please do sign up for this. It's completely free, of course, right? And would love to see what kind of products and what kind of solutions you're building out as you come out through the projects and through the hackathons. With that, I will end my talk. I hope this was interesting. I hope you had something to take away from this. And next, I would love to bring on board Amrit. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Well, Prashant talked a lot about cloud today. I'm going to talk about the other side, the mobile side of things. By the way, I'm Amrit Sanjeev. I'm a staff engineer on the Android Developer Relations team, and we're going to touch on building intelligent apps on Android. So this is going to be more practical, what you could use in order to build apps today, and what you can leverage on from our side to make these delightful experiences for users. Well, if you look at it, we are in a crux, or we are in a crossroads actually, where you are actually having an opportunity to kind of really transform the way users use mobile today. And this is fueled by two things. One, a rising in users' expectations of what they could do with their apps. And secondly, there are breakthroughs in AI which allow you to create new and delightful experiences for your users. Now, when people look at it, they want actually a couple of things which are different from maybe in the past. They want personalized. They want intelligent, personalized experiences that are agentic in nature. So users expect you to actually do things proactively, not just reactive. So that's a huge change in the shift in how you actually want to think about some of these use cases. Now, when you look at the AI landscape, we actually classify it into three buckets. We have a lot of use cases that we see in the helpful class, which is basically things like a contextual assistant that comes in and actually solves problems at the right time for you. Or it could be a proactive spam detection or fraud detection in many cases. The second one is a content space, where you have things like some buckets in which we're seeing use cases come out in the app market. Like we mentioned earlier, we have an end-to-end stack, and I think that's been drilled into you guys a couple of times already. But just to call it out, we have the stack all the way from cloud and all the way down to devices. And not just that, we have a set of tools which allow you to build and optimize on these solutions really quickly. Thirdly, we also built in security into this. So your data is secure, and you don't have to worry about security too much about when you're actually using this end-to-end stack. And lastly, all these tools are designed to work seamlessly with each other. So you can actually focus on innovating rather than getting the workflow correct. So that's actually the power that you have all these things stacked up together. To give you an example, to practically showcase this, we have AI Studio, which is a tool which allows you to prototype or work with models without actually writing the app. So you can actually prototype with your AI Studio without actually writing the app and actually using an API to connect and communicate. You can prototype using AI Studio. Then we have a powerful model suite which spans across Gemini, Gemma, and image generation model like Imagine. So you could use that to actually build your solutions. On top of it, we also have SDKs. So like MLKit Gen AI API SDK, which allows you for local inference. And then you have Firebase AI Logic, which allows you to do cloud inference. So this accelerates and speeds up how you might want to do things, hiding all the complexity of interacting with the model. And lastly, for developers, we also have a catalog, which has a lot of use cases realized, where you can actually look at it as references on how to build Gen AI use cases into your app. So that's a catalog you can actually use as a reference. Now, jumping into, now when you're looking at, I talked about cloud and on device, right? That's actually something that you want to kind of decide early on as you think of your solution. Only for the high-end devices, or is it for the mass market devices, or is it for a particular hardware when the particular hardware is available? So you will decide on that. The cost factor, yes, with applications which have huge scale, cost becomes a factor. There's offline availability, complexity of your task, whether you need to do local processing only because of privacy or regulatory reasons. You can't take data out to the server, so you have to process it locally. So that becomes another factor. And modality. Modality is basically what is the input output. Is it going to be an audio stream? Is it going to be an image? Is it going to be just text? And what do you want to get back in return from the model? Now that's a lot of parameters. It's not really easy to look at all these vectors and then start deciding. So we would actually suggest looking at these three to start with. So I'll give you a quick workflow of how you might want to quickly decide where you want to kind of lean towards. So if you're actually looking at modality, start with looking at modality. This is basically means what is the type of data you are actually passing to the model. Is it going to be text? Is it going to be an image? Is it going to be a video? So you can actually decide. Equally important is what is the response you need back. Do you want an image generated, or do you want textual output, or do you want a combination of things? That's something you can actually decide on. Secondly, it's the complexity. When you look at complexity, some tasks are more complex than others. They require sometimes specialized knowledge. Say, look at a legal review or a medical review or a financial modeling. They require specialized knowledge for the models to kind of be effective and be very useful in your use case. So you want to kind of look at, is it going to be a simple use case like summarization, or is it going to be more complicated like financial modeling? So the complexity of the task becomes another criteria. The third one is a context window. How much data are you going to pass to the system? Is it going to be hours of video or audio, or is it going to be just a small prompt? Is it going to be something that you need back is a long form text or a video that is generated? And that's a non-negotiable in certain use cases. So the other factors are sometimes like edge cases. So you want to kind of look at your specific use case, apply that parameter based on what your use cases really want to kind of add as a constraint, and then decide whether you want to go one side or the other. Now I talked about on-device and cloud a little bit. So just a comparison here. So on-device, there are a couple of advantages. Like it is available offline. So you don't need internet connectivity for your use case to run and generate responses. It's available on the device. Secondly, there's privacy because your data is not going off the device. It is not going over the wire. It's processed locally on the device. And there are many use cases, like financial use cases, where regulatory requirements need you to process it like this. You can't take it out of the device. So that's really important that you understand that aspect of it also. It's not just for the sake of doing it in a more private manner. It's also sometimes regulatory requirements or legal requirements that require us to keep it on the device. Thirdly, you have no inference cost, which brings some smiles. But at the same time, you also have to look at it because you're running it on the user's device, right? You are not incurring any cost, server-side cost to using these APIs. But on the other side, the cloud side has a little more powerful models. So models are more capable on the cloud side. Secondly, it's also available to any connected device. If you look at the on-device models, they're not available for every device. They're there on a certain set of devices which are supported at this point, whereas cloud can be launched for any, you can expand your use case and increase your device reach quite extensively. Certainly, more modalities are supported. On-device now supports image and text, whereas video, audio, all of these other formats are actually getting supported on are already supported on cloud. And it has a really, really large context window. So you can actually have hours of video processing or hours of video content or hours of audio content that you want to kind of add as context and then work with them if they need be. That is something that you can continue to do with cloud models. Now, this is like the spectrum of models that we have, like on one of these sort of use cases. Let's start with building some experience on-device, with on-device inference. How do you actually think about some of this? Now, all of you folks, okay, let me show a quick show of hands. How many people are using Android devices here? Yes. No, we love everybody, no? Nothing, no biases here. Whatever device you use, we're happy with that. But again, you might be using some of these products that we have, and you are already using many of these features on-device inference, using on-device, for instance. So for instance, the voice recorder summarization feature or the Gmail smart reply, they are all using on-device models today. So you are leveraging, and I mean, there are productionized use cases which are already there, leveraging on-device models and getting great results from there. And to kickstart, when you want to start off, the ML Kit Gen AI APIs are a great point to start off with. This is a place where you have a set of APIs which are predefined so that you can call it like you call a standard API without having to worry. The SDK handles all the complexity of interacting with the model, getting the data, the response back. All of that is handled by the API itself. Now, there are a few use cases like summarization, proofreading, rewriting, image generation. A few more are actually added now. We've added a few more to this. These are specialized use cases which you can just call like an API. So if you want to summarize an article, you can just call summarize the ML Kit, add the ML Kit Gen AI as a API SDK, and then you can actually just call it like a function call and get your response back. And this makes it easier for you to prototype and create new experiences. Now, the first question that you might have in your mind is, what if my use case is not fitting into any of these buckets? That's where you have the Open Prompt API, which allows you to send the long context, complex reasoning capabilities. Then we have the Flash, which is more of our workhorse sort of model, which has a great balance between performance and cost. And lastly, we have the Flashlight, which is more about when you have high scale, cost has become the primary factor, then you actually try to use Flashlight. So all of these have slightly different costing and slightly different latency in terms of, and you have to look at your use case and see what works best for you. Sometimes if you need complex reasoning, you need to go to the Pro model. Whereas if your use case is slightly more simpler, you can actually use Flash or Flashlight and get around with it. Again, the modalities that are supported by these models are also slightly different, so consider that also when you decide which model to use. Now, there are two providers by which you can actually talk. When you start working with a cloud model, you can actually have two providers. One is the Gemini Developer API, which basically is where most people should start off with. It's a low cost, it's a no cost tier to start with. You have a generous quota for your development and testing purposes. You can use Google AI Studio to kind of prototype with it. And then you also can smoothly upgrade to a paid tier when your scale increases. So as you launch your app and your scale is improving and you need more and more capacity, then you can actually move on to a paid tier smoothly. But if you're already an enterprise customer, you're already using Google Cloud, and you need enterprise level capabilities, then the Gemini API for Vertex AI is the provider you should be using. That has additional capabilities, like you can actually decide, you have control over inference location, you have criticality and availability, which is slightly different from the other one. So if you're already a cloud customer and you have already done all that setting up, then maybe the Vertex AI is something, Gemini API in Vertex AI is what you might be wanting to take it. Now, if you're building an app, most of the time this is the architecture that people would want it. Your app talking to a server, when then decides which model to use or which, a few lines of code. So it hides away all those complexities. So in order to integrate this, you most probably will like 10 to 15 lines of code and your use case is done. For a chat, for instance, or an interactive chat, text only, it's about 15 lines of code apart from your UI. But your configuration and your setup is only about 15 lines of code at the max. It's that simple. So it's really easy. If you haven't tried it out, please go try these things out. These are not like you need to work for weeks before you can see results. You only have to work for a couple of hours and you will actually start seeing real world results come out here. And when you go to image generation, I talked about text a lot here. Now let's go to image generation. When you talk about image generation, we have two models, the Nano Banana and the Imagine models. Image generation is a use case which actually has a lot of interest among the audience, because users engage with this quite strongly. Things like user profile, user avatars, you can actually have contextual artwork or custom stickers. These are all adding delightful moments to the users when they're using your app, and it's very visual, so people relate to it really quickly. Where these models are slightly different is that if you're actually looking at imagining how you want to have a conversation and create an image, that's where you want to use the Nano Banana model. That is, you are saying that, oh, I need to create an image, and you give it the description. And you say, oh, I want this section to change like this. So that contextual, conversational sort of an image generation is basically Nano Banana. And the Imagine model is more of a faster model for kind of fine-tuning these things, like aspect ratios, quality, artistic styles, those sort of things. If you want to apply, that's where you want to kind of do it. I'll show you an example of it. You can actually see this where you actually have an first image, which is generate an image of a dog as a chef. And you have an original bitmap with a dog actually creating pancakes, and we are actually masking an area, and then we are actually giving a prompt like remove the pancakes and add an omelette. And then it's actually changing that in the last one to omelette. It should have been omelette. Anyway, somebody's goofed up that one, but it is an omelette, by the way. For all purposes, it was an omelette. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, low latency, last one I want to touch upon is the low latency real-time voice interaction. This is where you create conversational APIs. Till now, you talked about models where you had things in which you would actually send a request and you get responses back, which is basically, with this low latency API, what we have done is a bidirectional WebSocket connection. So data goes bidirectionally continuously. So you can interrupt the conversation, talk to it. So you ask a question, it's answering, and you can say, no, this is not what I wanted. I want you to consider this and give me an answer. And the system will be able to kind of react to it. So that creates a lot of conversational stuff. There are a lot of use cases for hands-free voice control, voice search in your application. These are all places where you can actually leverage on this API and do this. I talked about quite a few APIs and what the possibilities are on the mobile side of it. There is a lot more advanced concepts like function calling, fine-tuning the models, how you would use RAGs, for instance, adapters, AI core, and there are a lot more details here, but in the interest of time, I wouldn't be able to cover all those topics. So that could be the homework for you guys. If you have covered a lot of the things I've talked about, look at function calling, look at RAG, look at fine-tuning of these models. These are areas which you can explore to create more delightful experiences for your users. With that, I'll hand it over to Anisha to talk to you about Google Cloud. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Google Play, but that's a conversation for another day, Sanjeev. Talk about in their sessions. Well, I'm going to talk about something which is not really rocket science, something which is table stakes but helps you make money. So I'm going to talk about how do you make money, how do you build and grow and monetize your apps today. Talking about Play Store, I'm sure all of you have been there, have been using it. India has about 600 million users on Play Store. And how many developers in the room who've been using Play Console have an app? Okay, that's a decent number, so I know the conversation to have with all of you now. We literally have about 600 million users that I spoke about, in India on the Play Store. So we're not just a marketplace, we're actually a launchpad. We give you that face, that interface in terms of, where your app kind of goes up, and you can build a business from there. Talking about Google Play, we have access to about 2.5 billion users in 190 countries and millions of apps and games. Talking about India alone, Last year, in 2024, the plain Android ecosystem generated about 4 lakh crores of revenue in India. Also talking about how many users actually come outside of India on the apps and games that are developed in India. The number is close to a 16.7%. So if in India there were about 720 crore downloads, there were about 600 that happened by Indian users and about 120 which happened by overseas. So astonishing number, and this is the kind of distribution platform we give you. We really believe in the power of apps and games, and that's why we are here talking to all of you, because we know how you really make it useful for our users, how you make work, their life and games, and how do you monetize your apps. I think when I was thinking of what would be the most relevant conversation to have with most of you, these are the three most vital things that kind of came to my mind. The first was app quality. Again, not rocket science. We all have heard about this day in and day out, but table stakes. Super, super important. We are going from a platform where you can just list your apps to becoming something where we really keep a check on the quality control and the kind of apps that are uploaded. That really affects the discoverability of your app and the kind of users your app can reach. The second thing I'm going to quickly touch upon, and Amrit spoke quite a bit about what you should be doing on Android, how to build on mobile. I'm going to talk about the Android vitals, which are really important for you while on the Google Play console when you're building an app. And the third one, and the most important one, is monetization. In today's world of AI, now, one of the statistics that we kind of came up last year was that 69% of the users in India, their first interaction with AI is actually through an app. So that's the kind of distribution we're looking at here, right? And that's why it's so important to kind of personalize each of these solutions that you offer to your users. App fundamentals. Now, what does this really mean? There are these 4 basic things that we try to focus on. Useful features that your users love. If it is not relevant for them, they're going to trash it anytime. So you need to be very careful about the features that you bring. It should be meaningful to them. It should help them do their job. The second one is a beautiful design and the ease of use. When I talk about beautiful design, right, and I'm going to touch upon that in the slides to come, we will also talk about what we do as a part of store listings experiment, what we do as a part of custom store listings. But these are really important things because it's like you go to a store and if the forefront doesn't look great, you don't want to. And the last one is the latest Android features. The good news here is that most of these features now are available on the Play console. So if you want to look at your Android vitals, if you want to look at, very user-perceived metrics, ANR and crash rates, but you can look at all of that. You can actually get a warning that, these are the kind of vitals that are crashing in the last 7 days. It gives you another 21 days to rectify it so that, you really don't have to have your app go off the Play Store. Can't stress more about each of these. So business continuity, app quality is super, super important. How many of you have faced policy issues with Google Play? So this is a very important slide for you. So this slide actually tells you that if you have your app quality metrics in place, and I talk to a lot of developers in my role, one of the things that we really focus on is how do you make sure that you're policy compliant on Google? And we do a bunch of things there, right? We have Play on Air. We do a bunch of policy programs that our trust and safety teams run. Please attend those. You'll get familiar in terms of what we have to offer there. But just so that your business runs uninterrupted, this is one of the key metrics that we want you to look at. The second one, store presence. And I'll touch upon it in the next couple of slides. And I'll quickly tell you about custom store listings experiment. And store listings experiment and custom store listings. And the third one is advertising spends. Now, what happens if your app is actually of great quality, right? It actually helps you with a better ROAS and a better ROI. So what it does is, your app becomes a part of the larger inventory, and it shows up more often when you want to advertise on the Play Store. Store listing experiments, how many of you have tried this on the console? Has it worked for you? And everything else. And we actually see incredible data coming through to us through these dashboards where we actually can make out what kind of icons are working better, what kind of visual assets are working better, what are people engaging more with. The next one is custom store listings. Now these, you can customize your icons, your descriptions, your subscriptions, your videos, and you can actually add about 50 variations. Now looking at the example over there, and these can be done in a bunch of ways. You can do a keyword search here. So for example, I want to look up, how do I build muscle? And then it actually gives me suggestions in terms of the apps that show me the best gym in the area or what are the ways to build up muscle. The second one could be any sort of visual assets, right? For example, I'm a sports aficionado and I'm based in the United States and there's somebody else who's based in India and the Indians kind of relate to cricket more, then I can show them assets which are more cricket related versus any other sport. So I can tune it and make it more personalized as per the audience that I have in the room. I'm cognizant of the time I'm left with, so I'm going to quickly rush this through. So one of the things that we keep hearing about and what I've been talking about, right, the Android vitals and why they're so important and why you need to keep a check on them. Now, 42% of the users who leave a 1 rating on your app, they actually mention bugs and stability as one of the main reasons. Now, that's something that you need to take care of. And whenever a developer kind of comes to us, the first conversation we have you checked your ANR? Have you checked your crash rates? Where do you stand today? And half of the problems are solved there. So please do keep a check because these are really important metrics. They really affect your discoverability on Play Store as 6 MB rule. So for every 6 MB increase to your APK size, we see a decrease in install conversion rate by 1%. I mean, obviously it's coming from the fact that there's friction to install. The bigger the app becomes, it's more difficult to kind of install it. And that's why we say restrict your app to a certain size, and this is the golden rule here, this is the golden standard. The last one, but the most important one, the monetization tools with Google Play. The first one that I'm going to quickly highlight about is buyer acquisition. Now, these could be about low entry barriers, right? How do you get more buyers onto the platform? So, you bring in free trials, you have intro pricing, and you have the ability to localize prices because that's what you can do on the Play console now. The second one is retention. So you try your best to retain your subscribers so that they don't churn. So you give them a grace period, you give them an account hold, you give them a subscription pause so that you can solve and basically live through that retention period so that they don't churn. The third one is churn. How do you manage both voluntary and involuntary churn to sustain a subscriber life cycle? You can cancel surveys, you can cancel subscriptions, you can send them in-app messaging, but these are the basic tools that we have in place when you look at monetization. Something really, really interesting that we came up in the last couple of years, we ran something called as the price experiments. Now we know that different products or different apps have different price points in different markets. Now if you look at something like a Whoop, it's kind of restricted to a certain audience on the platform, right? But this kind of an experiment gives you that flexibility to try out different price points in different categories of audience. It's not. So it gives you that flexibility to try out different options. One of my favorite features for sure on the Play Store. We spoke about it, localized price experiments. They're now available on the Play console. And honestly, if you can use what you have in your Play console today, you can actually make use of a lot of resources that we have in place. I've just been given a heads up that I'm going over time. So I'm going to quickly sum up. Optimize your app through store listing experiments and custom store listings. Improve monetization on the app. And look at your Android vitals. Thank you so much for your time today and enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thanks.
We'll have a quick 10-minute break now, so you can break to use the restroom or get a drink, and we'll start our next session in about 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
optimization, or how to do inference optimization with models. So all of these things. So now I'll tell you what have we done with helping startups go beyond the forming stage, right? So we have this thing called Google for Startups Accelerator. This has been around for more than 10 years now. We've had about 20 cohorts of people, right? And across the world, we've had about 1,700 alumni which have come out of these things, right? And the goal here is we want these startups to take their ideas and start using them with the Google technologies which we already have to accelerate to product development, right? So they get access to various people who can help them solve these problems. So this is a huge advantage for people who are working in this ecosystem. We published the Accelerator Impact Report of 2025, and you can go in and see how these startups have done, how much they have.
Session, and it comes from, and starting with you. As AI capabilities are expanding globally, how can governments and industry work together that the access to the resources, they grow responsibly with security built in from the design itself? How do you do that you mix growth and discipline and safety in a same framework? How do you do that?
A period of time, but there's a great red clock in the back, and we want to move on that. So I think the key really is, in technology and in security, we talk about roots of trust. If something is built, then builds on a system that allows the API for financial transactions. And then when you build upon that with national data, like healthcare data, that the government has actually curated, you have the pieces of trust applications and what's the most important, AI that touches lives. Because chatbots are very interesting, but what's really interesting is healthcare in a rural village. Bashini, that allows real-time language translation. So somebody whose native language is not English can hear an advanced lecture in STEM and understand it real-time. Fast enough?
Fantastic, fascinating. So Gokul, that was the strategy point of view. As a practitioner of technology who dirty their hand in actually coding technology, I'd like to ask from you, from a compute and engineering standpoint, what advances are making AI more accessible today than what was possible even 2 years back?
Starts off with what you want to build for what user experience and what workload, because you don't want to start building your technology and then saying go use it, because then you would end up having the same kind of car running on the road. Today you find, the variety of cars, different engine, different sizes, each one using it for different needs. Some for a vacation, some to go into work, some for some other reasons. So heterogeneous compute is one of the key capabilities. So you want to start with what workload, what user experience. Keep that in mind as your architecture. And what I mean by heterogeneous compute is making sure that you can find a way to run it in the most affordable compute capability with the right performance and the right power efficiency. So in this case, it's XPU, as in CPU, GPU, and NPU, depending on where you're deploying it. If it's all on the training and the data center side, it's a different kind of a size and architecture. If it's an edge, it's something else. And if it's at the hands of the end user, it's something else. That's how we look at it. Start with workloads, start with user experience, then figure out what kind of compute you want to give in a scalable, affordable manner with open ecosystem.
Fantastic. Thank you. Kalyan, you are sitting in the mid of the AI in action, AI execution, and I'm sure you are dealing with hundreds and thousands of customers in India and abroad. And the often quoted remark is, in B2B space, it is all pilots and POCs and not AI in production. So my question straight, Kalyan, to you is, what is that tipping point when enterprise decides that it's enough of pilot now, I have to go into production now? What is that tipping point an enterprise is looking forward to before this starts, everything starts scaling up?
We start with a very interesting quote someone told me many decades back. God made world in 7 days because he had no installed base. And enterprises sit in a very interesting point, especially in the B2B. We have, for the last 30 years, only added incremental systems, and in a very crude way, I can say we have shoved the dirt under the carpet. So kept on putting carpets, kept on this thing. 15 years back, everyone said, oh, the mainframe will not exist. I think 2% increase in systems hardware on mainframes is an interesting data point, saying that people are not finding better TCO on other systems. They're still sticking to this thing because the applications, the data is being put into significant depth. The tipping point, in my opinion, is we never built systems with data-first approach. We always built applications, workflows, processes, and the data was hidden behind those systems. The fundamentals of AI is that it needs access to data, independence of data, so data products, having better metadata, definition of data, and then ability to get access to LLMs or SLMs or agents to access them. The reason they struggle to scale is your data stewardship. How do you provide access to data? It's very complex. You can't, to access an employee data, you might think it's just go and query by employee ID. There's so much layers which people have built in the systems. That's where I think orchestration, process intelligence, and then finding the balance between deterministic workflows and probabilistic, that's the trick in B2B. And the tipping point, it's not to say AI is not working, but it's your data which is not feeding the AI to make it work.
I think sometimes these are the hidden layers we all miss. We all are talking about models and agents, but we don't think the raw element of that is data. It's all there, but it's accessible, it's available in the right way, right format. I think Kalyan is giving the right tip to all of us. So let's start with our first theme-specific round, and that is on talent. How do we democratize talent in this whole AI ecosystem? So my question now to Gokul, first to you. What are the practical approaches which will help organizations to expand AI capability beyond some very small specialized team? You know, every organization we have few people who have figured out how to deal with data, how to create models, how to fine-tune models, how to put them into production, but majority of the people are just consumers of a ChatGPT. So how do you actually create that capability in the organizations that it is widespread in the organization and not just limited to few people?
This is an excellent point because it's easier to find AI skill set when you're coming fresh from college because they don't have to unlearn anything. But if you're already in the industry and you work for many years, there is a certain amount of reinventing that has to happen. One of the things that we actively look at is, at least in the semiconductor space, being a chip designers, we try to look at AI in engineering. If you're building products for AI, if you're doing compute and processors, we ourselves have to look at what it means to use it in engineering those products. Obviously, it's not an easy thing and it's not available yet and it's an evolving space. But more importantly, like you said, rather than it in staying in a pocket through an elitist, our goal is to make sure for each function, each role, and each capability in some way are having an exoskeleton of sorts. They walk into the campus when they badge in, they actually feel like they've brought in another assistant with them for what they're doing. And that is primarily by having them build or use an AI tool that will make their jobs faster, better, improved, either its efficiency or its quality. And when you have that, you have time to innovate. So that's another aspect that we've been looking at where everybody is actually having some kind of an exoskeleton capability with their AI assistant based on whatever role or function that they're doing.
And next question to you. We all are all charged up on the prospect of AI will change our lives, right? And we know AI can genuinely change our lives across the spectrum, in every field of life. But at the same time, because you are putting your data into a machine and machine become intelligent and giving results, we also have a lot of inherent, I would say, distrust. What is this black box which is giving answers? What type of data has gone into this? Is my data getting misused? So the question is, for a widespread adoption of AI, some of the fundamental questions will be transparency, explainability, and I think it will be not a matter of only a technology, it will always be a matter of regulation, also regulation and technology working together. So according to you, what all these elements of technology, regulation, observability, explainability are required, which will help build a wider confidence in AI adoption across the world, in India, everywhere? What's your take on this?
So humans don't trust black boxes, and we shouldn't, particularly for things that touch important parts of our lives. So I think you laid out exactly beautifully the components of the solution, right? One part is transparency. What data is a model being trained on? is that data to be trusted, right? When we think about AI in education, we know we don't want AI education things trained on social media because there's facts that we want our children trained on regarding history and culture, not just people's opinions, right? That's one good example. The second part truly is, to your point, understanding how the model arrived at the answer it did. So when we think about, for example, an AI model that's helping to identify how much purifier goes into a water system, right? There's been data over decades of what amount goes in after a flood, during a period of illness, right? And then there's norms of what there is. If a model is recommending something outside the norms, you're going to want even more understanding of why. And I think the final part of that is, exactly to your point, the ongoing training, so people feel like the model is also continuously adapting. The regulations are a really big piece of that, because when something's really important, the fundamental incentives of the private sector are advancement and innovation, not safety, security, and reliability. Regulation will help us do that. How we ensure it's not compliance checkbox, but rather really continuously evolving with benchmarks and continuously responsive to ongoing attempts to say, is the model safe? Has it been hacked? How do we know the results are okay, will be needed?
Thank you. And so, Kalyan, next question to you. I think you coming from a software background are very, very familiar with this dichotomy which India faces. On one side, we say India has got the largest skill and talent pool in the world, but at the same time, we say we have the shortage of the skill talent. You know, we say the same thing in the same breath, you know, so many times. So, according to you, in this AI-driven world, how can industry and academia work hand to hand to really make the talent available in a widespread way so that we can really benefit from AI, you know, which it really deserves? So how do industry and academia work together?
So, see, if you really roll the clock back, we really were good at fulfilling demand. So if you look at the 90s, like India was always a demand fulfilling entity. So like when NIIT and Aptech, and they really created those stuff. Then when the big large IT services companies, they had to really build mini universities to really train people. I think Anne was pointing to the point that there's enough knowledge available now, correct? These systems have gathered, they have read enough. It's like you don't need to search for, they understand context. So I'll take a very simple example. We needed demand for coders, and so we built a lot of coders. There's a big difference between coding and engineers. Engineers have systems thinking. They look at problem solving. So you need to start to pivot the whole approach. Either you go deep or you go wide. So either you build skills which are more deeper, and that's where I think industry, academia, they'll have to start. You can't be teaching people programming languages which you're not going to use anywhere. Your curriculum has to go through a complete rejig. So that's the first thing. Both industry and academia have to partner into that. The second is we have to start to pick skills which we never valued. Persistence, grit, critical thinking, problem solving, things which we never were so serious considering in the university. We were so single disciplinary. We have to become multidisciplinary. People have to start to adapt. And every skill can be augmented with computing skills. So you have a good mechanical engineer, they could start to adopt how they can apply AI. So I would say looking at someone with a computer science background to solve all problems versus using that plus skill, that dual skill is going to become very, very important. And the third is learn, unlearn, and relearn is something which each individuals have to take it on their own. You can't expect government and enterprises and others to only solve the problem. People also have to take, and I think with the availability of MOOC and other aspects, there's enough available. I don't think we have an issue of content. It's about how people adapt and use it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move to the next theme now, which is the theme of data. I'm just hoping that I'm able to complete all the themes considering the time, but again, let's try to do as much as we can. So coming to the theme of data, and let me start with you. AI by nature means that you are creating a huge cluster of machines, GPUs, putting unlimited amount of data there, and the machine become intelligent, start giving data. So basically, you are concentrating data and resources in one place, and then you will start serving the whole world. That is one part of AI. But the second part of AI is, because you are putting your critical confidential data, every country says, I want to be sovereign and completely self-governed and independent to this. This is the dichotomy again, right? So Ultimately, it will require a collaboration between countries so that these capabilities of each country can be utilized and everybody is able to benefit from AI in a collaborative way. Considering that technology and these tools are being used more like weapons of geopolitical negotiations nowadays, according to you, how can countries collaborate meaningfully so that the benefit of AI actually reaches the masses and every country is able to bring their capability forward?
I think it's a really excellent question. And I think the key will need to be federated data learning, right? So if we think about drug discovery and the ability to generate proteins that are not known to nature, right, using models, ideally you want to be able to test those drugs or identify on pretty much rare cancers, for example, just picking an example, right? Where you have people around the world where you want to bring together that data, but you also understand that health data, some of the most sensitive data a country has. It has to be protected, and it's very reasonable for countries to expect that data stays local. So in the United States, we did pilot approaches during our Department of Health and Human Services with others around the world to say, can we train models where data stays where it is? And that's possible. And I think it'll be particularly important for data loads that countries are sensitive about, either from a national security perspective or a privacy perspective. So make the tech work in order to ensure that we protect what's most important, which is the core essence of the sensitivity of that data.
Okay. Kalyan, what I will do is I'll combine two questions into one, and I'll cover the theme of data and infrastructure both. You touched upon the point of data already in your previous answer, but let me repeat. What are the foundational data architecture shifts are required for organizations to truly become AI ready? You touched upon that, but I would like you to talk about that again. And my second question relating to infrastructure is, ultimately you'll have to do lots of partnerships across the ecosystem with multiple people. How do that partnerships play a role in building a scalable AI infrastructure? So two questions in one, please.
Cool. The first one, just I want to summarize on 3 key points on data. You have to start to imagine data as a data product. So data as its own independent entity. So start, if you're an enterprise, start with data catalogs. Do metadata discovery. You can use techniques like knowledge graph to really understand how data is flowing within the enterprise. You think data flows the way you designed. Reality on the ground, the data flows very differently. And many a times that understanding of the data, and every time you want to centralize, it explodes. It goes to the edge. So centralization is a dream, but it's never going to happen in the reality. I can quote the former Intel CEO, and I was always a big fan of Pat, and he used to tell me about these 3 things: laws of physics, laws of economics, and laws of the land. And that really drives, if you look at the data plate, sometimes just latency, you don't want data to be centralized. There is economics, cost, I think, and that's a big play. And the third is data sovereignty, residency. The second is lineage, governance, data tracking, data observability, because it's becoming very important. What you teach is how the system behaves. What you feed determines how the systems start to behave, and they learn. And there is hardly, I think there's some enough research people around here who will say it's very hard to explain how these systems work. Even the creators of the systems are not sure of how the interworkings of how these systems learn, because there's a lot of, it's become so multi-layered neural networks. They are learning very differently. So hence it's very important that you look at the input and the output, and you keep looking at the veracity of what's happening. And the third is build for real world constraints. And that's good. On the infrastructure, the reason AI is not new, it's been there for 50 years. What's happened is access to hyperscale compute has created more data, which now you need more compute to process. It's a very interesting cycle which we are creating. And energy is going to be a big play. In your world, you're trying to solve this problem, right? But you think you're solving the problem, but every time you try to attack it, you realize that you've not even scratched the surface.
That's true.
So that's going to be the big place, and that's where I think pragmatic use. Please don't use LLMs as a search engine alternative. I'll tell you, people are now using this public language models, and you're going to burn like half a liter of kerosene for every query, correct? You want to build small language models, you want to optimize infrastructure. So you cannot solve the infrastructure problem independent of the data problem. You have to think of them more holistically. So I would say we all need to become more judicious. So the FinOps discipline, which we had in cloud, needs to come in data and compute. They have to start to understand why am I using and what, and can I optimize?
Yeah. Fantastic, great insight. So Gokul, again, two questions to you, two into one. The theme of infrastructure, theme of data, and theme of capital all into one. My first question is, how important it is at a system level, AI system level, to bake trust and governance into the stack itself by design, right, even at the hardware level, right? You present hardware industry, so I'm asking how it is to be done at a hardware level itself. And my second question is, which I think globally is obviously the controversial question, how do we make sure the benefits of AI does not remain restricted to filling the pockets of few organizations only globally, rather the benefits of AI reaches the masses across the world? So two questions into one technical question, one controversial broad-based question, please.
Sure. Thanks. Were you saying that for the last? I mean, 3 in 1. When you're looking at data, clearly all aspects that Kalyan mentioned totally holds good, and he talked about the security. So when we are actually architecting the processor, security is a security first mindset. You can't have security as a last checkpoint before you release your processor design. So when you have a security first mindset, some of the things that come into mind is, obviously the most cliche thing is to say, hey, protect my data, protect my model, make sure that doesn't get hacked. But it's also protect the user. So there is 3 aspects. So there is application isolation, so that you can give a trusted environment where the application can run. Then there is an isolation with more growing usage of AI, where virtual machines have to be in a trusted environment beyond just the application. Then the third part is, if I'm going to connect multiple compute processors, that connect has to also be secure. So there are technologies for that Intel has as SGX and TDX Connect. But going out of all the terminology, app isolation, virtual machine isolation, connecting different hardware pieces together, all of those have to be secure. And that doesn't end there. When you put all of them together, you start to get something more as a confidential computing or confidential AI. So that is, again, going back to summarize, security first mindset when you're actually architecting the chip has to come, rather than at the end as a checkbox. And obviously we've done that over the years, and it's not easily done. You have to have ethical hackers who are actually going to find these vulnerabilities ahead of time, and that's one of the reasons why Intel processors even today are the most secure, and we're able to actually find this and also share with the industry. The second part that you asked me was around how do you make sure that that this doesn't get, how do you democratize AI from a standpoint of a larger usage. One of the things that which we should also be very, despite all the challenges of how we got into this room and be sitting here, is the fact that the AI Impact Summit has brought one aspect is just the Indic language translation. Being able to take an English and can have that in all of our Indic languages. And if you have a student who wants to learn, and if majority of the content is in English, they're able to either translate as well as transcribe and make notes out of it in all of the languages, has actually broken that barrier. There are several themes in this AI Impact Summit. One of them is just the language barrier that's gone. Once that is gone, I think there is tremendous amount of opportunity where you've already gone a big step in terms of democratizing. The second one is just leapfrogging in those domains where technology has not really broken in. That equity hasn't come. It's still in certain pockets where we use technology, but not everywhere. Agriculture, micro-entrepreneur. Maybe even in education, as much as we say there is technology, there are still so many of these schools that can benefit from it. We're still talking about 245 million students in India. That's almost the population of the United States, right? That many students. But if you take the ratio of a PC to a student, every 100 student has only one. I'm not saying you need to have a PC, but a compute device is fundamental to learning. It doesn't matter whether you're in engineering or in any of your professional degrees, even for humanities. That's what the national education policy talks about. I think things like that are really going to make the capital democratization far more powerful than any infrastructure can do.
Thank you. I think we can go on and on. These are the subjects which are You can go anywhere, but I have been constantly being threatened from the side that I am taking too much of time. So we will have to end this great panel here. I am just hoping you all enjoyed the session and you have some takeaways from this panel. Thank you so much.
We do have a bonus as well. I would like you all to be seated because we have a very insightful keynote by Mr. Vishal Sikka, founder and CEO of Gemini. And I would like to invite him here because this is also part of the session. So it's a bonus for you all, actually. Another round of applause for us.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Kindly please take your seats. I request all the audience, and we are here for the keynote as well. And of course, we have another very insightful panel.
I'll just make a few remarks on you want to ask me?
So I'm going to ask you if you want to
Just about
democratization of AI. So I have a few points in mind, and I'll let me tell you while we are setting up. Some of the points are about computer infrastructure, democracy, right? Why should every compute power in India and how? And then data ownership. Can we have a bit of order? Thank you. And if everyone can sit down, then that helps. If you want to take the empty chair, go ahead, take it. Go ahead. Okay, we want to start. Thank you. I'll just quickly thank you everyone, and sorry we've sort of run into a massive huddle one after the other on the sessions. This session was supposed to start with the keynote with Mr. Sikka. The topic, as you all know, is democratization of AI. We've finished 75 years of this democracy, but when it comes to the pivotal moment of AI, the moot question is who owns AI? And there are many paths to AI. There's compute infrastructure, there's data modeling, there's copyright issues, there's even talent. So there's multiple areas where democratization needs to step in. And for me, the first question to you, Dr. Sikka, is AI kiska hai? Who owns AI?
Well, we own AI, of course. It is.
When we say we, you'll have to hold the whole thing. When we say we, is the humanity race or is it we Indians?
That's a great question. Let me put it like this. What is it? I think we have to start with what is AI. Large language models are, in a sense, a compression of a large amount of knowledge. A large amount of human knowledge gets stored in some way. We know that it is compressed because the size of the models, even though they are enormous models, it is much smaller than the size of the data, of the knowledge of the data. We also know that it is approximate because they don't give exactly the answers that were inside the data, but some way of approximation, sometimes with hallucinations. And so it is what we have built, what collectively society has built, is a very powerful technology that is able to compress a vast amount of knowledge, and it is able to regurgitate that in a very conversational way. You can have a authentic conversation in Gujarati or in Bengali or in English or French or whatever. And so the question is, whose data is that? Obviously, companies like yourselves are worried about, copyrights and things like that. Every time we engage with AI and we give it a piece of our lives, we are sharing a bit of us into the AI. And so in a sense, it is a collective compression of the world's knowledge. So it, in some sense, belongs to all of us. And yet it, of course, belongs to a handful of frontier labs and so on.
So is it a blockchain kind of ledger method where everyone has contributed to it, so everyone owns a part of it?
People are working on that, on decentralized AI and various other forms of new techniques. But the popular techniques that we have today are basically these large models, which are compressions of a vast amount of information. So, you were talking about 75 years of democracy. One, we have to create a vast amount of literacy with AI in India, so that a very large number of people, more than 1 billion people, are able to leverage this technology and are able to thrive because of this technology. And the question comes, how will we do that when we don't even have access to the large language models and things like that? And I think that I went back to, somebody asked me this earlier today, and I went back to the Green Revolution. One of my earliest memories is I was probably 2 years old when the war, that created Bangladesh happened. 2 or maybe 3, something like this. And I have this memory of my parents. They were very worried about, there was a ship that was bringing some wheat from the United States, and that ship was not being allowed to come to shore because of the ceasefire agreement. And so they were waiting for the ceasefire to happen so that the ship would then come into the shore and we would get wheat. And my parents were genuinely worried whether we will have food to eat or not. From that time, and I remember when I was 19, I went to the United States. On the flight, the Air India flight to New York, the butter and the cheese used to be from like New Zealand or Holland, places like that. Within 3 or 4 years after that, you would get Amul butter or Vijaya butter from the south and so on. So how did that happen? Basically within 1 generation in my parents' lifetime, we went from this point where a ship literally carrying gehu was, our ability to eat was dependent on whether the ship was going to come to shore or not, to the time where we became the largest exporter of
supplier of butter.
Of butter and wheat and all this. We are also one of the largest suppliers of wheat now.
Yeah.
So how can that happen? And that, if you look back at the Green Revolution and how we managed to produce farmers who can create these kinds of crops and create self-sufficiency. So if we can do that, you better believe we can bring 1 billion people into the world of AI. So it can be done. The question is, are we able to see the goals in the same way that we saw back then, and are we able to set these goals? And I think that when you look at what the government is doing, it is really inspiring. The goals that we have set, arguably we are the leading country from the point of view of government's involvement in AI. No other government seems to me to be as far ahead on AI as our government is.
This summit is a testimony to that.
The summit, it's such a vast scale at which we are celebrating AI that it is really impressive. So I feel very hopeful that we can create a very large democratized culture where AI empowers people.
I guess Dr. Sikka's message is, आपने हमारा मक्खन खाया, अब थोड़ा AI चख के देख लीजिए.
No, I think that's a great point, and I think we have very clearly seen that people who use AI can do amazing things. People who use AI, people who understand AI and its limitations and its capabilities and build things with it are able to do extraordinary things. And can we, my company works in this area, Vandana's company works in this area, a couple of the colleagues are here. She has built this app where you can have people who can share their knowledge augmented by AI and share that with other people in a very authentic way. So I feel very hopeful.
Right. Small, information. His company is YNI. It's Vishal, Vandana, his wife, and his son also Varun. So it's like triple V on acceleration. We talked about democratization of AI. It starts with compute power. Is there a shortcut method instead of having guzzling data centers with energy, water, so much of energy requirement or infrastructure requirement? Can AI solve for energy requirement of its own, or for its own?
It's a tool. It is like would you ask a hammer, hey man, can you solve your own energy problem? I think that we have to look at it in two different ways. One way is the situation today. The situation today is AI is incredibly power hungry. ChatGPT, the original GPT-3 based ChatGPT took something like 1.3 gigawatt hours of training. So it is a really massive amount of compute, and our government has been working to procure resources. So far, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 60,000 GPUs that we have. By the end of this year, our goal is to get to 200,000 GPUs, that is wonderful. Of course, at the same time, OpenAI alone last year had 1 million GPUs. And so it is a very difficult situation, and I think we have to fight and we have to get it, and which the government is doing better than pretty much anybody else. And so we have to bring access to this. We have to bring these resources and make them available to startups, to people, to schools, things like that. But at the same time, I was yesterday, there is a gentleman who has been assigned by the organizers to accompany me to different places. And this poor guy was walking so much, he walked 32,000 steps yesterday. And I asked him towards the evening, when he was so tired, I said, how much have you eaten? And he said he ate 2 burgers the whole day. And that was, 2 burgers is about 30 watts of power. So when we operate on 2,000 calories in a day, that's like 100 watts, like one of these light bulbs. And out of that, our brain is taking up 20 watts. So 20 watts, your phone, you have this 4-camera phone. When this phone is in sleep mode, that is 20 watts is less than what this phone is consuming. So that's how our brain is working. Our perception, what I am speaking to you, moving our hands around like this is all in basically
multisensorial processing.
Yeah. So the second way to look at it is that, we have 200,000 GPUs and it is too less and all that, but why don't we invent the next generation of AI, which is much more power efficient? When we know it is possible, just look at yourself.
Right. One last question on talent. What about, the question is democratization of talent pool when it comes to AI. People in India are worried that should all the LLM foundational model come from there, should all the talent go there? We've had enough brain drain from here to US. Now, of course, thanks to Trump, many of our brains are wanting to be here. But, the democratization of talent, because we have huge set of GCCs today here. Some fear displacement. But I remember watching your interview 2 days ago to someone, I don't want to name the brand, but you had a very different thought of why you bothered about AI displacing talent. What about AI creating many more opportunities for this very talent to take up a new job?
Yes.
Can you help us understand what you meant there?
So, whenever new media come, we cannot think of the new applications that are possible because of the new media. So some of you in the room are old enough to remember when television first came, and we used to literally have people who would, read from a piece of paper sitting on television. What is the point of the television if you are going to watch a, picture of a newsreader with a piece of paper in their hand, literally read the thing to you? You can put a picture of a person on a radio and then it is basically the same thing. But until the live events and watching cricket matches or conferences or MTV or, when these things happen, then you realize, oh wow, this is all the stuff that TV can do. Or, similarly on the phone, that it is not just that you can have the same thing that you had in your computer, now you can have in your phone, but you can actually call a cab and you can get someone to, for God's sake, bring chana bhatura in 10 minutes and
Or deliver an emergency mobile van, yeah.
Yeah.
For
So-
hospitals, yeah.
So right now we are in a stage where we are all so panicked about what is AI going to do with all the stuff I was going to do yesterday, and this kind of work that we have been doing so far, that we are not able to see the new applications that are possible because of this. And those applications are starting to emerge. You know, we got a glimpse of that with this open cloud drama that happened last week. Wow, you can have agent swarms who are talking to each other and creating religions and things like this. So people are beginning to wake up to the fact that there are things that can be, in my work, I had one of my customers is in the Middle East, a distribution company. They distribute things from big brands, CPG companies. And one of the CPG companies decided to shut down their factory in one of the countries there. I won't name the country. And this customer was telling me that they could use our software to do analysis. And then as a result of that analysis, they decided to shut down their operations in this country. In 1 or 2 days of analysis, where questions, you would ask complicated questions, like what happens if the price of this goes up and that goes up here. And so I asked him, how long would it have taken you to do this otherwise? He said, maybe a year. Because you wait for the first quarter and you say, oh, things are going bad in this country. Why is that? Oh, this factory shut down. And the second quarter, it did not recover. You put some emergency measure in third quarter because you're constantly looking backwards. Instead of 1 year worth of work by expensive consultants, in a few minutes, you can do an analysis and take a unbelievably complex decision like shutting down your operations in a whole country. So there are applications, wondrous applications that are possible. We just don't see them yet. And I think that this idea that, oh my God, arey sir, mera 20 saal ka kaam disrupt ho jayega, that is a very backward
But
way
that
of
happened, looking at right? things. So pre-cloud, there were fears and that everything will be on cloud. We'll lose data sovereignty, security.
Yeah.
We found ways.
And believe me, there is no doubt it is disruptive to stuff that we did. We have seen examples of software development happening 20 times, 50 times more productively than we did before. But don't focus on what is it that it takes away, focus on what is possible with this.
Possible tomorrow. That's a great note. You talked about television guys holding a paper. I have a screen in front of me telling me 6 minutes to go for my next panel. I'm really sorry, Dr. Sikka. I'll have to end,
Awesome
but thank
to
you
see
so
that.
much.
And you have my dear friend Anshu here, to see. I'll see you next week.
From Dr. Sikka and me, a standing ovation to both of you, all of you who are waiting for all us. Thank you so much. Thanks.
We are all set for the second panel, and thank you so much. You have all been a lovely audience. Guys, you can stay seated. On the second panel today, we are talking about AI for many, not the few, bridging gaps in skills, data access, tech infrastructure, and capital flows. We have with ourselves Mr. Mustafa Furniturewala, CTO of Coursera, Anshu Sharma ji, co-founder and CEO of Skyflow, Mr. Hari Shetty, Chief Strategist and Technology Officer at Wipro. And to moderate the session, our very own Mr. Deepak Ajwani, ET Online Editor. Deepak sir.
Okay.
Over to you.
First of all, apologies. We have very, very short time. But apologies also to the next section because I'm going to steal 5 minutes from the next session. So the warning to them, if you could convey, because we lost a bit of time. It's unfair on the guests that who've been waiting here. But this is an AI democratization session. If we could stick to time and take 1 minute only for the answer, not ramble, but be clear and direct, right? When it comes to democratization of AI, the first thing is compute power. Today, a lot of compute power has been resting in the Western geographies, while Google and various other companies have committed $67.5 billion to come to India. Do you think this will tilt the balance when it comes to compute power for AI in India?
Yeah, I think I feel like the compute power balance will democratize over time. I think it will spread over time. So I do think what's more important is how AI is having an impact. And we can see that by how it's scaling education, for example. And that is happening across the world. Even if you take India, for example, the highest number of generative AI enrollments are coming from India. and the access to education via AI is improving because of that, and it's democratizing all over the world by by the fact that the AI is enabling people to access the same content in different languages, and then also having support as well. So, for example, we have something called Coach, where every learner can have a 1:1 personalized tutor, and so that will, I think, tilt the balance across the country in terms of compute power as well.
Right. Question for you. India has a huge database contribution to the world. We have multiple languages. We have enough data to feed the AI models. Should we have a copyright model where we say if we are contributing, say, 10 million tokens, then you owe it to us that we need to have a pie in that AI for ourselves? Do you think that is something that one can work on tech front, or should there be a policy around it? Because India is going to contribute both talent as well as Indic models and language, English language content to the entire AI LLMs.
See, first and foremost, Deepak, I thought you'll ask a rapid fire for all of us, given the amount of time we got.
It seems we are on a rapid fire, and I'm really sorry for this, but
that's fine. That's fine. So coming back to your question, I would say what Mr. Sikka talked about. AI is a method of abstracting real knowledge into a model, and different sizes of model fit different needs. So at some point in time, while today data is the most important thing for building models, at some point in time models will take over the role of data, because you have already captured the juice out of the data into the models. So again, coming back, the ownership of data is very, very important for the next short time period, before which the ownership of the model becomes more important.
Right. Ashu, question for you, open source versus closed AI. While open source, lowers the barrier to entry, but does it still leave a loophole? I mean, you work in the cybersecurity area. Do you think open source still has to give an assurance to large corporates that, hey, don't worry, your data is impregnable?
So it's like your first question to Vishal, who's we? In your question, who is they? Right? So when you say open source should give a commitment, kaun karega, right? You don't know who's creating this, right? So open source by definition means anybody can contribute, which means there is no they. So you cannot, even if everybody agreed, there's no mechanism for that. So I think the way to make all of this work is going to be at the layer at which you're actually using these systems. There's literally no way for me to make sure, whether it's, by the way, open source or closed source, right? How do you get Anthropic or Mistral to tell you that the data they have about, Economic Times is actually scraped from Economic Times? Maybe they picked it up from a competitor, right?
I can tell you lots of other sites are scraping from ET, but
exactly my
good
point.
luck to them.
Exactly my point. So all the scraping is uncontrolled. So it's sort of like, the way this whole thing works is the models themselves don't know when it's scraping something, how much of that is going to end up in the model, right? Khichdi. This is like khichdi ki khichdi ki khichdi, right? So if you think about neural networks, it's basically layers of khichdi. And by the time it comes to you to eat, there is literally no way for you to actually figure out where this came from, right? So what are we going to do? What we have to do as enterprises or consumers is we have to do enforcement of policy, data, privacy, security at the time of use. That's the only way we can make all of this work. And we've done this before. Frankly, like even in the database world, you don't really control. You have to do all of this work at the time of use, and that's going to be the case here.
Coming to you, this is about democratization of talent. While everyone's worried about frontier models being, baked in the valley, we have our own problems to solve. There are tier 1 cities, Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, and then there are tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Talent does not need to be bound to a geography. How does one democratize the access to AI tools so that the talent base across the nation is able to build frontier models if required?
Yeah, I think first is just making sure everyone has access to the tools. But I think more importantly, it's going to be important that they are trained well to use those tools really well, right? And for that, I think...
So not just access, train them first to use.
Yes,
right.
Because that will help the talent be successful. And that training needs to be function specific, right? So every function needs a very specific training on how to use. There's some basic training which is AI fluency, but then every function needs to have a skills track on, like, for my function, for my role, what are the skills that I need to learn? And then it's also important to be able to verify those skills so that, you know, you have a feedback loop of skills verification and skills training.
Right. On governance and power control, we are at India AI Summit. The government of India is putting huge amount of effort to build awareness, get people to talk to each other across different geographies, even different countries are here. You think the government has a role to play when it comes to power concentration on who controls AI?
See, at some
don't fear, this is off the record if you want.
It's a fair question, and let me try to answer it. The point that I would say is, anytime there's scarcity, there's always an element of governance that has to step in. And governments do step in to actually try to make this a fair process for everyone. Now, coming to the second element of it, in terms of the policy framework, a policy framework that actually focuses on basically reducing friction in AI is more important than a compliance check from a policy perspective, right? That's what I would broadly call it out.
Great. I love this panel. They're quick, they're short, they're brief. Thank you for sticking up. It says time's up, but it's not up for me as yet. One last question to you, Ashu. Data ownership and value creation. We contribute to a large extent across AI data stacks. When it comes to putting a value to it, is there a method that you attribute to it? You create your own solutions on cybersecurity. Is there a tokenization method or any other method of value attribution to what you create, what is your IP? Because any random kid with an AI tool or a bot will come and possibly steal your own IP. How does one attribute value to it?
Sure. So, we are obviously in the business of protecting enterprise data in the context of AI. But let me answer your question not in just the Skyflow context, but actually in the context you asked broadly. So, you studied economics?
No. I studied journalism and chemistry.
Okay, theek hai fair. Let me give you an economics lecture. So, do you know about this Nobel Prize that went to these people on the economy of ideas? Basically, here's what happened. These guys, oh yaar, baith ja tu.
Thandarak, as they say in Delhi.
Thandarak, putter. So, this is very interesting, huh? So basically what they proved, these people, think of any intellectual property you create, the people who actually create it actually get almost no value out of it. Okay, let me give you an example. Vishal, who's a friend, he was talking about this green thing. I don't know how many of people know here, but the green revolution was initially started by one doctor in the US who created a genetically modified version of wheat and rice. Now, 0 people in America are eating that wheat or rice, but people in Vietnam and India and China are actually eating a lot. So you have to think about AI the same way. Actually, that's how all technology works. जो जितना use करेगा, उतना value आएगी, right? So the value is captured not by the creator, but the value is actually captured by the people who are using it. So if I have an iPhone, you have an iPhone, and you're just watching TikTok, and I'm creating a new startup, I've captured value. So in a way, it's actually very democratic. Everybody's going to more or less get access to the same models. Okay, somebody's going to have one version higher, one version lower. But the beauty of this whole thing is it's kind of like rice and wheat. The person who knows how to cook with it the best is going to derive value. So we shouldn't obsess about mere data say this guy created a model, so how do I get 25 cents back? India with its billion people, if all billion people start using AI on their phones to just do basic things like when you fall sick, ask it, if you're running a small business, find out what should your price be, you can extract the value with 1 billion devices in our phones way more than the 20 million people living in Australia or UK can. So it's actually entirely in our hands to extract all the value of the models.
Right. You talked of rapid fire. Final round, rapid fire. Yeah. One word or one line at best. How much time you think will India take to create its own native frontier LLM?
I think it'll take a year.
It'll take a year?
Yeah.
Your guess, if you want to take the same question?
Depends on India's mindset. It can be now or it can be a year.
Mindset तो यार यहाँ से होता है ना और AI तो और fast चल रहा है like Vishal said, brains, multiple brains. All right. Your answer?
Well, I'm good friends with the Vivek Raghavan and all these Sarvam people. So why would we start with zero when we can distill the models that other people are producing? Same thing. उन्होंने गेहूं उगाई है. We're going to create the filtered version of it, suji. Sarvam is our suji and someone is going to make halwa here.
Great. We have halwa puri for lunch today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and sorry to the next session if at all we stole something from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Structure and across capital. So the way I will conduct this session is that I will first ask a generic overall macro question from each of the speakers, and I request everybody to be very short in their answers because we have many questions.
So my colleague at Harvard, Professor Bruce Nair, he says AI is an amplifier. It enhances whoever uses it. If democracy uses it, it enhances democracy. If it goes in the hands which is we don't want to, it enhances that also. And when we speak about GPU, as Krishnaza also mentioned, there are only few companies who control GPUs. How do you look at it as a supply chain problem or an institutional problem?
Look, first of all, thank you so much for having me on this panel. I think AI summit that's happening in New Delhi from the 16th of Feb to the 20th of Feb certainly puts India on the map when it comes to the conversation around AI and building AI in that sense. To answer your question, I did raise that question in Parliament about GPUs and the lack of GPUs when it comes to India's compute capacity. Now, I didn't raise that to sound technical, I raised that question to sound practical. Today, whichever country has the compute capacity is going to rule the roost, is going to have governance efficiency, is going to have military capability, is going to have more and more economic prosperity. So this compute capacity, which has today become a supply chain issue, but at the very heart of it is a sovereign issue. It is not a supply chain issue to my mind. Now, why do I say that it is a sovereign issue or it is an issue of strategic autonomy and less of an issue of supply chain? Is simply because there is a monopoly today that exists in the world of AI. When I say monopoly, I mean three things: design, manufacturing, and export. Design almost entirely is controlled by a few select companies like NVIDIA that have had the first mover advantage, whose chips and GPUs, etc., and the design architecture is being used effectively by virtually all LLMs, generative AI models, so on and so forth. So even if there is a new company that comes about, the resistance to change or to move from the NVIDIA chips to any other company's chip is going to be huge. So they have a design advantage or a design monopoly. The second is the manufacturing monopoly. 90% of the chips today are being manufactured by a company sitting in Taiwan the TSMC, that manufactures 90% of the world's chips. So therefore, they, in that sense, have the monopoly. And third is the export controls, which countries like the United States of America have imposed. And they have effectively classified the GPUs and the chips, so on and so forth, and this entire AI architecture as a strategic asset for the country. So therefore, even if you have the money to buy these chips, you cannot buy these chips merely because the United States has imposed sanctions or export controls in that sense, right? So three things: design monopoly, manufacturing monopoly, and third is the export control. Now, unfortunately, as we stand today, India doesn't have any of the three. But what India has is the AI talent. Our AI talent is likely to double by the year 2027. We are world #1 when it comes to AI skill penetration. And in that sense, when it comes to talent, it is India that the world looks up to. But talent alone, without compute, in my view, is merely an aspiration, right? And compute without sovereignty will lead to India's dependence on some supply chain, on some country, on some geopolitical relationship. So therefore, it is important that India today, and legislators like Krishna and myself today, work towards, from an India standpoint, building milestones to secure access at the first level, to have clear-cut direct goals so that India has access to the AI ecosystem. The second is diversifying supply. Once we have access, we must diversify our supply so that we are not dependent merely on 1 or 2, 3 economies or countries in that sense. And the third thing that we must do is build infra. Have the AI ecosystem here in India, from having data centers to chip manufacturing capabilities, so on and so forth. I fundamentally believe, and I quite strongly hold this view, that in the 20th century, power was controlled by those who had oil, gas, and steel. In the 21st century, power will be controlled by those who have access and AI compute capability, AI capability, as well as chip manufacturing abilities. Whosoever controls this will effectively control the levers of power in the 21st century.
What does it take to turn AI from pilots into solutions that reach millions? Financing, strategy, and smart partnerships? That's what leaders explored in the Mobilizing Finance for High Impact AI Solutions session at AI Impact Summit 2026. Firstly, Shankar Marwada from XStep Foundation called 2026 the year operational AI hits maturity. He described the journey as a marathon made of sprints, where sustainable financing underpins long-term impact. Next up, Mahesh Uttam Chandani highlighted that every dollar of MDB capital must strategically attract private investment, ensuring AI solutions reach scale for social good. Then Jay Chaudia stressed the importance of moving beyond siloed projects to platform-centric financing, supporting ecosystems of talent, connectivity, and reusable digital infrastructure. And finally, the panel agreed on sharing AI use case repositories and using MDB-backed de-risking to accelerate adoption, mobilizing private capital efficiently while creating lasting impact. These discussions aren't isolated, they're shaping the way AI will transform society. From funding to platforms, from sprints to marathons, the future of AI impact is being written today. Stay tuned, the next breakthroughs are just ahead. Hello everyone. What happens when AI doesn't just run on networks, but becomes the network itself? At AI Impact Summit 2026, the session Cognitive Capital explored the shift from connected systems to AI native networks. The takeaway? 6G isn't just about faster connectivity, it's intelligence built into the architecture. Firstly, Shri Shyam Prabhakar Mardikar, President and Group CTO of Reliance Jio, spoke about the incredible velocity of connectivity and compute. His message was simple data is the only currency. Networks move it, compute unlocks it, and together they power the new AI economy. Building on that, Anil Kumar Bardwaj explained how generative AI goes beyond predefined scripts. It enables contextual reasoning, synthesizes multi-source data, and designs intelligent workflows transforming networks into self-learning systems. With greater intelligence comes greater responsibility. AI native networks must be secured against prompt injection, data poisoning, and privacy risks. Because in a connected world, trust is non-negotiable. The focus then shifted to 6G, where AI is embedded across spectrum, RAN, and core networks using digital twins and intelligent slicing to create truly context-aware systems. This isn't just about faster internet, it's about positioning India as a true cognitive capital where connectivity, compute, and data converge to power the global AI economy. The networks we design today will define how intelligence flows tomorrow.
AI safety overall, security, privacy, data is being shared by a lot of end users, by MSMEs, by startups. So how do we kind of secure and safeguard them? Also AI generated misinformation, deepfakes, which I'm sure everybody knows today. I'm Vineet Kumar. I'm the founder and global president for Cyber Peace. Yeah, so my expectation is very clear. It's, you know, how AI has been an enabler. And it's a time that
कोई बात नहीं, मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि कभी-कभी चीजें भूल जाते हैं। एक प्रोजेक्ट दूँ, अक्सर लोग स्नैक्स के साथ कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेना भूल जाते हैं। क्या आप कुछ कोल्ड ड्रिंक भी ऐड करना चाहेंगे?
हाँ यार, ये तो भूल ही गया था। एक 2.5 लीटर वाली कोक की बॉटल भी डाल दो।
डोंट वरी, मैंने आपके कार्ट में 2.5 लीटर कोक बॉटल भी ऐड कर दी है। तो अब आपके कार्ट में है 3 पैकेट कुरकुरे, 4 पैकेट लेस, 2 पैकेट नाचोस, 1 साल्सा डिप और 1 कोकी 2.5 लीटर बॉटल। आपका टोटल बिल 380 रुपए होगा। क्या आप ऑर्डर कंफर्म करना चाहेंगे?
हाँ जल्दी से कर दो।
ठीक है, आपका ऑर्डर प्लेस हो गया है और कुछ ही देर में आप तक पहुंच जाएगा। इंस्टामार्ट इस्तेमाल करने के लिए धन्यवाद। आपसे बात करके अच्छा लगा।
Now let me welcome Meenakshi to share a little bit more about how these truly empathetic agents come in action.
Thanks, Shubham. So I'll take you through behind the scenes on what makes conversational agents reliable and scalable. Firstly, we'll start about what does it mean to build an agent. Whether you're automating a high volume customer support desk or a sophisticated sales engine, what you would need is low development time in order to develop your agent. In Samvad, we offer a co-pilot where you can provide natural language intent on what your agent is supposed to do, and that converts into agent SOP with guardrails. And the agent is production grade from the get-go. We also offer features where you can configure the language colloquialism. What this enables you is that you can customize it and suit it for a Gen Z in Pune or a farmer in Peeply, all for the same agent. Agents can be equipped with MCPs, tools, and knowledge bases to ground the context based on your organizational data. Now that you've built an agent, how will you deploy it? How do you know it is ready to face the world? Thousands of user personas can be simulated with Samvad, where you're going over conversations even before a live user call is placed. This helps you to identify any issues which can be related to anomalous behavior or edge cases and resolve it even before you get to production from day one. The next thing that we deeply care about is, at scale, how do you ensure that the agent caters to every user's needs and preferences? Samvad powers a hyper-personalized customer journey multi-agent orchestration which spans across multiple days, multiple channels. And the way we do is long-running persistent memory, which has a shared context across channels. Okay, now that you've deployed at scale, you're looking at interactions, but then millions of users are interacting with your agents, and manual quality checks is absolutely impossible. Samvad solves for this by converting the unstructured conversation to structured signals which will help you to do self-evaluation of agents. The way it does this is, whenever the instructions are leading to spurious behavior or caused customer frustration, those agent instructions are improved over time. What this helps you with is, the agent is not only consistent, but it gets smarter, better, and more cost efficient based on the data as a flywheel. Well, talk is cheap, so let's just go to the numbers. I'm very happy to say that Samvad offers sub-second latency, and because of this, our customers are able to go live within a day, and we are already powering 100 million interactions, and the customers are also able to realize 10x ROI. In fact, the demos that you've seen today are all powered by Samvad, and we are using the underlying state-of-the-art models, Saras, Bulbul, and our sovereign LLMs. With this, I'll hand it over to Shubham.
Yeah, I'd like to share some more numbers. So thanks to your technology that you've been cooking for a while now, we've actually grown 3 times every quarter, and we've crossed 1 million interactions per day. We actually hit 2 million a couple of days ago as well. And that, I think, is truly called exponential scale, and that is what we really like to take pride in building for population scale solutions as well. So what I think is important is that this technology, I think, is fundamental to engaging customers, to engaging farmers, patients, citizens, partners at population scale in manners, form factors, and surface areas that India really speaks about, that India thinks about, that India regulates, in form factors that India scales, and in manners that India actually pays as well. With that, I'd like to take leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me put it in perspective of how I see it, right? People talk about India being a low ARPU country, India not having demand for AI, etc. We started off as a frontier model building company. That is today marks an important inflection point for that. We have shown that we can build the state-of-the-art models. But meanwhile, we also took upon ourselves to build a product that can truly scale. And I think that product that will scale to 1 billion people in India is Samvad. Voice infrastructure that you can scale today to any language across the country. The team showed a chart which had 1 million there. That is the 1 million minutes of calls every day on the platform, right? So it's 1 million minutes of calls every day. In fact, since the chart was built, I think 2 weeks back, we are at 2 million today, right? 2 million minutes of calls every day. If I were to think about providing a tutor to every child, providing healthcare access to every person, providing advice in agriculture, advice in, let's say, legal matters, anything that you can imagine, I think voice will be the medium, we will deploy it. And I can imagine the Samvad team, which is cranking up and up, may reach 100 million minutes a day by the end of the year. That is the real potential of population scale AI. And this is all happening with our models running on GPUs that we control, so the entire infrastructure remains both secure and low latency. I'm genuinely enthused by where we can reach with Samvad. Just like we had conversations, which is external facing, which needs to be low latency, which needs to be small, efficient. The dual to that is productivity. You want to be able to run inside your organization large models to be able to do complex things, but do them reliably, do them repeatedly, and do them efficiently. For that, we have an entire vertical that we have created at Sarvam out of experience of stuff that we did with the armed forces, experience of the stuff that we did with Niti Aayog. We have now created a vertical on Sarvam for work, for which I would like to invite Vedant and Harshad to talk to you about.
Hello, everyone.
Need this?
As we know, AI is now moving from chat to real work. It is touching your internal systems, moving money, talking to your customers, and representing your brand. But even so, enterprises, after investing lots of money in pilots, are not able to see needle-moving impact of AI in production. Let me take an example to explain this better. Take any fintech or consumer internet company, right? They run multiple campaigns to acquire customers, retain customers. This is their day in, day out job, right? For this task, they come up with new campaigns every day. This requires collaboration between 4 different teams, interacting with 7 different internal tools. This process roughly takes 2 weeks and still is very, very error prone, right? Naturally, given the high value and high frequency nature of this problem, a fintech or a consumer internet company would want to use AI to solve this better. The first demo is built very quickly. It takes a week. It is 80% there. But when you connect it to real data, you start finding that it starts hallucinating, right? You start finding it on day 3 when the wrong email has gone out to customers. Then what does the developer do? He changes the prompt, hopes that it will get fixed. But something else breaks in production. What does the developer do next? Maybe changes the model, puts a bigger model after this, maybe adds a retry loop, and what he sees is the same user is getting multiple emails, or worse, multiple rewards. Why is this happening? Models are not the problem. Models are already better than most developers out there, winning gold medals in maths Olympiads. It is the system around the model. There is no way today to control how AI is behaving in production. Let us double click on that, right? AI is fundamentally probabilistic. When you ask the same question twice, it can do something else. It may stop midway without any reason, right? And the only lever this developer has to make AI work in production is prompting and praying, right? This AI, which is super probabilistic, has to work with your enterprise setting, which is very rigid and very brittle. Your enterprise setting is full of workflows and processes which can't change, data which is in different silos, schemas that don't talk to each other, and unless there is a marriage between this probabilistic AI and your enterprise setting, you will not be able to see value in production. This is the reason why most demos today are narrow, constrained toy demos, and nothing real value of production is being shipped, right? To fundamentally make it work, developers have to write a lot of plumbing to make this marriage of probabilistic AI and this messy, rigid enterprise context. They have to write a lot of plumbing. They have to figure out how to control this AI, how to log its actions. And this is plumbing that every developer across every team in the world is writing. This was the same problem in 1970s, before the operating systems existed. Later, operating systems like Linux, Windows, they abstracted out these problems so that developers can just focus on building and solving business problems. We think that moment of AI is here now. We need this operating system of AI to make it work reliably in production. And for that, I would like to invite Harshad, who has built this system, designed the system from ground up, to talk more about how we have designed it.
Thanks, Vedant. So if AI is going to move from experimentation to infrastructure, it needs to run with the same reliability and auditability guarantees as other mission-critical systems. So we built ARIA around, so we have a strong opinion of what those guarantees should be, and they are that it should be composable, it should be declarative, and it should be controllable. So illustrate these points, we are showing an illustration of some work we did with a large logistics company where we ingested a very hairy corpus of multimodal data and then told the system to go and explore the data and come up with some novel insights and structure. And that was it. Everything else that you see, it is executing on its own. So what you see is the system decomposing the prompt into several modality-specific workflows, drilling down when necessary, and aggregating these results to form a coherent answer. And the answer that comes is not pre-scripted in any particular way. It is an emergent property of how the system is designed. So to get to these, we have three basic ideas. First idea is that the system should be composable. So what it means is that every component over here is built from a small finite set of primitives, and complex behavior comes from how they are combined. So the analogy is to, let's say, an automobile manufacturer where the factory doesn't rebuild the assembly line for every product. It uses fixed parts and fixed stations. And the separation of concern brings the Unix philosophy back into the agentic world and where allows scale to emerge from composition rather than through complexity. The second major idea is declarative. So you specify the objectives and the constraints, and the system figures out how to actually execute them. And this is similar to hiring a good engineer, where you give the task and the boundaries and let the engineer execute. In our case, ARIA abstracts out all of the machinery underneath for persistence, telemetry, replay, checkpointing, failure handling, etc. All of the hard problems in distributed systems, and lets you focus on intent rather than on the machinery. So third idea is controllability, where enterprise systems cannot rely on improvisation. There has to be some notion of what can happen and under what conditions. So ARIA executes inside a graph where we provide checkpoints and rollback behavior when checkpoints and rollback behavior. So what results is not a demo that runs once or runs stochastically. It's an infrastructure that scales across use cases.
Okay, slightly different, I suppose. You heard a lot of text. Let me frame this how I see it. Right, the models are getting better and better, but you might have heard the MIT report that 90% of AI things fail. And I think what is missing is a systems engineering view of how models are embedded in what else there is. Right, and Harshad is our systems engineer who has been thinking deeply about it and looking at building agents which, as he said, can be declaratively written, can be composed with very few primitives, can have concurrency guarantees, can have guarantees on the schema of the data that agents write to each other, and thereby we are able to build agents that are far more reliable. An important distinction is the building of the agent and the execution of the agent. Our view is we should use frontier models to build agents, and then once they are built, proven to be accurate as per our requirements, run them with much smaller models. We've been able to show you can take standard tasks and make 10 times more efficient while actually increasing the accuracy. This is an early product, but this is something that we are very excited to bring to enterprises. In fact, even ARIA, the way it has been designed with systems principles, we would like to open source and then let people contribute on how an infrastructure can be built for reliable orchestration of models. So that is Sarvam for work. I would now like to move on to the next topic, which is Sarvam for content. Just to put you in context, we had Sarvam for conversations, which is for having empathetic conversations with your customers, Sarvam for work internally, and Sarvam for content, for which I'd like to call Arijit and Krishna back onto the stage. Please applause for the folks coming in.
So knowledge and content in general has gone through a tremendous evolution over the last century. What started off with the invention of the printing press, then onto the radio, then television, and now the internet, has quickly evolved content into various formats, such as audios, videos, and texts. Now, imagine a world where I, a native Tamil speaker, can read a poem by Rabindranath Tagore in my language. And similarly, think of a complex mathematical formula and an explanation and a proof written by Ramanujan in Hindi. How would we do that today? Today, there is no easy means to achieve that outcome. With Sarvam for content, we make all of that possible. Firstly, we focus on document digitization, where with high accuracy, we digitize all the content in the native language. Then we move on to document translation, which retains the linguistic complexities of the original natively written document. And then also we focus on AI for dubbing. Now, on the document digitization side, we have built a platform as part of this stream, which achieves SOTA accuracy using Sarvam Vision, our in-house OCR model.
A culture is preserved only when people can read, debate, and build upon its ideas. When literature circulates, when it inspires new writing, new thinking, and new creativity. The result was about 90% accuracy. That may sound good until you realize it means nearly 1 error per line. My name is Raj Mashwala, and I'm a co-founder of an NGO called the Ekatra Foundation. Ekatra partnered with several large technology companies to build unique OCR systems. Very quickly, though, we ran into hard realities. That is when we partnered with Sarvam. The technical solution is a pipeline of specialized models. First, the system understands the structure. Then it recognizes the text within each block in context. It also provides a workbench where proofreaders can give high-level agentic instructions instead of correcting every single character. We have moved from 1 error per line to 1 error every 10 pages for mainstream books. But the progress will never stop. We have reached a level of accuracy in both character recognition and layout detection that makes large-scale processing practical and affordable. With Sarvam's OCR AI, we are no longer just preserving literature. We are returning it to the people. Readable, searchable, and alive.
And for the document translation and dubbing, Arijit, take over, please.
Thanks, Krishna. So we saw how document digitization. Let's see, like, when it comes to translation, the traditional translation is slow, it's painful, it goes to translators who edits line by line, come back in weeks or months, and the overall process is pretty tedious. Let's see how we are solving that with Sarvam document translation. So not just translation of the content, but the contextual nuances, the terminologies, the layouts, all of it is preserved on the studio with option for publishers, editors to go over the content, proofread it, give it their own writing style, and make these documents published ready within days, not months, right? So we spoke about document. Let's talk about the form of content that is mostly consumed, right? Indians consume over millions of hours of videos every year, but the gap is that most of these content are in one language, right? So with Sarvam, let's, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's see how Sarvam transforms the video content into multiple languages with the dubbing platform. So with 7 for content, we are transforming and reaching millions of Indians in their own language. So every piece of content in every Indian's language within hours, not weeks. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So we showed you a variety of applications for conversations, for work, and for content. And all of these are built on the models that we have showed you. But we are excited to be building this layer and interacting more with developers and companies across the board. The final thing that is required to make the sovereign AI stack come together is infrastructure, which is being able to train these models, being able to serve these models efficiently. And there we have been focusing on a variety of things. And we would quickly run you through what some of the things that we are doing. One of them is to focus on edge models. And I would now like to invite Tushar to talk about it. We can keep it a little brief given that we are running out of time.
Hi, folks. Let's talk about something that's literally cutting edge. When it comes to scaling AI in India, there are 3 key challenges. Training and serving models is costly because cloud is expensive. You need access to 24/7 internet, which is difficult if you're in a remote part of the country. And your data is leaving the user's personal sovereign boundary, which makes it risky if you're dealing with sensitive data. Edge is our attempt at solving some of these challenges. At Sarvam, we believe in frugal innovation, which led us to develop models which are small, so they occupy MBs of space rather than GBs. Models that are efficient, so they can easily run on your CPU or NPU, which is part of almost every smartphone today. And because these models are small and so efficient, you can run these models completely offline, and your personal data never leaves the phone. All of this without compromising on model accuracy. Now, why is this important? We want, through Edge AI, we want to bring intelligence to every phone, every laptop, every car, and even new types of devices in the country. We believe that with Edge, we can make existing devices smarter and reimagine how humans interact with technology so that you can have new types of devices which have never been conceptualized before. Now let's see a demo in action. Imagine you're in a remote part of the country, you don't have internet, and you don't speak the local language, but you want to hail a cab. Sarvam Edge can come to your rescue.
अरे जलजीत, सोचो अगर भारत के 2 अलग कोनों के लोग ऐसे बात कर सकें जैसे पड़ोसी हों, ये अब हमारी ऐप करती है.
ഇന്ത്യയിലെ 2 വ്യത്യസ്ത കർത്തവ്യക്കാരായ ആളുകൾക്ക് അയൽക്കാരെ പോലെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ കഴിയുമെങ്കിൽ അത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നു.
ശരിയാണ് പ്രതീക്, താങ്കൾ ഹിന്ദിയിൽ സംസാരിക്കുന്നു, ഞാൻ മലയാളത്തിലും. എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പരസ്പരം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നു.
विशेष बात है, आप हिंदी में भी बोल रहे हैं, मलयालम में भी, फिर भी हम एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं, समझ में आ रहा है.
So these are models completely running on device, allowing you to seamlessly interact with someone who doesn't speak your language. Now, we realize that we cannot do all of this on our own. So to bring AI to you, we are fortunate to partner with 3 leading companies who've enabled us to bring AI to your hands. First, I'm proud to announce a partnership with Qualcomm, where we've optimized our edge models on Qualcomm chipsets, allowing us to be in almost every device around you. Let's see how this works.
Namaste. We're very excited to be here and represent Qualcomm. Edge AI matters to India because AI must work at population scale. Cloud alone cannot serve all the needs in India. Hence, running AI on the device enables a set of use cases, especially for India, in our own Indian languages and dialects. Qualcomm and Sarvam have a very simple objective to bring edge AI to every Indian without barriers.
So all of us have tried AI on smartphones and laptops, right? But we want to go beyond that. This brings me to my second announcement. We are very proud to partner with Bosch to bring AI to vehicles all across the globe. Let's see what Mr. Mohan from Bosch has to say.
क्या हम घर तक पहुंच जाएंगे या हमें कहीं रुकना चाहिए?
अगर हम पावर सेवर में ही रहे तो आराम से पहुंच सकते हैं। क्या मैं पावर सेवर मोड ऑन कर दूं?
हाँ, वैसे इस गाड़ी का मेंटेनेंस करे काफ़ी टाइम हो गया है। पिछली सर्विसिंग कब की थी?
आपका लास्ट मेंटेनेंस मार्च 2025 में हुआ था और तब से आपके 50,000 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा हो गए हैं। क्या मैं अपॉइंटमेंट शेड्यूल कर दूं?
इस वीकेंड को सुबह घर के पास के सेंटर में कोई स्लॉट बुक कर दो।
ज़रूर, मैंने संडे सुबह की अपॉइंटमेंट बुक कर दी है।
Hello, welcome and namaste. I'm happy to announce our partnership for innovations with Sarvam.ai, who bring sovereign.
So far, we've discussed about bringing AI to existing devices. We thought, why not try to imagine a new device powered by AI? In India, about 10% of the population still uses feature phones, and hence they cannot access generative AI. We decided to partner with Nokia HMD to bring India's first AI-powered feature phone so that we can get AI to the last mile Indian. Let's see what Mr. Ravi from Nokia HMD has to say.
आपके एरिया में पीला रतुआ के शुरुआती लक्षण देखे गए हैं। आपने गेहूं की बुवाई की है, इसलिए कल सुबह धूप निकलते ही खेत का चक्कर जरूर लगाइए। अगर पत्तों पर पीला पाउडर दिखे तो तुरंत प्रोपिकोनाजोल का स्प्रे करें।
With just one button and one voice, people can now access information, services, local markets, government schemes and support in their own language. Our partnership with Sarvam is about putting useful intelligence into everyday life. We plan to bring these experiences across portfolio of our Nokia feature phones and HMD phones, reaching millions of users across India.
Thank you so much.
Cool. So there is a lot of research and development that goes into this. The models need to be made smaller, but at the same time, they need to retain the fidelity. There's a lot of work that goes into optimizing it for a particular form factor. Again, it's a hard problem, but a problem that needs to be solved to scale AI in India. I would now show you something little cooler because it's actually here. I would like to invite Pawan to come on stage, please. Pawan, please. Yeah. Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Pratyush. Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us on this special day. You've seen all our wonderful speakers talking. I wish you had this special device with you because it would have broken down all the technical challenges that the company have been trying to crack on in a very simple Hamari Bhasha mein. That's because the products that we've committed ourselves to build are fully developed, designed, thought of, developed for a billion of us. I want to leave you with two key challenges that we decided to take upon. The first one was to make sure that we stand for trust. Our Honorable Technology Minister made this statement saying that all 5 stacks of AI are fully developed here in India, and we stay true to that commitment. It's sovereign at every layer. The products that we are talking about will be designed and will be soon in production in factories near you, and with use cases for 1 billion voices. And you know what is very interesting is, as I was listening to all the speakers and Pratyush, I wanted to make this appeal. Please talk to us. Talk to us in Marathi, Gujarati, Assamese, because now we can. Tell us what you want. Tell us the kind of products you want. While today we will let you know of 2 very interesting products that we bring for you, I think soon enough we'll play a small AV, but the fact that with Sarvam, we can. You can talk to us with your emotion, your language, and it will all come to us, and it will help us to create bigger journeys, more emotional journeys for you. These products are designed for everyone from every part of the world, thinking about security, thinking about our defense forces, thinking about our farmers, but also thinking about all of us, because we in India, we don't necessarily work out of our offices, in fancy glasses and air conditioned. We are always on the move. And these are the smaller nuances that we picked up to design our product. In fact, what you see, what I'm doing right now, is I'm capturing those emotions with all of you right now with the product that I'm wearing. So these are no more concepts. These are products that we have. I'm wearing one. I have this ring, which is a healthcare ring, and it's also controlling all my devices, controlling my phone, it's controlling my eyewear that I'm wearing. And it's captured this whole moment. And maybe I can show you as we go along. So this entire conversation has been captured. It's now processing, it will analyze, and it will create a beautiful summary in the language in which it has been spoken. And you can then ask these summaries to be documented. Now think of these as we go to work, as we go for our sales journeys, how all this information is captured and help us to create deeper analytics. That's the story for today. Let me ask someone to play the AV for you so you get a better experience of these products.
So I think it's, I think it's good to show the device itself.
Yeah.
So, this is Sarvam Kaze. Mic, please.
Yeah.
This is Sarvam Kaze. Maybe you can take a close-up of the device itself, how it looks. And yeah, I can take the mic.
Yeah. So now you can see that our conversation is nicely summarized. It's in an audio file, and it's been processed.
Great. No, I would like to say a little bit more about this particular point, right? So I think Pawan showed the stack. We need sovereignty at all layers. And the device is a layer which is where the experience of these models comes through. We're delighted to be working together and building the first smart glass designed and manufactured in India and coming with models built in India. And unlike maybe the glasses that have been around for a couple of years, which can, you can talk to them, you can call a particular company's AI, this is actually a builder's device. You can build with the Sarvam platform different agents and then deploy it here. What Pawan showed you now is what you can do when a salesman goes and talks to another person. You can record the conversation, summarize it, get insights. But a variety of things could be done. Imagine law and order, imagine feet on the ground, imagine gig workers, imagine people on the move using this. We are delighted to bring this to you this May, all built in India. Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you, Pratyush.
All right. So I think we would like to a little bit speed up because we want to show you a little bit more. There is an aspect of being able to serve the infrastructure, the models that we need to run all this stuff with, and there is extremely complex software that goes on top of hardware of accelerated compute to make that happen. And we have been working deeply at how do you create that software layer so that capacity requirements can be met. We have worked with NVIDIA very closely to build a system called Prava, by which we are able to create a token factory. Really, AI requires factories, and these tokens need to be manufactured with the precision, the efficiency that which factories work with. We have built technology whereby you can have GPUs in multiple data centers, and they can all be aggregated to serve models. We believe this is the single most important problem to solve to actually make AI like UPI. AI that is available to everybody at a fraction of a cost. And we are delighted to be working with NVIDIA and taking this forward and having India's first at-scale token factory with a variety of our models and open models available to all. Right? I will just skip through some of the aspects of this and then quickly move into a couple of places where we are creating impact. So we have showed you the models we have built, the applications we have built, but another important place is where are we creating impact? And there are three broad areas we are creating impact. The first one is for developers. I would like to invite Sahaj to please come over. We'll be super brief because we're running out of time, just the essential parts, and also money from the other side. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. Incredible show of models today, right? Bulbul, Saras, Vision, Dub. It's just very, very hard to pick a favorite one. But my favorite has been taking the dub video, going to our dashboard, making a video of dubbing of me in Telugu, getting it to Punjabi, showing it to a mom, and seeing a spark in her eyes. And today, we want to talk a little bit about the spark, the ideas, possibilities, and inspiration, and how we can extend that spark to millions of developers in India. India is home to 15 million plus developers. We're the fastest growing community of developers in the world. This isn't just scale, it's momentum. Building is happening in India, and a lot more of it is AI native. And at Sarvam, builders and developers have been at the heart of everything that we do. OpenHati, Sarvam 1, Sarvam M, all have been open sourced, and a lot of developers have tried fine-tuning it, building applications on top of it, etc. We have also launched our API platform that has scaled to hundreds and thousands of developers, and many people have built some very cool applications. Today, we want to talk a little bit about our belief of developers, what developers are building, the impact that we're creating, and what next.
To me, what's been the most interesting point about the model APIs is that just within a few weeks of launching, we had thousands of developers already trying it from all over the country. And even more remarkable was the fact that we had a very good distribution of individual developers, startups, and enterprises come up. The other thing to also highlight, which the trend will show you, is that our growth for the model APIs has been very consistent and very rapid. Given this sort of signals to us that within India, within the developer ecosystem in India, there is a certain hunger. There is a hunger to build, to innovate, and to deploy. And as Sarvam, it is our responsibility to give them the tools to do this. With Saras V3, with Bulbul V3, with Sarvam Vision, we have done this to a good extent, wherein our usage has gone up by approximately 10 times. Furthermore, moving on from the numbers, right, the idea becomes that what are people actually building, right? We have a very budding ecosystem wherein we have folks such as Ashraf or Jay Gala who have created some very cool applications wherein, let's take English language learning, right? Folks may need confidence in terms of learning English to, let's say, apply for a job, give a particular exam. Or on the other hand, you may need healthcare assistance to understand or diagnose particular symptoms where doctors are less accessible, less affordable, and so on. Again, the ecosystem is very broad. These are specific examples of instances where there has been cool applications developed, but over the past year, we have had a lot of love and support from the community, which extends to multiple developers to the extent that we have over 3 lakh developers using the model APIs as of today. Again, beyond the developers, we also have a lot of enterprise software engineers, developers building for their larger organizations and larger use cases. Without speaking too much about it, I will let, okay. Yeah, there should be a video playing at this point.
At Eternal, the home to brands like Zomato, Blinkit, District, and Nugget, we aren't just building for the urban elite, we are building for the entire nation. And that's why Sarvam's focus on Indic languages has been such a game changer for us. We have been piloting with their new ASR and TTS models, and the results have been quite encouraging. We are seeing voice interactions that feel natural and sound accurate, even in the long tail of regional languages. I'm looking forward to seeing where this partnership takes.
इंडिया का फर्स्ट सॉवरेन लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल सर्वम ने क्रिएट किया है, इसके लिए आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई. इट वॉज मच नीडेड. विशिंग यू ऑल द बेस्ट इन दिस जर्नी. वी विल एक्सप्लोर सिनर्जीज एंड पार्टनरशिप अहेड विद यू. थैंक यू सो मच.
At Policy Bazaar, we have been using AI for the last 3-4 years. We have been building a lot of in-house capability because we see the impact that voice can have on the Indian consumer and in buying insurance. Insurance is a complex product, and I think consumers will find it easier to understand on using voice rather than in any other way of search. We look forward to the work that Sarvam has been doing.
Hey, I want to talk a little bit about the belief that we have for developers. Keep it very quick. One, we want to meet developers where you already are. So if you're building applications in India, we are available on APIs, SDKs for JavaScript and Python. We also have integrations with LiveKit and Pipecat if you're building voice applications. Second, the control stays in your hand. We provide a lot of parameters, steerability for the models that we have. Each use case is different, and we want to put control in the hands of developers. Parameters, everything that's available. Third, yeah, we want to make it super easy for you to get started. So with a free private generous program, you're able to get about 33 hours of ASR, 7 hours of TTS, playgrounds and everything available, and MCP support for you to build very, very fast. And last, yeah, I think we're very enterprise grade in the way that we deploy things, so all of your data never gets used in training, very high uptime, reliability, and scalability. Okay, now I just want to touch on a little bit more about extending the belief in developers beyond the APIs and models, and how we want to founders early. We are founders at heart, we are backers, developers, and we want to make sure that we are providing the right platform for people to have a head start. And so when we were discussing, I think Pratyush and Vivek have come up with the idea of how we can enable a startup program that can enable developers to get started very, very fast. And so I went to Pratyush and I said, hey Pratyush, how about we announce 1 lakh in startup credits for developers? Pratyush looked at me and said, thoda aur karte hai. I said 5 lakhs. He said, maybe thoda aur. I said 10 lakhs. Then I went to Vivek, and Vivek said, maybe we can do a little bit more. I said, do you have 50 lakhs in mind? No, he said, a little bit more. I said, do you have 1 crore in mind? And I was about to enter 1 crore on the slide. Both of them looked at me and said, Mani, I think we should do a little bit higher. So today we're very happy to announce about 10 crores in credits for startups to be building on our platform. So this is specifically applicable for startups and early builders who are building for India and on impact use cases. Select startups can apply at sarvam.ai/startup credits. Every startup is eligible to get up to 3 to 10 lakhs in credits, high rate limits in compute, and support from engineering team. You'll hear more about this soon.
And folks, that's not all. Given all the love and support that we have got for Bulbul V3 and Sarvam Vision, we have made sure that for the rest of this month, both those models are going to be available at absolutely no cost. So please feel free to try them, build cool applications with them, and scale them up. Furthermore, for the rest of this month, for every credit that you purchase, we will back it up with an additional credit. So you will receive twice the value on any purchases that you make. So folks, this is the time to build. This is the time to innovate. Use the Sarvam APIs, and with the incoming sovereign models, the opportunities are endless. Thank you so much. Over to Pratyush.
Looking forward to what India will build with all the different tools. In fact, it is very gratifying to see people come back. I was today in an interview in a TV program, and the person who was a media person there said, actually, I've used your models for doing something, right? So I think the diffusion of the technology, once it is easy to consume, becomes very interesting. We would now like to talk about enterprise, and to do that, I'd like to call upon Shruti. Claps, please.
Thank you, everyone. You've heard from our wonderful models and products team so far. We do an equally rigorous job when it comes to taking this technology into the hands of our customers and partners, and that's where I come in. I would love to talk about how deeply we are engaged with our customers, our partners, several of whom are in the room today, and we are very grateful to them for joining us. I will talk a little bit more about the Sarvam Enterprise Playbook and how we approach these engagements to make ourselves from builders of AI to going and reaching out to the consumers of AI and ensuring that AI reaches the entire population of India. So let me start with one of our early engagements. And again, this takes me back to almost a year ago when we got a phone call saying that we want to do policy renewals for 5 crore people in just 10 days. We'd never hit that kind of scale before, but this is not the kind of customer you say a no to or an opportunity you say a no to. So again, the stellar team here, we worked midnights, we burned weekends, but we delivered. And it's experiences like these and opportunities like these that customers have given us which have allowed us to hit this milestone today. So again, very, very grateful to all the support from the ecosystem. We often hear metrics like 95% of all pilots fail. Enterprises are stuck in a pilot purgatory, right? But we don't believe in that at Sarvam. We've learned from our experiences to now perfect what we call the Sarvam Enterprise Playbook. You have already experienced our product stack. Building on top of this stack allows us to undertake very complex applications for enterprises. You've seen voice applications en masse in the market today, but the world of AI doesn't end there. It barely starts. And that's where we have already stepped into, right? Across an organization, starting from sales to onboarding to back office operations, compliance, across diverse industries, we've taken some of the most complicated use cases possible. And using our stacks of Sarvam for conversations, Sarvam for work, and Sarvam for content allows us to take any use case an organization has and automate that with AI. We truly are the providers of end-to-end AI transformation. And again, very grateful to our customers for giving us that kind of platform to deliver results at this scale. The second secret sauce of the way Sarvam works is in how deeply we engage with our customers, where our forward deploy team comes into the picture. A forward deploy team is a new concept within engineering which has recently come about in the age of AI. Think of them as hybrids of business consultants and technical implementation partners. What a forward deploy team does cannot be summarized in words, right? To take a pilot into production, tech can only take you to the first 90%. The final 10% is what makes the difference between a pilot to production, and that is where people come in. You need all kinds of things to be aligned, you need things to be tested, you need things to be scaled, and that's where this forward deploy team plays a very major role. Think of them as your tech and business consultants all rolled into one team. We work at very high speeds, of course, nights and weekends included, but that said, we are able to undertake very complex projects, not in months, not in weeks, but in a matter of days. And we don't work as vendors to our customers, we work as thought partners. And again, we are grateful for the kind of stage that our partners have provided us. These are some of the pictures of our forward deployed team in action. I think all projects start like the first three and end like the fourth picture. I'm also very proud to say that 9 out of every 10 pilots we undertake move into production at scale, really driving business ROI. We work deeply across the enterprise segment in India, very deeply embedded in the banking and financial services space, also working with a lot of tech and digital natives, a lot of whom would be here in the room today, and again would be very happy to engage with anybody who wants to work with Sarvam. The last thing we are very benchmarked about is having measurable outcomes. We often don't take up use cases where we feel it will not really result in an ROI for the customer. Here are some of the examples of the benefits we've driven. We worked with a gig work platform to drive activations for their delivery partners via voice AI, and it drove an almost 2x revenue in their peak season. And these are all real use cases. We worked with a top 10 NBFC in India to reduce their customer acquisition cost by 50% by using a combination of WhatsApp and voice together. We are working with a 5% higher customer engagement as compared to a human contact center by using an orchestration of the Arya platform that you saw earlier today, and deploying this at a leading bank in India to drive better results than a human contact center. We are, again, very grateful to be trusted by some of India's leading enterprises. I would request the team to play out a short video.
Our partnership with Sarvam has enabled us to scale personalized, product-specific, and segment-focused conversations across the customer journey. By embedding multilingual capabilities across our consumer loan products, we are expanding our reach with greater relevance. Sarvam has been thought partners to Tata Capital, in its AI transformation journey. I believe that the future of financial services will be shaped by voice-led customer engagement, AI-based intelligence, and deep personalization.
At SBI Live, we are using technology to drive towards our brand purpose, अपने लिए हम लोग के लिए. We are using AI now for customer engagement for more than 8 crore customers. And now in the process of embedding AI in our distribution enablement processes, which will be used by more than 3.5 million distributors. The intention of all these AI processes is to drive meaningful business impact, do projects at national scale in native language, multiple Indian languages. We are very happy to have Sarvam AI as our partner in the journey.
Context is very important to AI and enterprises, and the Indian context is hence very important, when we have Indian customers and, when we are in India. And finding, gems like Sarvam is quite important to this whole storyline of India, enterprises and AI, right?
Thank you again to all our partners for giving us the playground to experiment and learn. Thank you.
All right, the enterprise is covered, and the final thing that we want to talk about is governments. We are very interested in governments also adopting AI at scale, and like to invite Alex Sharan to come and present that part. You need a mic from there. I can help you with this.
Thank you, Pratyush. So, Sarvam as a startup is unique in many ways. One of the differences between Sarvam and many startups is that we have chosen to work deeply with the government. The founders spoke about scale earlier, and we believe that in a country like India, to scale and to truly impact citizens, we need to partner with the government. Just going back to the basics, what are the principles enshrined in our constitution? Sovereignty, democracy, equality. These are the pillars of a welfare state. But sovereignty is incomplete without security, both physical as well as economic. Can we go back to the previous slide? Yeah. And then equality. Equality needs state capacity. So we need to empower our government, folks in the government, to be able to impact at scale. And finally, democracy is a conversation. Democracy is a conversation that we have amongst ourselves to be able to achieve outcomes. And we've talked about how AI can achieve these things. So I'll go quickly through some case studies across all these three pillars. The first one in the prior slide, we are really proud to work for the security of the country. We can't talk much about that, but the main feature of this platform that we have built and the products we have built that we bring together and our models is that we are able to collate a lot of inputs. We are able to understand through humans, through folks like the defense forces who are seated here, who can actually understand how to plan and then finally take actions which improve this loop and make it much faster so that we can take more agile actions towards our security. So moving on. Another topic that we have embarked on is the transformation of states. We recently announced 2 large MOUs with both Tamil Nadu as well as Odisha. And again, this is about economic and data sovereignty. How do we have AI native compute within a state, powering its applications with data residing there, as well as the capacity to bring in best of breed research, as well as keep all the data inside and build applications that impact citizens in that state. Now, I'll play a short video of the announcement with the government of Tamil Nadu.
I don't know if you've heard of Sarvam AI. That story, that's a big story coming out of Tamil Nadu, and that's going to be a huge growth story for India and its indigenous capabilities. In several other sectors, like in healthcare, like in education, data sovereignty is going to be huge. So this
is not just for Tamil Nadu, this is for India and the world.
So we are in the process of creating that ecosystem which will be the base for our startups in AI, other things to experiment and work on and develop. So if you see 1 week before, we already had that investment, which is with Sarvam AI.
சென்னை தலைமைச் செயலகத்தில் முதலமைச்சர் மு.க.ஸ்டாலின் முன்னிலையில் இந்த ஒப்பந்தம் கையெழுத்தானது. தமிழ்நாட்டில் செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு தொழில்நுட்பத்தை மேம்படுத்தும் நோக்கில் இந்த புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் மேற்கொண்டுள்ளதாக அமைச்சர் டி.ஆர்.வி. ராஜா தெரிவித்துள்ளார்.
This was with the government of Odisha. We have a similar partnership called Sangam with the government of Tamil Nadu. We can play that video as well.
That was Tamil Nadu. That was Tamil Nadu. Now we are going to play the Odisha one now.
Odisha just played.
Today we also witnessed the signing of some very strategic MOUs, including one with Sarvam AI.
The full-stack sovereign AI park would be a purpose-built innovation district that brings together compute, talent, research, startups, global enterprises, and government use cases within a single integrated physical campus with deployment of population scale and voice-enabled AI applications across priority sectors. This will enable citizens, particularly in rural, tribal areas, to access information on entitlement, benefit, and grievance redressal through simple conversational interfaces. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. So now I'll move on to very quick use cases around how we power conversations with citizens. And I'll be very quick. So one of them, we have been able to, and are currently in the process of calling 8 crore farmers across 9 states to be able to understand their crop survey, what they plant, what their landholding pattern is, so that their livelihoods are protected, because their subsidies depend on this. And we were able to figure out some systematic error patterns that now can enable policymakers to target their interventions so that it is solved. Another project we recently did with the National Health Authority is that we called senior citizens and we sensitized them about a government scheme that gives them health security. And we were able to increase by 40% enrollment rates within a span of 10 days and were able to show that across various languages. So again, the basic principle here is the G2C interface. How do we make that seamless? And how do we get citizens to interact with the state and the state to interact with citizens seamlessly? Similarly, with Aadhaar, we have an air-gap deployment completely on-prem because of the security and the sensitivity of that database. And we're able to call citizens from there and ask them about their experience of getting an Aadhaar card. So that is another project we have done. Moving on. We've also worked in local governance. We believe that at that layer, there is real interaction between government and citizens at a very, very minute level. We were able to, we were able to work with various municipalities. One of the use cases was being able to talk to them and understand whether they have paid property tax or not and deal with that humanely. Now, understanding whether whether there is a unique need or whether the state can actually provide a loan, etc., can be done at scale, rather than citizens approaching and then somebody approaching them that you have not paid your tax. So we're able to do that and recover, 20x of what was the cost that the state put in terms of revenue, which will be then used for other purposes as well. Recently, Pratyush talked about how we helped dub the economic survey in various languages. We also assisted NITI in building a platform that was able to do deep research on curated government data. And this included structured data, but also a lot of unstructured data, which we in government do not always have access to. So things like PIB reports, things like ministers' starred questions, answers in parliament. This is government data, but the government itself cannot gather it in one place. So we were able to do that. And with the platform that my colleagues, Vedant and Harshit showed, do deep research and cull out insights. And Niti Aayog was acknowledged for this in the survey. I'll skip that. Now, again, the way we approach the public sector is that we first understand your problem statement. So before various people who are seated here, some of whom we have worked with, we bring in your domain knowledge and our AI expertise to refine that. Because the most important thing is, in this changing technology, what is to be done is discovered between us and the folks we work with, rather than given by either party at once. The next thing, this is something that my colleague showed, but the important thing here is, how do we quickly understand your data? To do anything in your organization, to roll out a program, to roll out a voice use case, to roll out something that is able to surface insights on data, we need to understand it. So we have built very strong automated pipelines which can do it in a matter of hours. And you saw an example of that over there. And then finally, as my colleague Shruti also covered, in government we believe in deploying business and technical teams in your premises, working with you shoulder to shoulder to actually deploy things at scale. I have not covered a lot of the use cases, but we're working extensively with all of the organizations here, and we want to continue to partner with the government to be able to reach and transform India at scale. Thank you.
Right. As you can see, we are doing many things that with the time that we have is not sufficient. The last thing that we'll just talk about is the social impact that we are having. We've talked about developers, talked about enterprise, government. Social impact is also very important. I'll just go directly play a video. Can you play the video, please?
Ek Step, AI for Bharat, and Sarvam came together to build a shared AI diffusion infrastructure that brings together technology, data, policy partners, and social expertise. Through an open call, 20 high-impact voice AI use cases were selected from over 100 applications, each receiving 5 lakh free voice AI minutes built on the Sarvam platform. This diffusion model aligns technology, data, expertise, and solutions so that the right voice reaches the right person at the right time in the right language and dialect. In 30 days, 20 organizations have used over 2 million voice minutes across health, governance, agriculture, and education, benefiting more than 1 crore people.
Given the artificial intelligence boom in the world and the capability of India in the frontier technology, we wanted to use AI to solve the real problem on the ground, and therefore we designed something called Sachiv Ji. It is solving the real problem of the sarpanches.
खेती बाड़ी मनरेगा काम बागवानी आदि का सहयोग के लिए AI सचिव का मदद करता हूँ एवं पंचायत के विकास के लिए जो भी 15वें वित्त आयोग है, नरेगा योजना है, सभी की मदद के लिए मैं AI सचिव का प्रयोग करता हूँ।
पहले हम लोगों को इस सब के बारे में सरकारी कर्मचारियों के द्वारा जानकारी लेना बहुत कठिन होता था, लेकिन अभी इस AI सचिव के माध्यम से हमें पंचायत को चलाने के लिए सारी जानकारियाँ एकत्र करना आसान हो गया है।
AI सचिव के माध्यम से पंचायत में जितने भी फंड आती है उसे मैं AI सचिव से सहायता लेती हूँ। AI सचिव हम लोग को बहुत मदद करती है।
Listen at Scale proves that impact doesn't spread through isolated pilots, but through diffusion networks that remove cost, lean on shared infrastructure, and let communities learn together. This is just the beginning.
So with that, I'd like to thank you. We talked about models being built in India. We talked about applications that we are building. And finally, the impact that we are creating. It is only right that this event has a title of Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya. It really is about human flourishing at the end of it, which is the core principle that drives all the work that we do. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, and thank you all for your appreciation. We look forward to a long journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Sarvam. With this, we move to the next important keynote address on service economy to innovation economy, India's AI moment. I would like to invite on stage Mr. C.P. Gurnani, Chief Executive Officer, IONOS, to deliver the keynote address. Guests, I'll request you to please settle down for the following address. Please give a huge round of applause for our speaker, Mr. C.P. Gurnani.
You know, as I was just walking up, I did realize that what was common between Sarvam and where I stand today as a co-founder of IONOS is actually Rajan Anandan. Rajan Anandan is an investor in Sarvam, and my own journey, it was just coincidental that many of you would remember Rajan having this interesting conversation with Sam Altman in June of 2023. The conversation was very nice because it was talking about the AI ecosystem, the role of startups in building the AI ecosystem, and in a way, the technology that has been developed in US, can it be done frugally in India? Now, as we all know, Rajan, on one end, is a very astute investor. On the other end, he is also a thought leader. So when he was having this interesting Q&A with Sam Altman, somewhere the word 10 million and that India or anyone else cannot be so frugal that you could develop an LLM at 10 million. Fast forward in life, I mean, you have seen Project Indus of Tech Mahindra, 37 languages being supported, and it is also that I was one of those stupid ones, you know, the guys who sit in the class and say yes, and I did raise my hand when Rajan and Sam Altman had this debate. And I was standing up and listening to the Sarvam presentation, and I was genuinely saying that all of us should actually go to this class of Rajan Anandan or Sarvam. The reason being very simple. The simple part is at $300 billion of exports of services industry, the stock market doing the yo-yo on every time a new tool is launched. And more importantly is that it is not about the stock market yo-yo. It is about a feeling that the services sector, which fueled Indian economy, services sector which created not only jobs, but also created India's prowesses with the Fortune 1000 world over. Now, is that journey coming to an end, or is that journey only the beginning? My personal feeling is that the Sarvam story amplified, or in a way, that was a story that I answered to myself. The story that I answered to myself is when I hung my boots in 23 December, the story was, what next? And what next was the birth of IONOS. The birth of IONOS really was that we are now looking at the next generation services company. We are now looking at using AI as a tool. We are now looking at taking advantage of the tools that are available to us and learning how to take 275 billion or a 300 billion IT industry to 750 billion industry by 2035. And clearly, the answer lied in innovation. The answer lied in understanding what the customer wants. So when you design a B2B business, what do you design? You design because you are now learning to work in understanding the needs of that customer. It is, no longer about, number of people, number of billable hours, number of people hired. It is all about outcome. It is all about impact. And that's where I think when Ionos was born, it was based on building platforms. It was not about adding number of people. It was not about billable hours. And when you do platforms, what do you learn from platforms? For example, most of us have used a Zomato or a Swiggy. Now, is Zomato or a Swiggy a logistics company? Is Zomato or a Swiggy a food company? Or have they reinvented a business? Yes, they did. It is the same business that when you went to a Pizza Hut, they were promising you 20-minute delivery. I mean, that business, when you started amplifying it and you started using technology, what did you develop? You developed a platform. And that platform, whether you went to the 80th city or the 800th city, the platform could multiply itself. And I think that's really what we are doing at Ionos, building platforms, understanding the needs not only of my customer, but the customer's customer. So, data-wise, all I can tell you is that this industry will grow. This industry, powered by AI, and I'm glad that we are all sitting here today and we are talking about AI impact. Because whether you apply it to a urban clap or you apply it to that 21-year-old Stanford failure and Stanford dropout did with Zepto, what did he do? He applied the Kirana store principle of distribute or an egg or your oatmeal or whatever, because that shopkeeper knew what the neighborhood wanted. Suddenly the language has become now dark stores. Suddenly the language has become all about logistics. The language is about, how we understand the data. Now, if you start applying it, because your customer's customer wanted a convenience of the next door store and you were using technology, normal company, go back into your own company, try getting a gate pass for your laptop. I mean, it will take you 20 minutes because there are 4 people who want to either sign or check or define how to do it. So my own submission is the aha moments for Ionos were all about understanding. The day you start understanding your customer's customer, your usage of AI, your build of platforms will, my friend has come. This time it is a 4-legged one. So anyway, understanding customer's customer. Actually, I have a story on customer's customer. I know I'm running out of time. And since Professor Junjunwala is here, I must tell this story. The story is my 2-year-old grandchild who uses AI because he talks to Alexa, he uses iPad in his own way. And I was traveling and I asked him, what do I get for you? he has been hounding me to get a puppy. I said, I might as well try and find out, a furry, four-legged, robotic dog, furry, robotic, four-legged, and for that 2-year-old, my customer, which is my 2-year-old son, will only want to throw a ball so that this four-legged robo can come and collect it. And trust me, I found all kinds of dogs but there was nothing which looked like. That means there was no hyper-personalization, there was no design element which took into account the 2-year-old's requirement. We have dogs who would sing and dance, we have dogs who would do whatever, but they still look like a robo. They don't look like that four-legged stool. So the point again and again is, we all know our customers' demands are changing. We all know that we have the data. We all know that there is a research available. So go back into the basics of any innovation or any B2B company. The basics are understand what the requirement is or redefine what the requirement is. A typical corporate will say cost transformation. A typical corporate will say business transformation. A typical corporate will be increase my customer satisfaction. A typical corporate will say protect me. And typical corporate will also say, can I grow my business? So at Ionos, we listen to our customers. We now have 4 platforms. The first platform is UniProtect, which takes into account that we need to make systems which are resilient. We need to make systems which can be governed better and systems which can be brought up just in case the hacker succeeds. Similarly, I have a product called UniV, which takes into account customer experience management, but at half the cost. Because now we harmonize what the requirements of AI is, what the facilities of agentic AI is, and how I can marry technology and humans to deliver results. Similarly, I have a product which is about data monetization because my customers want to grow their business. They know they have data. You are a bank, you have data. You are a telecom, you have data. You are a kirana store, you have data. You want to cross-sell, upsell, you want to do more. So we have this product which is all about data monetization. And similarly, the last but not the least, which is UniStack, which is about multiple agentic AIs, multiple chatbots, multiple AGIs, all running through your system. How do you make sure that they are orchestrated? So I think we are having fun building Ionos. We have had fun listening to Sam Altman or Rajan, and all I can tell you is India is ready for scale-up, India is ready for 750 billion, and India is lucky that we have innovation centers like IIT Madras that Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala runs, and I can only promise you is that we are also lucky that Ionos is rising up to the challenge because we listen to the customer, we listen to the customer's customer, and we use AI as a tool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the vision of Ionos. We now move on to the next panel discussion. I request all the guests and audience seated on farther end of the stage, please take seats towards the center of the stage.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're officially at the halfway mark of the AI Impact Summit, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce my panelists here on our session on enterprise AI. I'll start with Amit. Amit Zaveri is the COO, President, and CPO at ServiceNow, the workflow enterprise giant. Followed by Victoria Espinel, who's the CEO for BSA, the Software Alliance. They're a global industry and advocacy body for enterprise software companies. And we also have Ms. Ambika Rajagopal, who is the Global Chief Digital and AI Ethics Officer for Michelin, which is the industrial and manufacturing giant. I think I want to start off with you, Amit. As COO and CPO, you don two hats between building the product and shipping it versus also running the business. There is a fine line to tread. How do you think about the business value that AI is able to accrue to your enterprise customers? What are some of the challenges that you're seeing between, say, 18 months ago to now? 18 months ago, we were at an experimentation stage. Now we're moving to much more of an adoption across the enterprise stage.
First, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. I think the question you asked has been top of mind for every customer I speak to. Last year, I landed up speaking to almost 900 customers. And most of them, if start of last year, were worried about where to start with AI, what is the value it will create, and can you really manage it? Middle of last year, we started seeing a lot of change in mindset, specifically around the idea of if you can control and you have visibility, then AI is something they want to experiment and start using. And the growth started happening pretty much end of last year when people are starting to use these agentic workflows and systems to connect different things together and get real good value and automation out of it. Only time they started getting excited about it is because they have to have security around it. Right? So what we did was we introduced something called AI Control Tower, which provides you visibility and discovery of all the AI systems you have. And for customers, that made them much more comfortable that now I have ability to know what's going on, who's using what, how much I'm paying for it, can I really have visibility in terms of any kind of changes I'm making, and really be able to turn things on and off. And now what we're seeing is the huge amount of adoption starting to happen because of the idea that security is built in. You have a lot of scaffolding around compliance, auditing, be able to have visibility. That's the value creation starting to happen. But AI is a great technology. It's really been a very good enabler for automation, insights, be able to do things much faster. But the worry always was around security, compliance, and visibility and control. Once you start taking that barriers out, the adoption started to go up. And the value creation is really about efficiency gain, be able to now connect different systems together faster, remove a lot of the inefficiency you had in the businesses, and freeing up resources to be able to invest in a lot of new areas as well. So connecting those things together has been really useful so far.
Speaking of new areas, Ambika, I want to bring you in because I think the vantage point you have at Michelin is a little different from how most of the world might be using AI right now. Michelin has realized almost 100 million euros worth of business value through its enterprise, through its AI adoption. Tell us one boring, so-called boring industrial use case which has actually moved the needle much more than maybe an AI chatbot would have.
Yeah, so it's the wrong person to ask the question because, I've done AI for more than 20 years, and my joke is that, it used to struggle to get people to talk about AI, and now I can't go anywhere without, people only asking me questions about AI. So for me, there's nothing boring. But actually, for us, I think the chatbot has become, let's say, very common. We have, various levels of chatbots deployed, both, let's say, very accurate ones for our finance, for our folks that essentially consult our finance documentation. We have ones that are on the HR policies, and of course, more generic ones that people can make for themselves. But maybe a use case that is not among all of this, but really creates value. In fact, we've had a strong AI focus for several years now, and so if you look, so the tire it's a zero safety product, and the imperfections or defects that you can see on the tire are visual. Okay, so in fact, one step in our qualification process is actually to visually inspect the tire. So over several years, and we have multiple patents for this, we have a machine which we call Iris that essentially scans the entire surface of the tire and points out, essentially flags imperfection. But the interesting part is not this one. The interesting part is actually, what was the reaction of those that were involved in inspecting the tire prior to this, okay? And it's amazing because, first of all, it was not a really, ergonomically friendly job to essentially, closely inspect a tire, let's say in first shift, second shift, etc. But also, what the operators essentially said was, the part of their job that they really enjoyed was not finding the defect, it was really understanding the defect and flagging what it really was. Basically bringing their deeper knowledge of what tire defects really look like, what is, classifying them, understanding them, and this is what they are now able to focus on. So that's an example, of course, rolled out in several of our plants already, and now we are looking at, because now we have all those images, so it essentially is opening up even more use cases for us.
Got it. Victoria, as the head of an industry body, which counts the topmost enterprise giants amongst its membership, I want to start first with challenges and bottlenecks. What would you say are your top 3-4 challenges that you're seeing when it comes to large enterprises really truly embedding the use of AI in their everyday fabric?
Thank you. So, I think it depends on the organization, but I think one of the things that companies have struggled with, I found your example really interesting because safety for Michelin is critical, right? Is trying to decide where in their organization they most need to use AI and focus that. Where I hear companies saying that they're struggling is when they either have sort of a organic use of it, but not one that is organized around something that's really mission critical to the company. And I think that's starting to change as companies are using it more and more. But I think one of the things that I say, because I get a lot of companies that ask me, like, what should we do? We want to start using AI. How should we start using it? And the advice that I give them is to focus on 1 or 2 things that are really important to the company, and then build a history of use around that, and then try to expand, instead of trying to do too many things at once. I think sort of building that expertise inside. A second challenge is making sure your workforce understands it. So I think that is, it sounds obvious, but obviously a company's not going to be able to use AI effectively if the people inside the company don't know how to use it. And I think making sure that those skills are being transferred and given to the employees is critically important. I think my job is, I'm a policy expert, so I work with governments around the world and give them our advice from the perspective of enterprise software, what their laws should look like. And I think one of the struggles is that right now, we're still early in those days, and there's a fair amount of regulatory uncertainty. And so I think that can be a barrier to adoption when companies are concerned whether or not they're going to be compliant with a particular law. And that is, at BSA, that's one of the things that we work on, is trying to make sure that governments around the world are putting laws in place that are relatively consistent so that our members, like ServiceNow, but even more importantly, the customers of our members aren't having to deal with a lot of regulatory uncertainty.
Amit, coming to customers, what is the #1 reason that CEOs are hesitant to give right access to AI agents, for their core enterprise solutions?
The #1 reason is always security. There's a huge amount of concern about who has access to the data and how it's going to be exposed externally. So typically, if you talk to any CIO or anybody else, they want to have ability to control that. And they are worried about some of these AI agents where you have no ability to govern or secure or really have ability to manage them. That can go wrong. And enterprise data and your IP can be exposed. So that's typically the main reason. And then after that, once you can solve some of the problem, then they get excited.
I'm sensing there is a culture or at least a mindset that we need to overcome, whether it comes to customers or whether it comes to the users within your enterprise who have to do that. Ambika, let's go to the shop floor, the factory floor. How do you convince an army of factory workers with maybe 30 years of experience to listen to an AI agent that's telling them to change a vulcanization setting that is not intuitive to them? They feel like they've been on the floor, they understand the system inside out, but perhaps your AI system has detected an alternative way of doing things. Is that something that's even a challenge now? The mindset of the people who've had to kind of implement the AI?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, there is, what we are, let's say, what is not helpful is that, there is a lot of conversation around loss of jobs due to AI automation. But honestly, I would say without a lot of substantial data behind it, there are layoffs, but are they, in which sector? Are they directly correlated? This is not clear. And then, the academic studies, we don't really have any research as yet that I'm aware of that clearly points to this. So in fact, what we do have is long-term research from econometrics that essentially shows that what could be automated are tasks, right? And essentially tasks in areas where a particular, the person performing the task has in fact a wide range of tasks in their job. So it's not the job that's getting automated, like a single job. It is in fact tasks inside a job. And this is very interesting because, if you let's say take a person who has been working at a station for multiple years, and one of their tasks of making a specific judgment now comes with a recommendation which gives them deeper insight into what it is, also essentially shows them over time that they get better outcomes, in their station from that particular part. And not only that, basically frees up their mental space, cognitive ability to essentially focus maybe on the root cause of some of the flags that they are seeing. Then, we are talking about something completely different. We are basically talking now about a worker who is more engaged in what they are doing. We are talking about a worker for whom, the AI, in fact, is helping them, to understand their own process better. And we have examples where, in fact, this is exactly how it goes. Not with, we've basically deployed, recommendation engines in the form of bots, of course, but those are, not the chat bots like LLMs. They, in fact, let's say, okay, what, this is what I see is going on with this machine. Could you suggest what it could be due to? And it brings back, let's say, 1, 2, 3 root causes for it, and they love it. And it's exactly for the reasons that I said before. It brings an answer that then they have the time, to reflect about, and that's a win-win.
I'm going to come to the geopolitical effects of AI adoption in just a bit, but before I do, I have one question for all three of you. AI is changing rapidly, even weeks, if not months. Months, not weeks. And Indian, businesses are at an early stage of streamlining their technology. If we talk about small and medium-sized businesses, they're facing a strange conundrum between making investments in technology that might actually become obsolete very soon, but also having to lay down at least the foundational, framework for having their AI processes and technology in place. They're at odds with, what kind of decisions they should be making and how quickly. What is the one piece of advice you'd have for small and medium-sized businesses and how they ought to think about their AI roadmap for, say, the next 12 to 18 months?
So I would say two. One, pick one use case and focus on that. Second, a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, companies are using software that is AI is being embedded into it. And so I think if you're unsure where to start, one thing to start is making sure you're using the AI tools and the software products that you are already using before leaping into something new. But the first one is pick one use case, start there, make it work, learn from that.
And what I would say is, obsolescence, dealing with obsolescence is the fact of life of every CIO. You can't escape it. It's always there. But what is far more important for me than what I would say is far more important obsolescence is adoption. As long as you have adoption and as long as you're seeing value, then the obsolescence that you have becomes something that you can actually take care of. It's when it's the other way around, you have obsolescence but you have no value coming out of the software, then you're in a different position. So it is a strange time. It feels like the ground is moving underneath our feet, every few months. So nevertheless, I think the focus on adoption, making sure that whatever it is that you build is in fact truly relevant for the folks that you're building it for, my advice would be to focus on that.
I'll just say, I think I agree with you. Getting a good use case which is going to add value, right? Something which you can say that I can measure and see something useful out of it is going to be an important part of it. And I think you cannot just ignore the value of AI. So get used to it, learn some of the tools, but don't use AI for the sake of AI. Just make sure you're getting some value from it before you invest in it.
One more question. ServiceNow is model agnostic. Every company is pitching their model to be the best one. How does one prevent AI sprawl? Because currently enterprises are also struggling with having 50 disconnected systems in place. How does one company choose what's best for them? In this context, why is interoperability important? Why are open platforms important?
No, I think it's important. If you look at history of enterprise software, if you do land up getting locked in, it is very hard to get out of it. And that's why having a solution or buying products which give you choice and flexibility for an enterprise customer is always paramount. And I think many enterprise customers have learned over years, don't lock yourself in. So the way we think about it is to have a solution where it's not really about the model, and you shouldn't care what model is being used underneath an application. As long as the solution meets your need, and we can give you the choice of whatever it is underneath the covers, and eventually you might not even care, because the value is created by the product and the solution, not by the model itself. So that way you're not locked in. If I change something which is better price or better performance or better capability or but more language support, more voice support, whatever may be required, that's the right thing to do for the product. And it should not be tied based on, just like you don't pick the chip you're using in an application. Do you care whether it's AMD or Intel or NVIDIA? Probably not. For an application user typically or a workflow user. That's how we think about this idea. So don't lock yourself in. Get a solution which gives you flexibility in terms of deployment, integration, as well as model choices. And then you will get the best price as well as the best performance and the best solution over time.
I think fragmentation is becoming a problem not just within the enterprise, but also across countries, across markets that you operate in, across sectors. Victoria, BSA, advocates a risk-based approach, both to sectoral, regulations, as well as how AI rules, will evolve even in different countries. How do we prevent 50 different rules for 50 different sectors? There are highly regulated sectors like the financial services sector, like insurance. What kind of an approach should regulators think about when it comes to, different companies working in the sector so that that company doesn't owe different kinds of things to different people who govern them?
Yeah, this issue of fracturing comes up in all sorts of different ways, right? So there's sectoral versus there's different countries, there's within a country the different frameworks they have, and again, part of what we spend a lot of time around the world doing is trying to make sure those approaches are as consistent as possible. Different sectors of the economy are going to have different obligation and compliance burdens, right? They're going to have different regulators. What we advocate for is having one general framework that applies across the economy, and then for particular sectors right now, because we are still in relatively early days, to have regulators using tools like sandboxes and general guidelines and seeing if those approaches work and being able to sort of quickly pivot to another, sort of agile regulation, if you will. And I think that's going to be very important as we're moving forward in this world.
Ambika, again, very, very interesting vantage point because factories don't chase hype, they chase uptime. 2 myths you'd like to bust about AI when it comes to industrial and manufacturing space?
I think the first one is that there is no interest or a strong resistance from either the factory workers or floor, or in fact, it's exactly the opposite. We have examples. In fact, there is a push that we have from remote factories around the world where they have access to, certain tools that essentially they are able to build something and they come to us and say, hey, we've built this, it's doing great, how can we deploy it, how can we work on it? So I think the first myth is that there is a, lack of a ground up enthusiasm. This is not true. In fact, we find a large, a swell of interest that's coming to us, from around the world. I think the second thing would be that, as to where is it that the focus is. So it's really in fact, what we have found is because manufacturing organizations, have a long history through Kaizen, through Six Sigma, of consistently working on our processes. So it's just how manufacturing companies work. We consistently, refine our processes. So really the organizations that have that mindset are able to look at AI as another opportunity to essentially re-engineer processes. So a process and a system-focused way to look at problems that are, let's say, where AI can make a difference. This has been huge as well.
Amit, we were briefly having a sidebar conversation earlier where we were discussing this whole trend of sovereignty. A few years ago, there were fears about the balkanization of the internet, when the whole data localization piece was coming up. Now there is talk of a splinter net because, different countries have concerns about what kind of sovereign capabilities the country should be focusing on, where the data should reside, where the models should be trained and where inferencing should be done. Can you talk to us a little bit about what are the challenges that you're seeing when it comes to, implementing some of these solutions, especially for customers that might be operating in different countries with different rules? Are the operating rules different for a company operating in Delhi versus Detroit?
No, I think the question you asked about sovereignty is top of mind for every customer I speak to, especially multinational, but also a lot of the country-based sovereign institutions, especially public sector or things like regulated industries. And it's gone up a lot over the last few years because the worry about that, do you want to run software which is not in your access control? And do you give data outside without any kind of oversight? So I think the software which we are designing and we're seeing a lot more need for it is to ensure that we have ability to run that locally, where the data resides locally, is maintained and managed by somebody local in the country with the citizenship. And then the architecture becomes very complex. As you said, if you're multinational, you're operating in many, many countries, how do you guarantee that kind of regulatory profile and that software guarantees that you will get the right outcome? So I think what we have done, at least, we try to make our software very flexible. You can run this in private cloud, you can run it in your own data center, our data center, on a hyperscaler, so that any kind of new regulations come in, you can adopt to it. But there are a lot of other issues out there with many of these if you see what you see with these large language models. The frontier models don't run locally. The inferencing might happen locally, but some data still will go somewhere else. And that is be an issue where architecturally I'm not sure how quickly they can adopt to the sovereign requirements of many, many countries today. Everybody's getting excited about AI, but that is going to be the big problem.
If the architecture were to be solved for, if the company is completely compliant, do you sense that there might be a risk still that the efficiency might come down if there is more and more kind of hard data localization? Are the outcomes that the system is able to produce better when the system is more widely and freely connected?
Yeah, I think having a global environment is always better. But I can definitely see the performance and other issues are not there. The question becomes, can you build so much uniqueness for every different regulation and requirement? So it's very costly. And the cost will eventually get passed to the individual customers. And then that's where do you want to adopt it? How quickly will you do it? Whether you want to invest in it becomes a big question.
Victoria, as a former US trade negotiator, I know you're no stranger to, aligning global standards and knowing how difficult it is. if you had to preach and advise governments around the world to take it a little slow when it comes to, putting the brake on this innovation so that a global environment, like Amit said, is easier to have, what would you advise them?
So I would say focus on adoption. I think that is the thing that is going to have the biggest economic impact on countries. And so if we're sitting here 10 years from now, looking back, the countries that win the AI race, the ones that are going to be the winners, are going to be the ones that figured out how to have their private sector adopt AI in a smart way. That is who's going to win the AI race. So I would say focus on adoption. I would also say I'm so excited. I love being in India, so excited to be back in Delhi, and I'm so excited that Prime Minister Modi decided to host the summit here because these types of convenings are what help us move towards global cooperation and global alignment. So it's wonderful to be here.
Ambika, I'm going to move to you. India's priming itself to be the next global manufacturing hub. Historically, we've competed on costs. But do you think AI can be India's secret weapon where we win on precision rather than price necessarily if we're able to become AI native and AI first in a truly meaningful way?
Yeah, I think, just being here, as Victoria said, it's, you just have to be here to really, I think, feel the energy, to have, I think the average age must be like mid-20s, and I see a certain, enthusiasm, I see, hope in everybody's eyes, and it's, and I think, whether it's manufacturing or whether it's any other sector, this is, the dividend that we will actually reap is from the investment that is there, from in the education of our technical education, technical bent, and deep interest, entrepreneurial mindset of our youth, and that's sector agnostic.
I know time is up. I have one quick fire question for all three of you. One AI function that you think will change the most by 2030, and one that you think will resist the wave of AI the most.
I think change the most will be consulting. So I think it's just going to be done an entirely different way. And that will resist the most, I think, is, I would say the medical field, because I think we already have plenty of evidence that it sort of, just absorbs it, becomes more complex and moves on. So your relationship with your doctor is not something I don't think that's going to change.
I know we're at time, but thank you everyone for your patience and for being here. And thank you so much to all of our panelists for this, for their wonderful remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, panel members. Thank you, Manvi, for your excellent moderatorship. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the next keynote address for the day. It's my honor to invite Mr. Carl Skow, Deputy Executive Director, World Food Program, to deliver the keynote address on AI in food security and nutrition. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Carl.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted to be here today, and let me start by thanking the Government of India and everyone involved in organizing this impressive summit. It has already generated thought-provoking discussions and illuminating insights on the potential to transform economies, the future of work, and daily life. The transition from strategy to impact is indeed key. But I would like to focus on another vital intelligence frontier in this AI space, one that deserves just as much attention, and that is humanitarian action. If harnessed responsibly, AI could enable humanitarian organizations to save and improve millions of lives. We could unlock new levels of scale, speed, and efficiencies, and the need for technological innovation has never been greater, because today the humanitarian and development system is overstretched and underfunded. Just take world hunger. 300 million people don't know where their next meal is going to come from. 2 famines have been confirmed simultaneously for the first time in a century, in Gaza and in Sudan. But drastic budget cuts have forced organizations like the World Food Program, to cut food assistance almost everywhere we work. Like in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, where WFP is only able to feed 500,000 people out of 10 million classified as acutely food insecure. Or in Afghanistan, where we cannot support 15 million people in urgent need of food assistance. So it is imperative that humanitarians find new ways to multiply impact. We have to do better with less, and AI innovation could fill some of that gap. With further investment and new partnerships, we could bring the benefits of AI to even more of the world's most vulnerable people. WFP is well positioned to lead. Our frontline presence give us unique data from some of the hardest to reach places on Earth. WFP is taking an organization-wide enterprise approach to AI development. Our global AI strategy has set clear standards, priorities, and governance. Our research and development teams are quickly scaling and deploying AI solutions to real problems in the field. This is allowing WFP's frontline teams to deliver faster, smarter, and more efficient programs, often at lower cost. 4 key areas of WFP operations have been transformed already. Firstly, AI-enabled tools are helping WFP to predict and plan for crises before they strike. Our Hunger Map Live platform uses near real-time machine learning to track risks like extreme floods or droughts in over 90 countries. It can predict a crisis hotspot up to 60 days before it peaks, which gives our country teams time to plan and deliver early support to families before the peak of the shock. This reduces the impact on vulnerable populations already on the brink, and it is more cost-efficient than post-crisis aid. Second, AI is helping WFP to assess damage after disasters strike, so that we know which areas are in greatest needs, and to do so quickly Our open source AI-powered satellite analysis lets us assess building damage within 48 hours. Before, it took us 3 weeks. We have shared this tool with government partners so that together we can rush in humanitarian assistance to the hardest hit areas after a crisis. This allowed faster and smarter response in Myanmar earthquake in 2025, the Turkey-Syria earthquakes in 2023, and the Pakistan floods in 2022. And we continue to iterate. We expect that the next version of delivery insights will deliver insights under 24 hours. Third, AI is starting to allow WFP to leverage our extensive population data sets to make faster and smarter operational decisions. Like in our food security assessment system, which hold the information of tens of millions of people, we now use AI automation to process vast amounts of their data twice as quickly as before. This has radically sped up the food assistance journey. We are moving much faster from field data collection to targeting insights to delivering food and cash. And fourth, AI-enabled logistics and demand forecasting systems are helping WFP to improve our approach to humanitarian delivery. This is the core of WFP's business, and the cost efficiencies could be game-changing. Like Scout, our supply chain planning tool, it allows us to plan cheaper and faster food procurement, stock pre-positioning and storage, and delivery routes. The tool has already saved us $6 million in savings, which can be channeled back into WFP frontline programs. And as we scale up, we project it could save $25 million a year. Those efficiencies could free up enough resources for WFP to provide 50 million more meals to people in need. Moving from our frontline operations to our internal systems, AI is also helping us to eliminate internal resource waste, which WFP simply cannot afford anymore. For example, AI automation is now fixing duplication errors in our population databases. These errors are hard to detect manually, so this automated solution is a real boost to our country operations. With more accurate registration records, they can ensure that WFP assistance is reaching the right people at the right time. In Mali, where funding shortfalls have required us to cut assistance by some 50% in the last year, this service has saved us more than $400,000. We're now planning to scale it up worldwide, which we project could save some $5 million already this year. Distinguished colleagues, global hunger is a shared challenge. WFP's goal is to tackle food insecurity wherever and however we can make a positive difference. We have growing expertise in developing and delivering technological change. These are robust foundations to support host governments and authorities to leverage AI for domestic food security. That support includes helping countries to enhance their crisis early warning systems and grow the impact and scale of their social protection systems and climate risk preparedness. This spirit of innovation has helped WFP to forge particularly strong partnership with the government of India. Together, we are improving efficiency, access, and transparency in the world's largest food safety nets. Like our work on optimizing the public distribution system supply chain, we have cut transport costs and times across 31 states here in India, so that food grains are delivered faster to people who need them most. The resulting savings can be redirected into critical social programs. Together, we have also rolled out smart warehouses nationwide, which use AI to store food more efficiently at a lower stock losses. And we are very proud of our joint success, Anupurti automatic grain dispenser. They provide 24/7 access to monthly food entitlements so that people can collect their rations at the time that suits them best. This is making a big difference to migrant families and other vulnerable groups. And the work that we do here in India is really an inspiration, and it's providing solutions also for our operations worldwide and the support that we provide to governments in other countries. WFP is ready to co-create, co-invest. The value we can bring is more than just response tech expertise. It is frontline scale. Through our operational footprint, WFP generates and responsibly maintains large-scale, real-world data sets. This puts us in a unique position to train models, to validate them, and to put them at work. So we want to hear from more industry and research partners. Your cutting-edge innovation and tools could save and improve millions of lives when combined with WFP's operating scale. We are ready to support more government systems too. Our teams are leading experts on integration of responsible AI into national food security, preparedness, and social protection systems. Our AI systems for early warning, needs assessment, and logistics could catalyze your national systems to deliver far more impact and at a lower cost. Together, we can modernize crisis preparedness, architectures, and protect more people earlier and more cost efficiently. And to the humanitarian and development community, we are committed to partnering with you through enterprise-grade platforms and scalable approaches. We are ready to share, reuse, and strengthen what works for everyone. We owe it to the people we serve to reduce fragmentation, accelerate better outcomes, and ensure that innovation truly serves the people at scale. Colleagues, we are excited at the potential for AI to supercharge the fight against hunger and many other humanitarian challenges besides. Redefining humanitarian response through AI is now one of our top corporate priorities at WFP. With the right partners, we can take what works and make it work even better everywhere. The leadership and innovation ecosystem in this room is already shaping how the world thinks about technology for public good, at scale and with inclusion. We are eager to work with more of you on responsible, high-impact humanitarian action enabled by AI. Together, we can save and change millions of lives for the world's most vulnerable people. They deserve to share in the AI dividends as much as everyone, if not more. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scow, for sharing the vision of the World Food Programme and India's and WFP collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you to stay seated for the next power-packed conversation panel. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, as the moderator. We also have with us Shri Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and Shri Sethu Raman Panchanathan, former Director of the US National Science Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for the leaders.
Oh, wow. Okay. That is, for a change, I get to ask questions. Okay. Very happy to have both Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan and Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood here with us. And as is, I mean, I've got so used to answering all kinds of questions in the past few weeks that finally it feels good to be in a position to actually ask people questions. So let me, I guess neither of the two speakers actually requires an introduction. Both of them are leading scientists and science administrators in their own right, who, unlike a pure administrator like me, have done far greater good to the cause of science. So let me start with you, Dr. Panchanathan. During your tenure at NSF, how did you approach funding decisions for AI research? What criteria determined which projects received the support, and what funding models have proven most effective in translating AI research into real-world applications?
Thank you, Secretary Krishna. It's good to be here, and it's mind-boggling what you have put together. And I can imagine how you are all spending sleepless nights. We are very grateful. So you asked a question about NSF. At NSF, you know, one of the things I keep reminding people is the AI of today that we are all celebrating is more than 5 to 6 decades of sustained investments by NSF. I often remind people that even in AI winters, when people were not investing in AI because they were circumspect about what it is, NSF continued to invest along with other investors. And so what you see today is an outcome of that kind of an investment. That's the first point. More recently, we have configured the investments not only in discovery spaces, but also in a very focused way. Just in the last 3 years, we invested in 27 AI institutes, close to more than $500 million, each center being $20 million scale, and co-invested by not only NSF, but also other partnership entities, industry, other agencies, and so on. So that's the second. And you ask the third part of the question is, what does it do in terms of translating and what kind of programs help with the translation? Institutes do some, but we also have a program which we created as part of a Technology Innovation Partnerships Directorate called the Regional Innovation Engines Program. There, we essentially allowed for these ideas to then form the basis of development of economic development ecosystems for economic prosperity. And then you augment that with other programs that existed at NSF, which continues to advance ideas to translation, like the Innovation Core Program or the Small Business Innovation Research Program and others, which essentially take the AI ideas, like other science and technology ideas, incubate them into small enterprises and entrepreneurial ventures. And so these are the ways in which a multifaceted approach to sustained investments from discovery to translation to impact. So in a very quick summary.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that quick summary, and which sort of encapsulates all that NSF has done over almost 50, 60 years. To you, Dr. Sood, what is the current landscape of AI funding in India across government agencies, and how do we ensure better coordination and avoid duplication? Also, how can India attract more private sector investment into AI research while maintaining focus on the public good?
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that it's a privilege and a pleasure for personally for me and my office, Principal Scientific Advisor's office, to be associated with this AI mission, AI wave in the country. So we have been working with your office, with you, and I can see the scale at which MIT has worked to bring AI to this scale at you had the mission approved in 2024 and it's only about 1.5 years. The progress is actually more than exponential. So first of all, my congratulations to you and your entire team for this spectacular work which you have done. And through you, I am also conveying to Honorable Minister, who is leading the ship, and of course our Honorable Prime Minister. So coming to what you said, investment in AI as compared to other countries has been mostly from the government, which nucleated the whole scene with your AI mission. And along with AI mission, we had also Ministry of Education, which put in its resources to make 4 centers of excellence. And of course, DST, which did some initial funding under cyber physical system. So with all this, we have brought up a critical mass of innovators in this game. So now the stage is all set where private sector has been energized. So it is not that the private sectors took the lead and invested. Here it has been the other way. Government nucleated this and catalyzed this, and now the players will come on board. So the private sector can see a value. So when they set up the data centers, which is quite a bit of a announcement now, right from Google 15 billion in Vizag and in Reliance and then Amazon, all those data centers will contribute to AI. Not only AI innovation, but AI diffusion. And what is important is that with India, we have to focus on innovation. And today is a good day. I was just, because it's so hot, I thought I'll mention that this Sarvam AI, which our AI mission funded, and you are a partner in crime, they have released today 105 billion parameter model with 22 Indian languages. Now, this is not really saying that we are also in the race. We are saying we are ahead of the race in this game. So the innovation is the key point, and once the innovation comes, I am sure the private sector and academia and startups, they are working in unison. In fact, there is a synergy, and AI mission is actually the glue which is helping this. So once again, my congratulations to AI mission, which has done a phenomenal job in nucleating this, and all this ecosystem which has been created in the country, and the enormous enthusiasm of the young people in this summit is a reflection of how AI is going to penetrate our lives with safety and a trustworthy AI.
Dr. Sood, I mean, you're as much part of the AI mission as any of us, so the credit belongs as much to you as to anybody else.
Thank you.
But staying with you, another question for you, since you've been partly associated with that. India is developing its own AI regulatory framework, while others like EU have already implemented some comprehensive laws. Should India adopt a similar approach or chart its own path? And how is India addressing concerns around algorithmic bias and ethical AI use across sectors?
Actually, probably the most important question you have asked. So I'll just say for the people who are here, India AI governance framework was released by MIT, and I happen to chair that. That was in November 2025. And one of the vertical or sutra, as we called, is the safe and trusted AI. In that, we have articulated what it means by this. And in particular, we took a leaf out of our experience in and we brought in an idea of techno-legal framework. That is what DPI 1.0 has really permeated our society. So what it means for non-experts in the audience you embed your legal requirements in the right in the technology when you are developing, deploying, and using. So these are the requirements which are embedded. Of course, you can always say, will it affect my model? How much will it slow down? How much will it have latency? All those are worth looking at it. But this framework which was released, a white paper on 10th of February, I request all of you to look at it. There we have advocated that techno-legal framework could be one of the ways to have safe and trusted AI. This is not only for the government, even the institutions when they want to implement AI processes, they have to know whether it is safe. Please, trust me, if you are not careful and if you are in a rush, actually the legal issues will kill you in few years because it will do some damage and then it will be a question who is responsible. So this techno-legal framework is really one of the frameworks which we have said with appropriate technologies, appropriate things. And through you, I will put here on this platform, we should see how we can incentivize the implementation of techno-legal framework or any safety framework. It's not only voluntary, because I think if we incentivize to all the companies, all the institutions, it will be a big way. So I thought we have a role to play here, and that's why I mentioned it.
Thank you very much. And turning to you, Dr. Panch, how is the US navigating the tension between fostering innovation on one side and ensuring responsible AI development on the other? What do you think is the best possible regulatory approach here?
No, this is a very, very good question as Ajay has weighed into this from the Indian side. From the US side, I think the important thing that you want as a guidepost is you don't want regulations to impede innovation. That's the underlying thing, that you should never let any regulation become, an impediment to fostering innovation. So that's been the guiding mantra, if you may, right through the process. So clearly, entities like NIST have put together risks frameworks. So you need some frameworks that tells you where the risks are. Otherwise, it can be in a blanket kind of policy that you build that might actually, as I said, curb the speed of innovation. So that is a good step in my view. And so it is a work in progress is how I would say it. As Ajay has been saying, you need a number of other disciplinary folks participating in this, because typically when we build technology, these things become afterthought. And one of the challenges that we face in AI today is that technology has advanced so fast and is advancing faster, but the other frameworks are trying to keep pace with it. And you can think of it as putting band-aids, if you may, right? Rather than how do you have policy and social behavioral economic sciences and other disciplinary inspirations co-creating technology so that these things don't become an afterthought, but it becomes, right from the inception of the technology itself, because we're learning these lessons in AI, which is going to help us in other technologies of the future. So back to your question, therefore, there are many approaches that is being talked about, but in the US, I think the fundamental concept is how do you build guardrails, where guardrails need to be put in place, and at the same time be mindful of the fast pace of progress, and so to work closely with industry and other partners. So Congress is interested in that. There have been caucuses in Congress in the last couple of years, both in the Senate side and the House side. Of course, the administration is closely involved. The Office of Science and Technology Policy in the White House is closely involved. Agencies like NSF and other agencies are also closely involved. At NSF, what we did was we said, why might not we create teams by which we can work with industry? I'll give you a concrete example. We partnered with Amazon on a trustworthy AI call. This is about 3 years ago now, sort of foreshadowing what might come about and how might we work and bring the assets of industry and its concerns and the emerging concerns public domain, but also bring scientists along so that we might solve these problems rather than only putting those kinds of policy frameworks without being informed by all the things that needs to happen with a scientific approach to this also. Otherwise, these things will be lacking in scientific rigor and approach, that we might just put it because we are afraid of something. As you know, fear is not necessarily a good emotion, and it really curbs innovation. So it's not to be coming from a foundation of fear, but a foundation of responsible, ethical approach to how do we build these frameworks, and that's the approach that we are taking as we speak.
Thank you very much. Now, given that we don't have much time left, I have one question which I'd like both of you to answer. India has scale and diverse real-world problems. The US has deep research infrastructure and funding. How can we structure partnerships that leverage these complementary strengths so that it's good not just for these two countries, but for the rest of the world as well? Dr.
I think, no, absolutely good question to look at, because we have our strength in innovation, and now with the infrastructure provided by Mission as well as by other agencies, our innovators have been enabled. Now, once that happens, we can really interact as a partner rather than just accepting whatever is given. So this is a true partnership issue, and India can be a very, very wonderful player where the skills of our young people, the innovative skills, the innovation hunger, I would call it, will be very, very beneficial. So what we need to see, we need a framework actually for this cooperation if we want government to government or government to be, but business to business is really what will take over in this field. And business to business can only be done when there is a trust. And India is a very trusted player, and so is US. So this is our strength of years of partnership between India and US, because our lot of young talent has one way or the other interacted or spent time in US. So it is a very good situation where trust has been built. So now we want to work on it, and we need to see how we utilize each other's strength. So one example which one can see, is there a use case, because India of course has huge diversity in languages and our heritage, literature and so on. What we learn here, what message it has for the US. So it can't be only one-way traffic, it has to be two-way traffic, where we will learn from our experience and our showcasing, and we are open from the other side. So it is a win-win for both sides.
Thank you, Ajay. Picking up on what Ajay said, first of all, I want to say that we developed a strong partnership, NSF and DST, METI, DBT and others, and we had forged a lot of projects between US and India over the last 5 years. So let's start right there. The largest democracy and the oldest democracy working together can do amazing things, picking up on what Ajay said. And Ajay and I worked very closely in the Quad context in AI in agriculture, because that's an area that we both care about and that we can deliver solutions. So at the top level, you address the issue of infrastructure versus applications. I would say there are model development, for example. Infrastructure clearly is an area where there are a lot of progress that is made in United States, and India is also trying to do the same. Then there are models, and then there are these large-scale models, and then the small-scale models are becoming more contextualized, and India is taking a lot of steps in that area, and of course so is US. So there are some synergies that are possible there around certain applications domain. Data sharing, which is an exceedingly important imperative if you want to really build good models, is an area where we can actually work together on. And clearly the applications that we both care about deeply, and we can have a lot of transactions at that level. So all of the layers can have potential gains. And there are things, as Ajay said, that can be learned from both sides in order to enrich the development, which then, to the concept of what this meeting is all about, AI becomes for global good, not just only two nations and their economic and social good, but it becomes for global good. And this partnership, therefore, has been evolving, and in the last few years, we have, in fact, with a lot of intensity and intentionality, we have scaled it. There's a lot more room for scaling. And you talked about the private sector. There's a lot of private sector that transcends both India and the United States. You name Google, for example. Every large company, both ways, whether it is Cognizant or Infosys on this side, Cognizant is a US company, but a lot of presence in India, and likewise, Google and Amazon and Microsoft and others. So I would say that it is not just only one sector that leads it. The future is going to be determined by all sectors working together. The agencies, the private sector, academia, startups, and small businesses, all of them, and of course the two governments enabling that, is the future I see, which is going to be made possible because of the collective interest and the speed at which things are moving will motivate us to want to explore avenues by which we strengthen our partnerships and work for the global good, as I said. And that's what
Krishna,
I see.
I know time is over. Can I add 5 seconds to this?
Sure,
because I think it is also a high time when we go above the euphoria of AI usage alone, applications. We need to see 5 years down the line what will happen. And this is where India and US should collaborate. I'll give you 2 examples which are possible and not much is happening. One is with the energy demand, AI is going crazy. It's going nuts. Question is it scalable? After 1 trillion, 5 trillion, what do you do? So we have been saying, think about using quantum computers in AI and AI for quantum computing. This is an area which is very nascent right now. And if India and US come together in these 2 cutting edge technologies, AI and quantum computing, I have a feeling we can make a difference. Second area where again India and US can make a difference is in the physical AI. Physical AI is not so much on the scene as it should be, but physical AI looking at robotics, humanoid, whatever you want to call it, but which is really working at places where we don't want humans to be there. So this is another area which I think 3 years down the line, we will have a huge explosion in these 2 areas if I am allowed to really think aloud. And you can always think aloud in the evening. So that's the point.
I guess you answered the last question that I had for both of you, which was that if you could implement one policy change to accelerate beneficial AI development, what would it be? Can I take your response as an answer to that question, Dr. Sood?
That is one part, but if you want to take one thing, what we need to see, somehow come out with a framework which is trustworthy in terms of regulations and policies, so that whatever is developed across both countries has a easy path, whatever you want to call it. Unless that is done, and unless you have a global data governance framework, it will not happen.
Thank you for that answer. You have the last word on that question.
Thank you. No, I was just didn't want to lose sight of the fact that we have talked a lot about technology and the applications and so on. At the end of the day, the success of AI is going to be determined by talent. And so if there is a policy that I would like to see is the proliferation of a policy that allows for talent to be trained at scale, at speed, and across not only technology realm, but across all disciplines. So this is an important thing that we should keep in mind. And there, I don't think it is determined only by what academic progress will do. It is really a convergence of academia, industry, technology, and other folks coming together. It is a new way of looking at what learning is all going to be. It is not what it is going to be today, extrapolated. It's going to be a completely new model of how you build that. And so I really feel that we need to spend a lot of energy in that thinking, because that's what is going to sustain the progress and speed the progress into the future.
Thank you very much, both Dr. Panchanathan and Dr. Sood. We could have kept this conversation going for hours, I know, but time's up is what they are telling us, and these premises have to be vacated at 4:30 for the later events of the evening. Thank you. It was wonderful having this conversation, and for me personally, a real relief to be asking questions instead of answering them. I've been answering too many of them, but wonderful insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, leaders. Thank you, Secretary Sir, for your moderatorship, and Professor Sood and Mr. Panchanathan for their time.
Hello. Yeah. Hey, good evening, everyone. I know this is the last session, so we'll keep it brief. I won't take more than 10, 15 minutes. I want to talk about something very interesting, agentic commerce, and something that I am personally very excited about on how it can change the way India consumes commerce today. But before I start there, let's talk about digital India. We all know India has a massive digital ecosystem. We have 1.5 billion Aadhaar users. We have 950 million internet users. We have 650 million plus smartphone users. We have 450 million plus users of digital payments. India, no other country has been able to build a massive digital infrastructure like India has. And while this is very exciting, let's look at commerce. When we look at commerce, out of 650 million people, less than 200 million people actually do shopping online. If you peel it even further, less than 10 million of those people do 70% of all e-commerce purchases. So out of 1.5 billion people, we're down to just 10 million doing 70% of all purchases. Why is it that tiny? It's not like these people aren't consuming, but they're consuming through offline channels. They're consuming through retailers. They're consuming through offline agents. They're consuming through brokers. Because they still consuming through brokers. Because they still don't trust or use online commerce the way we all are used to. And why does that happen? I think the fundamental reason is India is conversational. We like to talk, we like to interact, we like to take time to come to our decision making. Some examples I'll give here. When you look at WhatsApp, we all use WhatsApp. India runs on WhatsApp. But almost 50% of all WhatsApp voice notes originate from India. We all have people in our families who still send their WhatsApp voice note because that's what they're comfortable with. They want to speak in their own language. They want to speak in their own voice when they communicate with someone rather than using text or reading text. My friends in US are always surprised that in tier 2 and tier 3 cities of India, YouTube is the most popular search engine and not Google. And that's because people want to hear the answers to their questions. People want to listen to somebody talk in their language, not just read a wall of text. And that has been hard to replace in the commerce world. So when you look at commerce in India, the conversational part of commerce is far bigger than transactional. And most apps that we are all used to are still transactional. They tell you what's available and you have to figure out yourself. Giving an example of travel, like I have people in a family who still go to a travel agent because when you go to an OTA platform, you have to pick and choose. The interface intimidates them. You have to figure out what to do. While all options are available, they're intimidated by the amount of choice that's available. So less than 70 million Indians use online travel portals, and $50 billion plus of purchases on travel happens through offline travel agents. Insurance is similar. Less than 10% of insurance is purchased online. 90% of it is purchased through a broker, somebody they know, somebody they can interact with, somebody who can answer their questions, somebody who they can go to and ask when they have a problem. And that is something online commerce hasn't solved for people today. AI essentially enables these conversations. AI allows us to build interfaces that are voice first, that are multilingual, that are assisted, where you can ask any question in your local language and get it answered. And that's why AI can change this. The fundamental bottom line is the apps solve for access, AI solves for accessibility. And I'll give an example of what I mean by that. Like when I speak to my friends in US, they typically buy their day-to-day stuff in a supermarket. If you've seen US supermarkets, they're full of choices. You have aisles and aisles full of produce, you have aisles and aisles full of products, you'll have 20 types of cereals, you'll have 10 types of milk. And the US ecosystem loves that. You have all the choices, you pick and choose what you want, you make your cart, you go to a checkout point. Sometimes even the checkout is self-checkout, and you do it and you walk out. That's how Americans shop. But that's not how Indians shop. When Indians want to shop, they go to a retailer next door. They ask him that, hey, I want to buy this. And he tells you the price. You negotiate with him that, hey, I want to pay this price. He sometimes upsells you that, hey, have you tried this new product? And that's how you make purchases. The commerce apps that we have in this country are built like the US supermarkets. But an average Indian doesn't shop like the US supermarkets. The average Indian shops through voice. He shops through conversations. And that is what AI can solve. So while apps solve for access to all the capabilities, AI solves for accessibility, where it can answer your questions before you make a purchase. So the old journey involves discovery, decision-making, negotiation. That's what people are used to. And AI can allow you to build that agentic commerce journey exactly how people are used to. It's natural for Indians. So think of somebody wanting to plan a solo travel trip. He goes to an AI agent. He says, hey, I want to plan a trip to this place. What are the options? And he says, hey, who wants to go? Do you want to go solo? Where do you want to go? It gives you the options. You pick and choose. You make a decision. Then it gives you a price. You say, hey, can you find me a better price? It goes online, searches for all the options. It tells you the right price. You say, hey, lock it, but can you answer me some other questions? Do I need a visa? Do I need currency? Almost like an offline travel agent. And that's the interface that most Indians are comfortable with. And AI allows us to build that real e-commerce journey that India needs. The other problem is trust. Now, the way India operates on trust is that trust is localized. We trust a particular person, we trust a particular agent, because we know this guy doesn't do wrong by me. AI allows us to make that trust scalable. Let me give an example here. My dad is about 70 years old, and I'm always worried that he'll buy something fraudulent, he'll buy something that is missold to him, he'll get into something that he doesn't need at all. So
important role. It's now my honor to invite the dignitaries to give their special address. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, to set the context for the sessions ahead, I invite Professor P.J. Narayanan, Professor IIT Hyderabad and Chair of the Symposium, to address the gathering.
Distinguished members who are sitting on the dais, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, Hitin Prasad, Demis Hassabis, Chairman, Secretary Mr. Krishnan. And I would like to also recognize some special people sitting in the audience. Professor Raj Reddy is here, Turing Award winner. And so this is an academic gathering. So when the summit was planned, the mighty or the organizers also wanted to have a academic symposium or research symposium in parallel with it, and I was contacted to see if I could coordinate it, so I agreed to be the co-chair, and I get to stand here and represent a co-chair, but there were so many people who helped me with this. They are very critical decisions. One of them is Kalika Bali sitting there. I mean, she is part of the India AI team. She did a lot more firefighting than I did. And of course, Abhishek Singh, the Additional Secretary, who guided us in multiple ways, see, we think we are researchers, we think only researchers' way, but this is not only a research event, this entire summit. So how to put these things together, Abhishek